Alright, let's go. What's up? Ugh. Time to do some debugging. Because on this level, generator crashes in the runtime, but not in the editor. So that's great. I'm gonna see if I can get it to debug. That's not the runtime. Runtime. What's up, Eddie? Actually, because it's crashing because... Wait, what? Okay, I guess it didn't crash this time. Well, it crashed, it's body ID crash. This is coming from the root motion kit player. It's this dude. I think. Yeah. Now, we did get a jolt crash in because the positions, well, everything's nan, which I think is exactly what this is. We're printing out nans. But hang on a minute. If I launch this in release, I don't think we're gonna get nans. Yeah, we're not. I think the nan issue is happening from us, from basically the level generation failing, because it kind of doesn't work entirely. I'm actually... let's do that. Yes, I think in the runtime, we end up with nans because we failed to generate the world because the tiles are null, from what I can tell. I don't know if it's just one tile or if it's every tile. Log.info root entity. Literally just gonna log everything. We have to figure this out quickly so we can actually have a shippable product, and then I'll have to actually do the gameplay. Tile. Spawning a tile. Tile. Let's build everything. Oh. God. Give it a run. Where is Peter brain crash counter? Yes. Adding bodies. Yeah, literally every single tile we spawn is null. Every goddamn tile is null. Is it not packaging the prefab? For the hexagons? Because that would be weird if it didn't. But maybe that's exactly what's happening. Let's go script glue. Instantiate child prefab. Hang on, so what do we actually do? We call instantiate child like this, which does instantiate prefab with parent, which would just go to which of these? Oh, it does it this way. To just instantiate prefab. Here. God, that's annoying. I wonder if Jan forgot to push something that is critical for this working. It's possible. Okay, if we check here, have we printed spawning tile? No, we're just about to. So this is the tile. So that's the prefab handle. We grab the scene, which exists. Then we try and grab the prefab. And the prefab doesn't exist in an asset pack. Are you kidding me? The prefabs don't exist in the asset pack. That's a severe issue. I'm gonna try calling Tim. God, that's loud. Because this is a severe issue. Supposedly he did remember, asked him when he went off. Hey Tim. What's up?
Hi, how are you?
I mean, Not amazing considering I literally cannot run the runtime.
At all?
At all, because it's not packaging the hexagon prefabs into the asset pack. Meaning
hexagon prefabs.
Yes.
We only need one, by the way.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't package any.
Ah.
I don't think, at
Why?
least. Because basically, whenever I try to start the runtime, it crashes in this level generator because it's trying to access a tile that is null, and it's the tile that gets instantiated from the first hexagon in the hexagon array.
Can you double check what's it called? What's the mesh on that prefab?
I can check the prefab ID and look it up. Actually, hang on. So if I just put a breakpoint here, give it a run. Because Jan basically wanted me to fix some nans with the character controller. I can't do that unless it's in the runtime. Alright, so it's... come on. Let me see the value there. That's the prefab handle. Asset registry. It's the hexagon blue prefab. Let's see which mesh it has. It has that mesh, which is... It has meshes / water tile.hs mesh.
Yeah, which is correct.
Yeah. And it's not getting... the prefab is not getting packaged.
And so, why is that exactly?
I'm not sure. Because the prefab ID is correct. It's there. Unless something's overriding it. No, it's not. Because it's used is the thing as well. I don't know. Actually, hang on. I'm gonna try opening up Hazelnut and just reassigning that prefab. Because I'm wondering if there was a bug.
Thing is, though, it's a bit strange because Jan was on stream and for him it was working perfectly. I actually couldn't get it to work, like, at all. Yeah. Like, I tried for a while and I'm like, whatever, this is not really my business anyway. And so I left. Because I'm like, well, I need to make assets, like, whatever. Somebody else can deal with this, essentially. Because, yeah, but I just couldn't even get, like, any scene to work or run. It would either crash or just wouldn't work for me. But I checked, like, I think I asked Jan twice, like, did you push everything? He said twice, yes, he did. But for him, it was working. But I know for a fact he didn't push everything because some of the prefabs I had to make, because they were still using the old mesh that he wasn't using. So I think he just probably, again, has local changes on his PC.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that's actually what's happening here. And, like, there was a bug with asset packing somewhere. And it's just dead. Because, like, it's not working for me at all. Actually, hang on, let's see. Yeah, no, it's not working. Like, at all. I mean, it's not actually crashing in the engine, like, in the spawning of the tiles now, but I can still see, like, the tiles aren't null.
That sucks.
So I'm like, I guess I can try and fix this, but like I can, because the entire point was for me to fix an issue that Jan sent in the LD Games channel with the bodies and all that being basically crashing when we're setting like translations.
Yeah.
Which, like, I managed to get the crash to happen now, and I think I can just fix it. Which is interesting because on stream, Jan actually did fix the particular crash I'm having right now. Which means he definitely has some engine changes he didn't push.
Well, there's the VOD.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Like,
although
how's this happening the second time in a row?
I don't think the entire VOD is there, because you're limited to a 12-hour VOD. Meaning,
yeah, but
if you stream for
it
longer.
only got cut out at the very end. Like, it doesn't.
Okay.
Like, at the end, he wasn't doing anything. We were just testing the game with the control.
Yeah. There. Because it seems like. No, did he not push the fix for this crash? Or did he just revert that fix? Okay, let's see. Does he end up staging those changes?
Yeah, Mick, basically.
Because I'm wondering if... Wait. Hang on. I don't think he actually pushed those changes. Yeah. My man staged some changes, probably pushed, maybe.
But I asked him, I literally asked him, did you push everything? He said twice. I asked him twice, and twice he said this, yes.
Well, he didn't, because the particular crash, I can actually show you, is here. In Jolt Body Set Translation. When I basically added a check to see if body get motion properties is not null pointer. The problem there is you can only call that on a dynamic body, and we're calling it on a static body. He fixed this by effectively taking this up here and then wrapping this in an else. Which fixes it, because then we're not calling this for non-static bodies. And then he didn't push it.
Damn.
So...
Like, twice Jan has left without pushing it twice. This is...
Yeah, that's...
mega sucks.
So I actually have evidence that he did in fact not push everything. I'm just gonna send him a message. I don't even know if he's awake at this point.
No, he's not. It's 2 a.m. here. He's sleeping.
Yeah.
Damn, this is when I wanted to as well.
Okay.
That actually sucks.
I'm gonna fix these crashes, so hopefully I can trigger the actual issue that I'm supposed to fix, which is the fact that the character controller is having crashes because nans and shit like that. So
what's it called? What about in the editor? Can you play the game in the editor at all?
I can, but I'm not getting nans in the editor.
That's fine. What's it called? If you want to maybe start with some bug fixing, do the second thing that he said about like enemies just floating, or you getting launched up when like a lot of physics bodies collide with you.
Uh,
He sent like a timestamp in the chat, I think. I believe. Why is the physics like this? He asked, and I think he provided. Yeah. Because if you can recreate that, just to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely can. Now I know, if I remember correctly, Jolt has a thing that's supposed to let you prevent bodies from pushing character controllers, which is like why the player might get flung up, because the bodies are.
But even then, the gravity, there's something wrong with like.
The thing is,
I don't know.
It's not gravity. This is a problem that we have seen a lot. The scales are just not. It's an interesting issue because it's more of a visual thing. Because the problem is, if I go and completely lag out. Why is this lagging? Oh god, what is happening?
What is happening?
I don't know. What on earth? Maybe it's just we're spamming the console. Because I added up quite a bit of logging.
Yeah, like a lot of logging.
Yeah, like...
like I didn't commit this, but I commented every single log.info out. There was like 7 of them or something like that in the script.
Yeah.
Like, nah.
I'll just go into script glue, go down to the log, and just be like, nah.
I mean, I looked at the actual game code, but yeah, that works as well, I guess.
I'm just gonna do this temporarily. Because
Peter's way of like fixing his comments is just by commenting out the ability to comment. This reminds me of Mike breaking his API so that people wouldn't post.
Yes, literally. One second. Okay. Because let's see now. Okay, now that's better. So if I try and find a flat area and I just shoot them. Actually, that still feels a bit weird, but the problem, like one of the problems is you are seeing a 1 by 1 by 1 meter cube flying into the air. You are not used to seeing a 1 by 1 meter cube flying into the air, which is why gravity can seem strange.
But it's 8 kilograms.
The thing
it's not just 1 by 1, it's 8 kilograms.
The thing is, gravity, mass doesn't matter in gravity.
What?
Mass doesn't matter in gravity. That's actually like real. That's why.
Yeah, but that's only when you're falling, it doesn't matter. Right?
Well,
but when it should matter is like when you're getting launched up. Why are they getting launched up when they're 8 kilograms?
Well, because 8 kilograms is nothing. That's literally the main thing.
I mean, that's heavier than the player, I think.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's heavier than the player.
The player doesn't have mass because it's a character controller.
But internally, it has to have mass, doesn't it?
No. Well.
Really? I'm sure that it does.
Sort of, but like they don't.
Doesn't every physics calculation need mass?
Well, kind of, but character controllers are interesting in the sense that they don't actually they effectively cheat it. They might what it might do is calculate it based on like density of the collider. I haven't looked too deep into how that character controller in Jolt works internally, but there is no like mass setting that you can. No, there is. The player weighs 70 kilograms.
Oh, 70.
Yes, because again,
Ah.
8 kilograms, that's nothing. Like,
I guess so.
so if we go into enemy, like 8.1, considering it's a 1 by 1 meter cube, if that cube was made of water, that would weigh a ton. So realistically, you'd want a ton to actually see somewhat realistic forces.
Wait, surely not.
Yep. A 1 by 1, and you can see now they just don't go flying at all because we are applying a tiny force. So like, of course we shouldn't have them weigh a ton, because we do want them to, you know, get knocked back a bit. But yeah,
Wait, you're right. It actually weighs a ton.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's insane because like water is dense. Also, what happened here?
What happened where?
Oh,
Sorry, I don't have your stream.
Oh, I saw.
Probably should have.
No, I think it just stopped. Oh, you mean my actual stream? I can just share my screen.
But yeah, your Discord isn't on either.
Yeah, I turned it back on. Okay. All my texture stuff, well, except for the grass, like.
I know you could be just too high right now, because those are snow tiles.
Oh really?
Yeah, you could be just too high right now.
Oh damn. Okay, let's see. 500 kilograms again. Looks too much because they don't go flying. We could increase the force applied to them.
Nah, but 500 is too much, I think.
Well, depends on like, because we can tweak
if
it.
If the player's 70, these are humans. Their dimensions are gonna change. Remember, those are temporary stuff.
Oh, okay.
They're still humans, so like 100 kilograms tops for them.
Let's try 100 and see what that looks like. But yeah, so and it's actually one of the reasons why a lot of our games have been kind of looking floaty. Yeah. But yeah, so like he got knocked back a bit. When I shoot him.
Mm-hmm.
We might want to just have them fly a bit, just like get launched a little bit, but not much, because I think that would be cool. Because obviously it doesn't have to be completely realistic. But if we try, you know, 70 kilograms, like the player.
Because they will be humanoids in the end.
Yeah.
Like, I just haven't made them yet.
Okay.
That'll probably be what I do tomorrow.
Yeah.
But in the end, they will be humanoid, yeah.
Okay. Okay. It's kind of annoying to actually try and fight in areas like this.
Yeah.
It's basically impossible. It's like...
But I think that's probably part of the plan. Is to have like the environment be part of the challenge.
Yeah. So okay, like he got knocked back a bit, but the thing is, we should not decrease mass that much more, because mass does affect other things. So let's keep the enemies at 70 kilograms, which is, you know, average weight. And then when we have our gun, so 50 plus a random float times 200. That's... Hang on, so... Okay, so we can go for basically 52 to 200. Or from 50 to 250. Huh. But I guess maybe let's just up this to 150 and see, you know, how big of a force that is. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna... Great. What got nuked? Is it? Oh, that has the blood particle. That's fine. Shotgun's fine. Sniping rifle, that's fine. What?
Wait, what's the problem? Is it gun related?
Yeah, so I shoot and I get null reference exceptions. So let's pause. Player, gun. Yeah, because the gun is broken. That's why.
Which gun?
The player's gun. It just got reset, basically.
I really hate how that happens.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna have to look up what the values were. Or the offset.
In Git, you mean?
Yes.
Nice. Workflows out of 10.
Definitely great. Gun. Negative. Say that. 0.56. 0.21. Jesus Christ. And blood particle. There. Great stuff. Oh, and I have to do a reload of the assembly because static data. Okay. So now, if I just get into a position where I can actually shoot something. Yeah, I definitely agree with you on the player, the keyboard and mouse controllers, definitely not great.
Keyboard and yeah.
Yeah.
Did he say that?
Yeah, he did mention that. And I actually agree with him because I think the player should rotate to wherever the camera is rotating. At least while you're walking. But if I shoot this dude now, like that's not bad. Like he got knocked back a bit.
It's also the environment you're testing in is kind of bad, I think, because they can get stuck on terrain and then you don't actually see the knockback.
Yeah.
For all you know, there was a massive collision between him and the collider just then.
Yeah, but look at this dude, right? So like they got knocked back a bit, but it's not like a huge amount. But yeah, like obviously if the dudes weigh 8 kilograms, and we're applying anywhere from 50 to 250 newtons of force to them, they're gonna go flying.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
But that's the kind of stuff that we'll just have to spend a bit of time tweaking. So maybe if I make the mass like, I don't know, 40, so they'll get lifted off a bit. Maybe that will be nice. I guess. See if I can get into a place where I can actually like terrain. It's very frustrating right now. Okay, let's see if this guy goes flying a bit and then he freaks out. But he doesn't like fly off by a million miles.
Jittering.
I don't know actually. I think they're just pushing into the collider of the tile and getting pushed back out.
And then trying to do that again and again?
Yeah, because obviously the enemy AI isn't intelligent right now.
So it's not a simulation thing, you think it's a coding thing?
I mean, it's part both, to be honest. There are ways to reduce that jittering just like by changing the time step, the solver iterations and that kind of stuff. But it's partly that and partly an AI issue. Just the fact that they don't check to see if they can actually move forward. They just move forward regardless, and they don't try to do any obstacle avoidance. Now, the player... Oh, this is a good terrain. This is what I should have had for testing.
Yeah, there's sometimes flat ones and sometimes very hilly ones.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna wait for these guys to spawn a few and see, because, like... you can just walk on top of them at times. But, like... It's weird that the player sometimes goes flying, because I set a thing to where I think they're just shooting each other now. Because like I set a flag that should have made it so that they can't push the player at all. But like... Yeah, I'm not able to get the player to fly up now.
Wait, why is that? What did you change?
I didn't really change anything. Other than, well, actually, obviously I changed the enemy's mass. Let's see if I can get in here.
Wait, really?
But like, I don't...
That makes less sense though, because I feel like if they were heavier, they should be able to push you harder.
Maybe they were just so light that the simulation got like unstable with like tiny forces.
But I feel like we probably want to kind of... I feel like that's on Jolt's side though, right? The bug, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, it kind of like, you're definitely right. Like if it's not our fault.
Because like I'm not able to get the player to kind of go flying again in this particular level. And that's with this many enemies trying to push me. Okay, I actually do end up like phasing into them, which would cause weird collision responses at times. So like, Also, that is actually slightly terrifying.
That's funny. Now, the biggest thing that I think we need to have by the end of the night is a game loop.
Yeah,
of some kind.
That's basically what I was supposed to be working on today. So my
oh, look, if changing the mass fixed it.
I mean, I haven't gone flying yet.
And then the runtime thing you can't do because Jan forgot to push stuff again, then I think Bob's your uncle, you know?
Yeah, like, move on to the game loop.
Yeah.
Leave the runtime for Jan. I mean, like, because I can't fix the problem that Jan sent me in the runtime, because I can't run the runtime. Because Jan didn't push everything. Oh no, I'm stuck. But yeah. So I think I'm gonna try to stop and start so I get a new map and see if I go flying at any point. Also, there's this weird, like, double jump that he does. He, like, bounces off the ground when you jump.
That would be character controller related, because Jan just did that jump, so...
Okay, in that case, probably something has a restitution that it shouldn't have. So, like, the player. If I set its restitution to nothing, we should not bounce at all. And yet we do. What's the restitution of
the tiles?
Yeah.
Wait, is it having a high restitution that results in low bounciness, or the other way around?
High restitution means high bounciness.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think Jan changed everything to 0 from memory.
Yeah, because we would definitely want that. It's like hexagon green. Now that has restitution of 0.15, but that shouldn't result in that high of a bounce. So it's probably a character controller bug. I suspect. Because, okay. Jump.
What's it called? Have you been in touch with Emily at all in regards to how she's going?
Last I heard, she was basically planning on submitting her game for the compo, because she kind of managed to make a small game, but had a lot of issues with trying to package it. So she basically said, I'm just gonna do the compo and then spend some like a day trying to package the game. But I haven't heard anything since then.
Wait, what's the issue with packaging? Packaging is super easy.
Yeah, but on Linux apparently there are problems. Which doesn't bode well for us, considering we're going to try and package for Linux. But as long as we can ship,
if there are problems, we wouldn't know about them, basically.
Yeah, but like as long as we can ship the game on Windows, we can just have a few days to get the Linux build working. Yeah.
And none of the download rate for people who like for non-WebGL games basically is super low, and for Linux is going to be non-existent.
Yeah. Jump. We set jump power equal to jump power. Then, if jump power is greater than 0, and we are grounded and we are currently not in the air, we add jump power to our velocity and set jump power to nothing. If we are not grounded or we're not jumping, we set new velocity to current vertical velocity, which is that, so we kind of carry that. But then we apply gravity. All right. But this is actually quite good, because I hadn't really had a good test case for character controllers. So I'm glad we're doing this now.
Yeah, and it's going to be like, there's a lot of stuff that we're doing for the first time in this.
Yeah.
Like this animation-driven movement, the character controller stuff. Terrain generation.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's great. You good?
And the game itself, I don't know what that was about. And the game itself is like looking okay, like it's not perfect.
Yeah, but also it's a game jam, so.
Exactly.
It's like we don't need it to be perfect. Okay. So, jump. Hang on. Okay, if I just stand here, its current vertical velocity is negative in the y, which it should be because, gravity. I jump, it goes positive, it goes negative, and then positive again. But when we apply jump power, we set it to 0. Because the linear velocity shouldn't be... Okay, let's move this up here. and see if it's this code or the actual assignment that's causing it. By the way, when are you planning on heading off?
Probably another hour, I think, or so.
Yeah.
Why?
No, I just wondering. Okay, let's hear. Jump.
Yeah, I want to finish the tent. And basically after that, I'm gonna head off.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll do the rock texture as well, and after that, I'll head off.
Cool.
But yeah, I'm just working on the tent stuff now.
Gotcha.
Surely there's like a plugin for Blender for quicker assignment of textures.
But yeah. Anyways, I'm probably gonna keep working on trying to fix, first of all, the double jump, and then just once I've fixed that, I'll do the gameplay loop. So
Cool.
that's done.
Yeah, and then like the asset packing.
Yeah.
That will have to be done before you go to bed, though, for sure.
Yeah. Thing is, I don't know if I can necessarily fix it.
No. I mean, like when Jan comes back. Obviously.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like definitely. Like.
Yeah.
Hang on. Okay. How long do we have left of the jam?
1 day and 8 hours, so 30 hours basically.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm probably gonna be awake like until tomorrow morning for me again. Which I don't know. It's gonna be tight, regardless. But yeah. So I'll definitely be awake when Jan gets back. Because what time is it for you now?
2:30 a.m.
2:30. Okay. So I imagine he'll be back around like maybe 10.
Well, he's gonna be live by 11 because he's gonna do a 3-hour live stream, I think.
Okay.
24-hour live stream. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Here. Wait. I'm confused. But yeah, I'll definitely be awake but when he gets back, so I can just sit down and like show him the problem. But yeah, cool. I'll just keep working on this for now.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Let me know when you head off. Yeah. All right.
Will do.
See ya.
Right. See ya.
Uh, 1 minute lag. Really? There shouldn't be. And yeah, no Twitch, because I couldn't be bothered like setting up multi-stream. But there definitely shouldn't be a 1 minute lag. Because I have the latency set to low, so it should be a few seconds. Oh, on the chat. Yeah, I've noticed that. The actual chat box is quite slow when it comes to refreshing. I'm not sure why. Yeah. Might just be Streamlabs YouTube chat integration that's slow. Okay. I did not want to relaunch. I wanted to do if. Hang on. Let's just log in here, like jump. The browser is stuttering on a lot of sites. Maybe they update the browser and it's now slower. Just gonna refresh the cache on this just to make sure. Yep, good. That's correct. Okay. It's here. So no jump. No jump. We walk over here. We jump. Whoa. Hold up. I press jump. Hang on. God damn it. So, jump, jump. I get jumped twice. Something larger like the backbone ISP dependent. Oh. Wait. So, okay, if I use a keyboard, then I don't double jump, I think. Yeah, I don't. So it's not a character controller bug. This should be its controller button pressed. I'm fairly sure. Not held. So, jump. Yeah. Nice one, Jan. Well, that's that issue fixed. All right. How did the past months go with Hazel, Jolt? What did you work on? Anything on your own engine? I've been working like for the past few months. I've been mainly doing like bug fixing in Hazel. Although I did start working on multi-threading Hazel's physics engine, so that's in the works currently. I did some work on my own engine for a while, but I haven't done that in a bit now. It's been a while since then. But overall, I'd say that it's been pretty good. Now, okay. We basically want to handle. I think so. Jan basically said like he didn't really like the way that the keyboard and mouse were working, and I agree with him on that. Peter takes the tanks the performance and then fixes it. Yes, miss your streams on Twitch. Yeah, I don't know, like Twitch. I like Twitch to some degree due to like some of the features that they have, like rating, bits and that kind of stuff. And also channel points is quite nice. Gives a bit more interaction. But I don't know. YouTube's just a bit better in terms of like stream quality because first of all, you're guaranteed to be able to stream at 1440p, which you're not on Twitch. And YouTube also offers rewinding a stream, which is such a nice feature for like people watching. But yeah, Jan was basically saying like, if I'm walking like this, it's one thing, but you know, walking like this doesn't quite work that well. So like, this would basically, instead of A and D rotating the player and S rotating, it would basically be like strafing. The problem is I'm not really sure how well that would work with the character controller. I mean, Twitch has, yeah, Twitch technically has rewind, like if you check the VOD, but obviously the VOD won't, but it's like YouTube, you can just rewind live. Chat is faster on Twitch. I think that's, here's the thing. I think the only reason for that is, I don't think it's a YouTube issue. I think it's a Streamlabs integration issue. So like Streamlabs chat box doesn't integrate that well with YouTube's chat functionality. Is like, it's quite slow. Because I think, if I'm not misremembering, Streamlabs for a YouTube chat basically just acts as a browser. And it does periodic refreshes. Whereas on Twitch, I think it's event-based. So they actually hook into the Twitch API and just get notified instantly when there's a new chat message. So, but as streaming on YouTube becomes more and more popular, I think they'll probably just fix that. So Jan was basically saying, let's maybe have this just act more like a translation instead of actually facing, or if you're doing keyboard. Which, like, I can. The problem with that is we're doing root motion animation, or root motion based movement, which means that if we set the animation state to the walking state, dude just moves. Like, we don't apply a movement ourselves. Meaning, if you want strafing, you basically have to just completely bypass the animations and all of that. Twitch also got higher API rate limit than YouTube at 800 requests per minute, while YouTube only got 6.4 requests per minute, or 10,000 a day. Yeah, again, I think that's just stuff that's gonna get worked out as streaming on YouTube becomes more of a thing. Because YouTube has been drastically improving their streaming capabilities, and I think that's just gonna keep happening. And I'm not doing multi-stream because with Streamlabs, you have to pay to do multi-stream, which I'm not doing. All right. So I can try getting this working. So if I just do vector 3, keyboard, forward, direction. Goes vector 3, 0. Like that. Rotation change is obviously just for controller. We'll want to do this for keyboard direction as well. And then I think he just does, yeah. So basically, if we're not holding down the right mouse button, let's just try doing translation plus equals keyboard direction times 5 times delta time. We can see what it looks like. I mean, okay, that's obviously, like, you get this, right? Now, of course, the player needs to update its rotation if you're using a keyboard. So, what that basically means is we go into camera rotator. We grab, so I think it was player dot set rotation player forward and vector 3 dot up. Player forward is this for the camera. So what I'll just do is have a public float vector 3 player forward. Whoa. Oh, public float vector 3. Whoops. And the reason I'm not doing this in the camera rotator is because we don't want this to happen for if you're using a controller. Camera rig as camera rotator. Alright, so it becomes set rotation to that dot player forward vector 3 dot up. Quaternion is an ambiguous reference between okay, better. So now we're still not doing it. I guess because this is doing the last rotation. Right. I think if this is greater than 0, and then what we do is we just take this if statement and we move it underneath all of this. So that if you are using your keyboard, he'll just walk like this. Although, crap. We need to use the character controller interface. Character controller dot move. Like that. I don't think there's a rotate. My bad. Whoa. Okay, that needs to be times delta time. I think. That was way too quick. Yeah. So like this. And then, you know, you're able to just do A and D, S like this. So you can actually like do backwards. I guess what I could do is character controller. Can I not disable root motion? No, that's animation controller. Is root motion enabled? So I don't think root motion. Okay, so you can't actually disable root motion. Meaning I can't safely play the animation. I don't know. I'll whip it up. I think this actually needs to be like basically just 1. To keep the movement speed the same. Come on. No. 2. I'll just implement it real quick and then talk to Jan about it. But yeah, this game is definitely made for a controller. Okay, no, that's still too slow. 3 units per second. It's closer. Still not great. I think 5 was too much, so 4. Okay, let's just see here. Alright, so about there. Ah! Come on. Why are there enemies in the way? Alright, this is a good place. So, let's hear. 1, yeah, about a second. I mean, I guess we could just check the velocity. But it feels roughly the same now. So as long as the movement speed is sort of the same, it's fine. Although I do think here I might actually just want to update M last rotation. That might be a better way of doing this. Set M last rotation equal to that. But that's a vector 3. So M last rotation just becomes player forward. Yeah. It's like you don't get the animation because I can't play the animation without having the dude just walk off, seeing as you can't disable root motion via scripting. I don't know. I doubt... So Xerax isn't awake at this point, so I can't ask him if that's the thing we could implement. Also, cat. Take a look in script glue. Actually, maybe we can just read up on the actual animation component. No, because there's no documentation there. Animation component. Set enable root motion. Oh. Oh, it does have a setter. Okay. Oh, well in that case, that's easy. I can just do animation component is root motion enabled equals false. So we don't want root motion when we're using the keyboard, so we can still play the animation. Even though it will probably look weird unless we're walking forward. But if we are not doing this, we want to have root motion be enabled. And here I think we basically just want bool walking. It's equal to that, or that. And if walking, do that. So I take it this... Oh no, because the animation wasn't made for... It was made specifically for root motion, is the problem. Damn. I don't think Tim's going to want to do another walking animation for the player, because that would be pain. And I don't think we even have enough time at this point. Especially since Tim's basically going to be heading out. Because this just doesn't look good. Although, I mean, I guess it feels better than the previous thing. It definitely feels better, it just looks worse. Because now you can actually, like, you know, just walk backwards like this. I don't know. I mean, if there are no... If the walking animation doesn't quite work, it's fine. We can probably add that later if we want. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can call up Tim. Problem is, I think he has Do Not Disturb on Discord. Because I basically, like, it feels great. It feels a hell of a lot better when you're using a keyboard like that. But it's just not, it doesn't look good. Hey, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
Good. I was able to get the keyboard movement to be slightly different, because Jan did mention he didn't like the way it felt, and I agree with him. That's a bad map. This is better. So if I'm using a controller right now, it acts like this, right? So and I would expect it to. For if I'm using a controller, this is kind of what I expect my character to behave.
Right.
But if you then go and use a keyboard, it's like, you know, the player always orients forward, so you can strafe and you can walk backwards, and that feels great. The problem is the animations, because of course our walking animation is made...
It's made to animate forward.
Yeah, it's made with root motion. And obviously it doesn't work if you don't do... Well, it doesn't look correct if you don't do root motion. Now,
It sounds to me like you need a backwards running animation.
I mean, you could just play
and
the...
a sideways
Well,
running animation.
for backwards, I imagine you could maybe just play the forwards animation in reverse.
No, well, I don't think you can, because it's root motion. If it was just an animation, you could.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but we can't actually play the animation at all right now. Because...
Even forwards?
No, because it doesn't look correct, because it's like root motion based. And so if I were to set this to play the forwards animation, hang on, you can see
but that's just it not set up correctly, I think, right? That's what it looks like when it's not set up correctly, I think.
But it works if we do the root motion, though. Actually, I mean, no, this would work if... Because you could just... Actually, I don't know, because, like, in the animation for a root motion, obviously the model will move forward based on, like, keyframes. Like, it will actually move, so it's not just, like, the legs being, you know, rotated or whatever.
Yeah.
I guess it might... Because, like, the animation is basically just going to move forward based on where I am, and then it's just going to offset from there. So it won't look quite right.
Yeah. I mean, you right now aren't being moved by root motion.
No,
not
right
exclusively
now.
Anyway.
No, because we affect, like, if we were to do that, then, because obviously with root motion, the player just moves in the direction of forward, basically. It just moves forward.
Mm-hmm.
Which means you can't do strafing like this without rotating the player. Meaning walking backwards.
No, that's what I mean. That's why we would need like a sideways.
Yeah.
Sideways and a backwards running animation, right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, great. And like, so I was...
And then root motion could work, I think, then, right?
It could, if we had those animations. The thing is, though, I don't know if we have time for that.
Well, to be honest, completely honest, it wouldn't take long to animate those animations. Like, not at all. Because it's getting to the animation point that takes long, but I'm already at the animation point for that model. Like, I can just make them probably 20 minutes tops. Well, 20 minutes tops for each one. So in an hour, all three would be done for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. The thing is, are we confident it's gonna look good with it?
I don't know.
Because it might be one of those things. We still need a side running animation anyway, like one for each side.
Do we though?
Because right now, yeah, definitely, regardless. Because right now we only have a backwards one, or like a forwards one.
I mean, yeah, but like obviously, that looks fine with root motion. Like if you do the sort of control.
Yeah, but you can't strafe right now. You can't strafe right now.
Yeah.
If you wanted to strafe, so if you wanted to run sideways and shoot at them, right, while not
yeah.
Or like what? Yeah, we'd still like regardless because we're adding strafing. We need a sideways animation.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm almost thinking like we should probably have that, because I feel like even for a controller, if I was able to like look towards the enemy and run backwards like this, but he's facing the other way.
Any movement that's possible on keyboard should be able to be replicated.
Yeah.
On controller, what they usually do is they usually split up the look stick and the move stick, so you can look however you like, and then you can move however you like. Right now, I think it's the same stick for you. Both are the same, right?
Well, so if I'm holding left stick forward and I rotate the camera, I rotate the character. But if I rotate the
Wait.
character, the camera doesn't rotate.
Right, okay. Which on mouse, you can rotate the camera or the player and neither would affect, right?
No.
You can rotate
So,
either one without effect.
if you're standing still, you can do that, or holding down the right mouse button. No, actually, if you're standing still, you can rotate the mouse, and you can like, but you can't like the player can't rotate without moving the mouse, because that's just because otherwise you can't really.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But
Yeah.
the thing is, you don't have to be running in the direction of the mouse, right?
Yeah, exactly. So like.
Yeah, but on controller you have to be, don't you?
I mean.
Wait, is the movement identical right now on keyboard and controller?
No, because on keyboard obviously you strafe, but and like moving the camera actually changes where the player is rotated, whereas on I don't know, on controller it's slightly like different, because if I'm just walking forward and I rotate, obviously the player rotates. But if I can obviously counter that rotation with my movement, like this.
Yeah.
So it's slightly different right now. It used to be identical before I made this change.
But you just haven't made it for controllers yet, I don't think, right? Or you're not planning to at all?
Well, if we have the animations, like the root motion-based animations for strafing and walking backwards, like moving backwards but looking kind of in the direction of the camera, then I can get the keyboard movement to work just fine with controller as well.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I can make those animations.
Okay.
What I'll do is I can make them right now, I guess, right? Because that's kind of what you're working on.
I mean, you don't have to. Like, I feel like it's. I don't know, because I think it's just more important right now for us to have the actual gameplay loop.
Right.
So I
But
think
movement is pretty important. Like right now, I'm working on a
important.
tent.
Yeah.
I'm working on a tent that's like I'm basically up to texture. Like that can wait. That's
Okay.
not urgent, you know. Like,
Yeah.
I think
in that
movement is
case,
more
yeah.
important than that.
Yeah.
So I'll just get started on those animations.
Okay. Because in the meantime, then I'll start working on the gameplay stuff, and then once you have the animations, I can just quickly fix up the controller, because it shouldn't be hard. Because like,
Okay.
I have the code for both types of movements. It's just a matter of effectively unifying them into just what the current keyboard direction is.
Now, if I understand it correctly, I just need one for every direction, or is it I need 8 of them?
Hang on, I'm gonna just restart so that.
Is it 4 or 8 animations I need to make?
I think it's 4, because the forward movement will just go in the direction of the camera if you're walking forward. So like that will still look like this effectively, right? If you're rotating the camera, but then you then have strafing left and right, and walking backwards while looking kind of forward.
Looking at them, yeah.
So I think it's just 4.
Okay, 4. Cool. All right, and one of them is done, so I need to make 3.
Yeah.
One for each side and one backwards, basically. Backwards movement. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll call you when those are going to be ready to be pushed.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Cool.
All right.
See you then.
Talk to you soon.
Yep. All right. Glad we had that chat. You're tired, Marka. When did you go to bed? All right, so I'll start working on the gameplay loop. Type shenanigans. 12. Okay. So shortly after me then. Love the European time zone, 7 p.m. Yeah, it's 7 p.m. for me as well. All right, slap in a fixed constraint so we can actually hold the coffee cup. Right, I'll do that real fast. So components, because I think we already have a fixed joint component. Yeah, and all I care about is really connected entity. So I guess in robotic, because I'm just adding this kind of in a hacky way, and this is needed so we can carry the coffee cup while having the coffee cup be a physics-enabled body. What I'll just do is just add a fixed constraint to the body. Fixed constraint, like that. And then when we create our body, what we'll do is we will check const auto reference fixed constraint component. Get component fixed constraint component, although we'll have to do this after we create the body and everything. Yeah, down here. So if we have this component, actually I'm gonna have to do this after I basically have to ensure that both bodies exist. Which honestly, like, in the case of this game, I can just take this and do it in Jolt Scene. Because both the player and the coffee cup will be created. Hang on, is the coffee gonna be created procedurally? Oh shit, I don't know. Because if the coffee is instantiated procedurally, which I don't think it's, I'm gonna operate under the assumption that it's not. Hack. Create a constraint between the LD53 player body and the LD53 coffee body. Before I do that, I'm actually gonna need to check how Jan made the coffee prefab. And if the body is on the root entity, it's not. We have the container and cup. What? Hang on. So container just has the coffee particles. And the cup has the actual walls. So basically each of these would need a fixed constraint that connects them to the player. Yeah. So if I just simulate this, yeah, exactly. So for, let's just do auto view entity scene. Get all entities with fixed joint component and a rigid body component. For auto and ID in view. Equals view dot get fixed joint component. Right. And if we take a look at the LD53, let's bump up the music. Let me know if the music's too loud, by the way. Here, fix constraint settings. Auto detect point. When M space is 1 space, M point and M point 2 can automatically calculate based on positions of the bodies when the constraint is created. Alright, awesome. I like that. Fail to create fixed constraint between blah and blah. No bodies found. Curious, do you have a Swedish company and bill as a consultant, or are you employed? I have like a Swedish company, and I'm technically contracted to bill as a contractor. I think we now have to do some thinking for the wave function collapse to make it actually function. That's a pretty important part, Marka. I get into with UID. Fixed string component, connected entity. I believe this is the one that doesn't assert. Yes. Entity, other entity. Continue. So this is gonna be body 1. Actually, we actually have to do a lock. Body, lock, multi. I don't know, we'll grab it right. Technically, we don't have to do a lock here. But Let's get body lock interface. Get body lock interface. Don't really care about looking. Let's do instead array. Call it bodies. Body 0 dot Get. Wait. Ah, shit. As child body. Body 1, body ID. So you guys are not coding C#. We are, it's just I'm having to extend the engine a little bit to allow for fixed physics constraints. But like all of the game code is obviously C#. Okay, I have to do reference. And I'll just slap it and verify. Lock success. Is that not how you do it? Do you not have that? No, I guess not. Hydrate, fine. Control system, add constraint, let's see. Let's see if it works. Is the C# thread separate from the rendering thread? No. It's, well, yes, it's separate from the rendering thread. It's not separate from the main thread. But yeah. The rendering thread is its own thing. Fixed joint. They're going to be player. And none of this matters. None of those settings actually matters. Let's update the prefab, save, and see if it crashes. It didn't, but also I'm not seeing a constraint. Because it failed to create constraint between cube and player. No bodies found. Have we not created them yet? Are you using Vulkan? Yeah, Hazel uses Vulkan. Only 33 hours and 38 minutes left. Shut. Wait. Create rigid bodies, which just does this, calls create body with add immediate. But I failed to get the entity bodies. Well, I failed to get one of the entity bodies. somehow. Okay, so the player body exists, but that one doesn't. Windows 10. Nice. Hang on, did it fail to create them again, or did it successfully create them? Hang on. It still failed. How? Or rather, why? Scusima? Mate, I know for a fact. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Hang on. Body 0 is entity. So that's the cube, I think. Yeah, so it fails to find the player body. Hang on, what? Doesn't the player root body... The player is a character controller, not a fucking rigid body. That complicates things a lot. Does Joe have a way of doing constraints between character controllers and rigid bodies? Is the character controller backed by an actual physics body? Doesn't seem like that's possible. Crap. Okay. Again, I could create a hack. Because there is no way of constraining a rigid body to a character controller. But what if, for the character controller, I create a backing rigid body and connect to that, and then I make sure that the bodies, translation and rotation matches the controllers, right? So, another hack coming in. Hacking body ID. So after we create it, right, now that needs, I assume you're basically required to have a shape. Now, I could... Doesn't? Oh, M shape, not M underscore shape. incomplete type. Creation settings. There we go. Body interface. Create body. All right, let's give it another go. Let's see if it can actually create the backing body. If it can't, I'm gonna be annoyed because I'll have to do more work. It seems to have made it. Great, 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 great. An in-jolt scene. Under create character controller, we create it. Okay, then I think simulate. Set position and rotation. Alright, let's see if this works. A activation is not a class or namespace name. Yeah, that's right, it's JPH. So, technically, well, it made the constraints, but the cup isn't following me. Do I need a distance constraint instead of a fixed constraint? Let's run it in debug mode. See if there's an assert somewhere. Yeah, allow. Because if it's asserting, then problem. If it's not asserting, I messed up something. Maybe using the wrong constraint. Hello? If forgot about that. And now we wait again. I'm gonna switch headphones. There we go. One second. So, I mean, it's not asserting. And it's definitely adding the constraint. So maybe a distance constraint is what I want. Used to create a fixed constraint. Thanks. Hang on. You still need the two bodies. 0.1, 0.2. I would have thought it would be a fixed constraint though. Unless the one body isn't being moved correctly. Like the backing body of the character controller maybe is not being moved. I did not want to launch debug mode. Hang on. The hell? Okay, 1 second. I'll just do physics layer. Alright, because now I'm not colliding with the thing, but also... hang on, I probably need to... Because it's auto-detecting the point, but not the axes. I don't think. It will fixate in their current relative position orientation. Yeah, but they clearly ain't. I'm literally making another map kit map now. Nice. Like, Why is this dude not being moved? Actually, hang on, maybe they are when I have these like that. It's just they're at 0. Like, they're in each other. Because, like, I don't see... No, the cup is literally right there. Because, like, all he's doing is between that and the current. Take a look at Alright. What if we just try a distance constraint? See if that works, because fixed constraint doesn't really seem to be doing anything. YouTube stream great. Yeah, I like it. If the values are negative, it will be replaced by the distance between them. Whoop. Actually, this might not do exactly what I wanted to, because I think Tim might have disabled... Yeah, we didn't keep capturing. Die. Capture on play. What kind of game is it? It's kind of like... basically, the idea is you're running through a war zone. And your goal is basically to deliver a cup of coffee, to the general. And you'll be basically forced to fight enemies and stuff like that. And if you spill too much coffee, you basically lose. So yeah. So that's basically what we have so far. Now. Okay, so the body does exist. Wait. The coffee's over there. Where's the coffee cup? And why isn't the visuals updating? Because when I actually play it, like everything spills out, but visually it's still there. Can I actually like get on top of it? Ah, so finicky. But like it seems like it's definitely like, yeah, it's still there. I can stand on it. But the coffee falls right on through. Does it? Not visually. The hell? Okay, some of the coffee falls through. I think what might be happening wondering if it's just not updating the visuals. Arsh, what's up? WFC is taking a little long to create. Yeah. Is it just a visual thing? Or are the bodies actually... No, it can't just be visual, seeing as I can stand on it. Alright, so there's the player. There's the coffee cup. So right there. And it has a bunch of coffee. Wait. I think this is the body that it's attached to. Right, and if I can see that there, I just flip this around. Funnily enough, I've gone like 3 or 4 implementations now. Marka, you need to just make the game. Yeah, the backing body isn't having its thingamajig updated. It's not actually getting its position and rotation updated. Weirdly enough. I guess maybe it's not being synchronized. Yeah, it's not actually being like synchronized or something. But it shouldn't. It doesn't have to be synchronized though, because that's not the body we use for rendering. This is literally just so. The hell? This is so weird. Actually, hang on. I don't think this is gonna change anything, but if this doesn't do what I want it to, I'll probably make the backing body dynamic. Yeah, what if I make it dynamic? And basically just tell it to have no gravity. Bad. Because I guess it doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense to constrain two fixed bodies to one another. Invalid entity or entity ID doesn't exist. What? that consistent? Lost the device. Cool. Really fucking stable engine. Yeah, it's happening consistently now. The hell? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Because now it's trying to synchronize it with some kind of entity, but it doesn't have one. What the hell? Wait, okay, what the hell is that cube? Just want to see if it's there when I don't have the backing body. Hang on. I've been viewing the exact same capture every time. Are you shitting me? That is really annoying. Okay, that's the backing body. Okay. Let's switch it back to static. So I think the blue is the... I think blue cube there was the back and body. Maybe. Or maybe the gray one was. Player, whatever that is. Oh, that's the box for from the light, which is really stupid that it even has one. Okay, so I think, or maybe. Actually, maybe that's... Can I give something like just a color? Like a shape? Can I give a shape a color? Let's keep it dynamic. Because I think if it's dynamic, it will actually have like a color associated with it. Instead of just being boring gray. Yeah, so there you can see that's the backing body. And it's being constrained to the coffee cup. But we want it to be the opposite way around. So I guess that. Don't know if I have to shift the actual points around as well. Might need to do that. My music's overpowering my voice. Alright, should be better now. Might have to do even more like that. Let me know if it's better. How long we're gonna stay up for today then? I don't know. We'll see. Don't really have like a hell of a lot of much time to actually get stuff done. So, and this is being a bitch. So. Whoa. I mean, they're being constrained. It's just. They're just being constrained. The worst was when song climaxes happened. Yeah. So a fixed constraint. Like, you can see it's clearly doing roughly what I want. It's just, it's constraining this body to there, whereas I want the opposite. And I'm not sure why. Like, it might be because maybe it does it based on which body is dynamic versus which one's static. Because we might have to make the backing body static and the cup dynamic. Possibly. I think that might actually be what's happening here. Because no matter what I change, it's always the dynamic body being constrained to the static one. Yeah, I think that's what's going on here. Yeah, you see, it sets the anchor based on whether it can be kinematic or dynamic. Oh, and it starts by checking the first body. Wait, hang on. Let me double check that again. No, if it can't be kinematic or dynamic. So yeah, if it's static. If it's static, that makes a hell of a lot of sense. Okay. So in here, should be relatively simple fix, in theory. Here, we make this dude static. Like that. And then we'll have to make the cup walls be dynamic. And hopefully that will work and be stable enough. Hey, hello. It's glitching out, and I think I lost all the coffee. Now, why does the coffee just... hang on. We have some coffee in it. And then I move and they no longer do the thing. And of course, jumping screws it up. What if I make them kinematic? Then it's just all sorts of screwed. Yeah, you can see it doesn't actually like 1 day, 6 hours and 37 minutes. Damn. They just go straight through this, dude. Oh, yep, call. What's up? Hang on, I don't think I can hear you. Maybe, yep, hang on, 1 second. Wrong, okay, now I should hear you. Yeah,
Hello?
there we're good. All right, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yep. I can hear you.
Peter.
I can hear you.
Hey. Hello? Man, what is going
Now
on?
you should be able to hear me.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Okay, Discord changed my audio devices.
It felt like you were actually speaking to me from Sweden, not like through Discord. Like your audio was actually like audibly
Yeah,
getting to me from Sweden.
Yeah, I put on some wireless headset or headphones, and it was picking up audio there.
Hey, it's perfect. What you have on stream right now, right?
Yeah.
Can you click on the player? Can you click on the player? What's it called? Oh wait, I'm watching stream, which is like.
Hang on, I'll share my screen so you can see it a bit faster.
Okay, and then on the player, can you double click on the animation controller asset itself? Can you use Tracy to find out why you have like 3 milliseconds of a frame per second? Because I don't have Tracy installed, and there's something very wrong with this thing. Because like the entire thing just tanks basically, and I'm using it to set up the root motion stuff right now, and basically can't without it.
Yeah.
But yeah, the animations took maybe like 30 minutes to make, and then it's taken already this much, like as long to just get them back into Hazel.
Yeah. Okay, so it doesn't actually have any. But yeah, it's really slow there.
And then as soon as you close it, it's fine. So it's somewhere, I think, default and default asset editors or something like that. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't look like it's doing anything like super heavy.
Is there a profile function on this?
There's not in here right now. Profile funk.
Because I mean, Tracy would be able to tell you exactly what's taking forever, right?
As long as we add everything, like all of the profile funk calls, it should be fine. Yeah. There, and let's also do the profile scope there. I almost have the cup carrying working, with a constraint. The problem is that the coffee falls out. Ah, crap! Hang on. The coffee falls out. As soon as
Is
you
that
move.
just a current problem because we don't have an actual like asset for it, or is it like a problem that's gonna persist even if we have a mesh collider thing?
I don't know. Is the thing. Okay, let's take a look here. Let's have it open. Connect. Stop. It's calling. Hang on. It's this function here that's taking just an eternity. And it's being called 4 times, which isn't
Once
helping.
for every animation.
Yeah. And each one's taking 27 milliseconds when we have profiling enabled. What on earth in here would take that long?
I know you're getting that skeleton asset, like in there. And I also saw that yesterday you guys like hacked some stuff together, right, to make my animation work.
Sort of.
Because I know this was not an issue before.
Thank you, Brad B, for subscribing.
Unless it's also just some stuff that like 0x was working on and it recently became an issue. But I know that you definitely used to be able to have the asset editor open and no problems.
I'm wondering if it's constructing these strings. Because that could be slow. Because each of these would result in a heap allocation every single frame. Hang on.
And so if you have a static string like that, it won't declare it every single frame?
No, it will only do it once. It will statically initialize it.
Just when you build the engine, right?
No, like when you run it for the first time, it will just like construct it once, basically. Thank
but
you,
then you need to do
Melly,
that for every of the strings because there's
for subscribing.
4 of them in there, I think.
Yeah, but if we do this, it will sort of show at least if it made a difference. Because here they were like, oh, let's see, what's the mean time? That's not where you check the mean time. Statistics. 26 milliseconds is the mean time. So if we discard and reconnect, and we go and we just open it up and let it profile for a bit and stop. Statistics. Mean is 24 milliseconds, so it went down by 2, I think. Now,
didn't it go up by 4?
No, I think it was 26 on mean time. Okay. But like we can try this for like all of them and see, because if that makes a difference, then yeah, it's the strings. So do T0. Oh. Because yeah, it's definitely slow. It's also possible that UI property copies this, but it shouldn't, realistically. T0.
I mean, you never know. The last person to touch those functions was me, like a couple of weeks ago. So
Calls help
no, it's
marker.
a const sharp pointer, right? Const sharp pointer.
Yeah, but we do copying unnecessarily in a lot of places in UI properties and stuff like that. It's not great that what we've done there. Might need some rework. But all right, let's see here. Reconnect. Stop.
It's a lot better, I think. At least visually it seems better, but maybe not entirely.
I mean, the mean time seems to have actually gone up a bit. But if you don't do any profiling and we just do this. Yeah, no, it's that wasn't it.
That wasn't it.
No, there's something else in here.
No, it's just better than mine, but I have, I think, 8 animations in mind.
Yeah. I'm wondering if
So
it ends up like.
My guess, it's getting the skeleton asset itself that takes a while.
Thing is, though, that
But
shouldn't
we
be
don't do that
slow.
for every animation, right?
We do it for any animation that's open. Actually, hang on. So where do we get the actual?
They should all have the same skeleton asset.
Yeah, we just get the skeleton once. And it's
once
outside. Yeah, but
it's
outside of the scope. Because it's inside.
I wish it was like a debugger, but for like profilers.
Yeah.
2 seconds to find it.
What does get animation asset do? It
ensure valid animation.
it just returns the animation asset. That's not gonna be heavy at all. Is it just like
I mean, it can't be get property asset with conversion, right?
Yeah, we use that elsewhere. And it's fine.
Yeah, I know, which is why it'd be weird. Like, there's something specific to this code. So it's got to be, like, animation-only stuff.
Yeah. Mikael, thank you so much for subscribing.
If you added profile functions to those get root, rotation, extraction, mask, and stuff like that, would that work?
I can add it, like, in them. Just do HZ profile. Except the thing is that shouldn't be
That's
slow.
just a member variable. Like, that can't be slow.
Yeah, that's not slow. I'm wondering, I mean, 0x is copying translation mask and translation extract. They're like 3s. So, but that's still not like a ton.
There's something just catastrophically wrong in this function.
Yeah. Oh, I see why he's copying. Because you can't. This doesn't work. I've got this idea. Seeing this name.
Yeah, I kind of thought that's the thing as well.
The thing is, we don't have any names set, but I know with scripting, if you have strings, it can sometimes serialize basically the null terminator character every time you serialize, meaning you can actually end up with several megabytes worth of data in a string, and like most of it is just null termination characters.
Yikes.
So
you're gonna try and set the names and see if the performance goes up?
I mean,
there's only
I can
4
try.
animations, right?
Yeah. Thing is, though, that actually seemed kind of fast. But if I just blah. That doesn't seem to be helping it. It actually seems to be making it worse. Okay, hang on a minute.
I mean, it needs to be closed. It serializes on close, so that doesn't count until you close it.
So I closed one of them, and it went up. Like... Now it's fast. Now it's blazingly fast. We expand one of them, and still seems all right.
Because the strings don't get serialized immediately, right? It's only on close that they get serialized. Isn't that how it works?
I mean, it would have to store them regardless, because like otherwise they wouldn't exist. Name theirs empty all of a sudden.
Yeah, you never put one in there. Yeah.
But yeah, it's still very slow.
Very slow.
It's doing some weird thing in here.
Like something really weird. But the thing is, this could be a bug with our engine that's just never been exposed for some reason.
I'm just gonna step through here. See, like, because if it takes, I don't know, I might not be able to. Yeah.
Feel it, yeah. You probably wouldn't be able to feel it.
I think is it this? Yeah. I mean, it is doing a copy there.
Wait, is it only if open, or is
Yeah,
it
it's
above
only
it
if
as
it's
well?
open.
Only if open, yeah.
If it's not open, it's fine. It's getting metadata from, but that's where's
Wait.
that from?
Okay.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold your horses. Why is this lambda doing a copy? This lambda is copying everything. Because it's taking stuff in by value. But because it's an equal, it's not like an explicit, like I, for an example. Wait. What if I make that a reference? Just in theory, because in theory, what's happening there is that's literally copying everything from animation controller editor, like all of the data, everything.
Yikes.
If I remember lambda syntax correctly, because that would be bad.
Sorry for taking you away from whatever you were doing when I called you.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
But I really do need this.
It's still slow.
Still slow?
Yeah. What on earth could be causing it to be this level of slowness? Like, from what I can tell, it's not doing anything special.
So we know it's. I mean, that doesn't really give us anything.
Alright, and
Let's
since
see,
that
what do
didn't
we
make
know?
any
We know
difference,
that
we'll just...
closing each tab makes it faster. Opening a tab makes it slow.
I mean, yeah.
There's a name which is empty. There's a name which is empty. There's an animation asset. There's an animation index. There's a loop. There's a root translation extract, root translation mask, root rotation extract, and then root rotation mask. And that's it. And all of that is in a property reference grid, whatever that's called.
Because I'm like, it doesn't make any sense for it to be that slow if it's not the lambda copying things.
Okay.
And I'm not seeing anything logged. What's the cost of get mesh source? Someone asked. Where are we doing that?
Get mesh source. No, it's pretty quick. In the lambda, I think. Property asset reference with conversion, animation asset mesh source. But that's not being called. That's only if anyway.
Yeah. Bottom. No, okay, so this doesn't happen unless you actually change something. So that's fine. Like, I can have that there, and as long as I don't actually modify anything, it won't happen.
It would not take us that long to comment out one one code block at a time to see what the reason is.
I mean, yeah, like, to be fair, I can just
This is the way to do it because I have it open
yoink.
as well. We can just go. You go from the top. I'll go from the bottom and see what happens.
So I commented out like everything from the bottom up to the animation index property. So basically all properties, because I want to know if they're the ones causing the problems, or if it's prior to it. It's the properties. Something about the properties is causing slowness.
Okay.
So comment that out, and I'll comment out.
I'm starting from the bottom. Rotation mask.
Okay, I'll just do it from the top. So I'll comment out animation index.
This is what it looks like to be looking for a needle in a haystack.
Yes, I can't comment out animation index itself. I just comment out the property. The thing is, properties shouldn't be expensive unless they're badly written. Like some things getting copied.
I recently changed properties, which I
yeah,
might be
but
the one to blame for all of this.
I feel like you would have to try very hard. Wait, what? I found it.
What is it?
It's the animation index.
Animation index?
What the hell? That doesn't even... That's just a number. How is that slow? Because if I bring that back now... Because everything else is uncommented. I just commented out animation index and it was good.
Wait, that's mesh source get animation count.
What does that do?
If runtime return... no, runtime return animation size.
Yeah.
Else get editor asset manager, get file system path. Asset mesh importer path, importer get animation count. Why is that so
we have
slow,
an asset, we get the count -1. Otherwise, we pass in 0. Now, what's that parameter? That's the max value. No, that's the min. Yeah, no, that's the max value. Right? And we don't even pass in.
We have to read the file every time.
Wait, what?
We're opening the mesh source file every single time.
Hang on, where is it doing that though?
In get animation count.
What?
So mesh source get animation count, right?
What
that
the
would return.
What the?
We're opening the file every single time.
Why? That's
so
okay. That's not good. Because this is gonna import the mesh every single frame.
And then check it.
Okay. I imagine 0x had some sort of reason for this. But realistically, just return this. Because importer get animation count is like... Or at the very least, cache the result. Because I imagine animations gets resized even in edit mode, right?
Well, yeah, like you could update the animation while having the editor open, so it needs to be aware of that somehow.
Hang on. All right, what I'm gonna do... So this would explain the slowness. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a breakpoint here and I'm gonna step into it and see what mAnimations.size is. And I'm gonna rewrite that slightly so that it will only read the file once if it already has a... And like, it will check.
Well, it can just open it once when you first open the thing, because you're never gonna change the number of animations while having that editor open.
Yeah.
And if you do, it's fair enough to close it and try again.
Yeah. So let's step into get animation count. step in here.
Yeah, so you see this
size 5.
This
So it clearly
Right.
knows that the size is correct. I don't know if this is Jan's code or if it's 0x's code.
Can you blame it?
Possibly.
Because maybe there's like, but I feel like if there was a weird reason to do that, somebody would have like left a note there in the code, right? Like, hey, don't.
Yeah.
I know this is dumb, but keep it for some reason. But it's actually like the engine is unusable the way it is right now.
Yeah, like obviously using the animation controller editor doesn't like it's not something you can do.
Because every frame you open it, the number of animations you have it in there.
Yeah, so this would end up doing it 4 times every single frame. So every
For
frame
you.
we would read it
And
for.
I have 8 animations.
Yeah, so for you it's like 8 times every frame.
That's ridiculous.
That's not good. Where's this file? Renderer mesh. Would be so fun if it's blamed to Jan. Line
Don't
118.
rush because he recently like it could be authored to him, but it might be just a merge, you know.
So it did say it was part of this commit. Animations are now back. So he did do some animation stuff on it.
Yeah, I mean, is that it?
This is it. It used to be. Well, actually, hang on.
No.
No, it's this.
Yeah,
I think.
animation count. Yeah, return 0. So it just had a return 0.
Not animations.science here because we may not have actually loaded the animations yet.
Yeah.
But
so probably it just needs to take a bool this function that says first time opening, get it from disk, otherwise return thing, right?
I mean, this isn't a hard thing. You just do if animation's empty. Do this because I would assume.
The thing is,
when is animations.size actually like populated? Like when is it inserted into reserve as a mesh importer? It is like and we're just constructing it, which does, and then we call it get animation count. Which does that. Right? So deserialize from asset pack, that's not what we want. Import animations, which has that commented out. Import to mesh source, but that's also that import to mesh source reserves. So I don't see how M animations at this point would not have anything in it. Oh, we do it in get animation too if we don't. Oh, but that's only if I don't have a skeleton.
Which that's okay because you do it once and you're gonna have a skeleton, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you're giving a pointer, so that's okay. Thing is, what's gonna happen if there are no animations? It's a skinned skeleton, right? It's a mesh and a skeleton, but no animation whatsoever.
Yeah.
This is still gonna run every time, right?
Yeah, because it's gonna try and, it's still gonna load the file. It just won't get a count, like it will just get a count of 0 basically.
Right, but it's still gonna be loading a file, and then if you have I don't know, 10 empty animations, right? They're empty. It's still gonna load the file 10 times, isn't it?
Yeah.
So then, like, the problem persists if
Yeah.
it's a empty thing. So how do we handle it?
I mean, you start by checking, okay, do we have animations? Well, I don't know, because, like, I could be wrong about this, but when I stepped into this function, M animations was set. Like, we had a valid size. It was set to 5, which is correct.
Right. Wait,
So,
this handles what the problem that we have now. Like what you wrote will handle it now. I'm just thinking for another case, right? Say I'm making an asset and I have a skeleton and I have a mesh, but I don't have any animations. Like I haven't animated anywhere at all. And so
yeah.
I import it to Hazel. I open the animation editor. Say I forgot about my animations. That's still gonna be going to file every single time, isn't it?
Yeah, which is
Like the
why,
code
like,
that you.
this function shouldn't do anything like this in the first place. Like,
Yeah.
it's a getter. It should just return the value, and if the value is 0, then it's 0. It's up to some other code path to actually initialize it. Which is why I'm like, from what I can tell, right now for our case, this works. Animation
You know,
size is set,
yeah.
so why
What's it
not?
called? Just I think just move this code block just once above when you open the editor. Just once. When you open the editor. Like that's a fair enough thing to do, I think.
Yeah, we can do that.
But it shouldn't be once per animation that you have.
Yeah, and I'll talk to Jan about that function because that's not good.
That's I mean, yeah.
Where do
That's
we get?
pretty.
Problem is we get the animation here, but we have state
No,
because
that's okay.
we
Just
do it.
over here somewhere, yeah.
Okay, you know what? Actually, I think I have an idea. Wait, because even if we move it up here, that's not actually gonna fix it.
Yeah, because that's still number of states.
Yeah, and it kind of has to be since the state has the animation asset, and we get it from we get the animation count from the animation asset.
Uh-huh.
You know what? Actually, no, we get it from the mesh source.
What's it called? How does Hazel work right now, right? So I just changed my animations. I go to my mesh source. I update the mesh source. That should be when it does it. That's it.
Yeah.
Never again.
Yeah.
Never again. It should never do it again. Let alone do it like this on a hot path like this several times per frame.
You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm not gonna remove the old code. I'm just gonna comment it out. And for now, do this so it's not slow. And I'm gonna leave a to-do. Talk to Jan/Xerox about this. It's really bad to load the animation or the file every single time we need a single property from it. Like that's not like this. I'm suspecting like either this was some pre-written code and Jan simply copied it in. Like maybe it was left over from the old system or something, or he was really tired. Because I refuse to believe that he would not know that this would load the file.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to defend Jan in this case, I think.
Yeah. It's like that's the kind of
I could write code like this and like get away with it probably, like without knowing that that would go to file. Even though async mesh importer, like I know that's what we use for importing meshes. Like
Yeah.
even I know that, so I don't
So
know.
if I now just now it's fast.
Yeah,
Because we're not feeding
well,
in the thing
as you'd
everything.
expect it to be.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay.
Can you push that?
I can.
Yeah, and hopefully I should have. I had it open the entire time. Hopefully I should have the retranslation stuff soon. Because I'm just setting up the masks now, and then it should be done.
Yeah. Changed mesh source get animation count to not read in the file every single time you need the count. Talk to Jan or Xerox about the code. It shouldn't be what it was. All right. That's now being pushed. So, yeah. That was interesting.
You know what I love about Ludum Dare? It's Tim and Pete at 5 a.m. in the morning chats. Like that's what I do Ludum Dare for. That's the truth of it.
Pretty much, yeah. It's like because Jan always leaves like at somewhat reasonable times, right?
Yeah.
Like, well, most of the time. It's like usually it's like okay, at most 1 or 2 a.m. Whereas we're just up here like until 5 in the morning. But okay. So you can see I actually have it working where the cup is just on top of the player's head now. It's synchronizing, relatively well. The problem though, the coffee just falls through it because I had to make. Well, what I had to do is I had to make the cup walls be dynamic because of how Jolt kind of deals with like constraining two bodies together. It will basically constrain a dynamic body to a static body, which means the cup cannot be static.
Before I do anything else, I'm gonna make a quick cup. I think it's 3 centimeters that the walls have to be, right?
At most, yes. Or well, it can't be smaller.
It can't be smaller. Okay. Right.
But the thing is, I was actually gonna have a look at that because I'm wondering if the walls are too small for the coffee, so like they phase through it effectively. I'm also gonna change the coffee to use continuous collision detection, because that might help it. But if I just take this dude and I make the wall thicker, like actually thick, like that, because I just want to see like, because I'm pretty sure they're just way too thin. Considering like the scales we're dealing with and movement and all of that. Let's just do this. And let's take the container and shift all the bodies over there. I'm pretty sure they still fell right through it. Well, there's some coffee, and then I move, and they seem to fall through the actual like bottom of the cup. Let's just make it like 0.1 there.
Okay, so I'm making a cup that's got roughly 4 centimeter walls, I think.
Yeah. Let's just make this thicker and wider. I want to see if this actually does cause issues still. Yeah. It seems to still be like very not great.
I mean, the way we're doing it right now is kind of dumb in the first place, I think. Because rather than colliding with one collider, it has to collide with 4 different ones, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be an optimization just to have one mesh collider in there for sure. That's containing it. And I think for integrity wise, there's no gaps in between the mesh collider, you know?
Yeah.
Like the integrity of the collider is going to be better. But
let's see here. If I just do this and I take all of the coffee, why do I not have my transform tool? You know what? I'm just gonna do this. I try and get them sort of centered up. That just messed up stuff. And what if I just make it really big and really thick? And then I just move the coffee up a bit to like there. What will this do? Still fall through? Oh, actually. Hang on. They actually cause the body to just be bounced, which means that they just spill out that way.
what's their weight? Their weight is not shouldn't be a kilogram, right? That's pretty heavy for a coffee bean.
Yeah, they 2.01. And then I just have to get a yeah.
Well, that didn't cause it to bounce, so because otherwise that's what, like 100 kilograms falling on the player's
Yeah,
head.
it's quite a lot.
It's the simple things like.
So all right, if I then did not want to do that. I wanted to. So if I just shrink this down to like that, bring it up so it's not like.
You can parent it to a bone and then it'll follow it directly. I don't know how physics plays with that, but
it doesn't.
You can do that. It
yeah,
doesn't.
physics doesn't.
That would be awesome.
It's like, come on. Stop giving me non-functional. Yeah, okay, so they don't fall through it. Again, did not want to duplicate that. I just wanted the single cube. Why is it duplicating the entire setup? My man. It's duplicating
double check
the
that
whole
you don't
thing.
have anything else selected. Right? No, you don't.
Yeah, I don't. All right, you know what? Unparent cup.
I think maybe parented. Yeah, parented.
Because if I now take cube and I duplicate, it still duplicates the coffee setup. What? That's a bug. Because I'm basically going to have to break the prefab link here to get it working.
Which is not difficult to do.
Yeah, but let's just go and drag out the coffee prefab again. Where is it? Coffee setup. And I think it was parented to the player. Let's maybe just do it out here. Okay, how is it that I remove the prefabness of it? I basically have to remove the prefab component, yeah?
No. You can just change the prefab ID to like just move it up by one number.
Okay. Yeah, because that will make it invalid. So, yeah, so that was
Yeah.
a 4 previously, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes. So let's make it a 5. Because now, if I...
But now you can't duplicate it, remember? But you can just Control C, Control V. Like that's fine, I think.
No.
It's just duplicating.
Control C, Control V doesn't do anything. We don't have that.
Then yeah, remove the prefab component.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do a thing where I, first of all, yeah, I can just remove it. You're no longer prefabs.
Demoted.
Exactly. Let's change this to 0.01 so it doesn't cause the entire thing to just die. And then delete the previous prefab. Recreate it. Delete that. Drag it out.
Oh.
Parent it to the player. Let's see, do they still have their... Yep, good, they're still connected. Oh, they didn't immediately fall through, but they do when I walk. Okay. I have a potential way of dealing with this. We create a fixed constraint for the coffee beans, just like we did for the walls. Well, I don't know, like, because I kind of don't want to do that because we end up having to do a lot more like state checking for like if we want to spill the coffee beans. Because like, yeah, they should spill out if you move too roughly, but you know, they shouldn't spill out just because you walk forward. That just screwed up the rotation. Thank you, Hakai and Herodil, for subscribing. Okay, so we have some coffee. We walk, and they just disappear. Yeah, that's very annoying how that happens. I'm just gonna try using a fixed joint. I don't know that that's... Yeah, that's... Like, it works, obviously, but it's not gonna do quite what we want. Because now, like, they don't fall down.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd have to remove the constraint if we want them to spill. I don't know, this whole mechanic is not something that we can feasibly implement in time, I don't think. Unless there's like a constraint that I can use that will let them fall down, but not like... Which I don't think there is like a constraint like that. Cone constraint. I don't know, like using constraints on the coffee beans is not really what we want though, because that way if we do that they can't fall out ever. Like we can never spill it.
And I think hacking it together will like take away integrity from like the physics simulation.
Yeah, like what if I just beef up the walls?
Why is this so weird?
Because now I think they're falling through the walls, not the actual like bottom. Literally just make it the beefiest cup ever. It's basically a sink. All right. Oh wow, you can actually bounce on the coffee beans.
What do you mean bounce on?
If you end up standing on the coffee beans, you just bounce up very high. Okay, so the coffee beans are now in the cup, and they just fall out. Yeah. It's not gonna matter how beefy walls we have.
To be honest, but we're not gonna do it that way. Give it a shot. I'm about to push like a mesh.
Yeah.
Like a coffee mesh. So just give it a shot and see how that goes. Maybe it's gonna be different, you know?
I hope so.
Let me see.
How will they be falling through the colliders?
Static mesh, right? And I'll generate colliders.
Yeah. Just that they're so small or something. I think part of the problem is that the walls are not being moved in a physics-based manner. Like they're moved by a constraint, meaning they effectively just have their position set.
We can't actually see mesh colliders. Did you know that?
I did not.
Mesh colliders don't get rendered at all.
Probably.
Or like the debug version.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I will say, I'm gonna give this a try. I doubt it's gonna work for the simple reason that we're using a constraint to move the cup. Because I'm fairly sure that a constraint, like a fixed constraint, basically means that the cup doesn't get moved in like a physics-based manner, right? Which means that it might just be ignoring most collisions.
Yeah.
But I'll still give it a go.
Actually, I added the coffee cup so you can pull and check it out.
I've been doing this wrong. I've been interpreting the constraint as a distance constraint and adding it that way, whereas it is a fixed constraint. That's a problem. But okay, let's see. Fetch. So asset registry. Okay. Yep. No merge conflicts, please. I know there's gonna be some. Yep. Of course, it's the asset registry.
Not even a conflict. It's just in a disk.
That's just grab it in that case. All right. Let's give it a run. But yeah, so I was actually telling Jolt this is a distance constraint when I was adding it, but it is supposed to be a fixed constraint. So I'm wondering if that...
What's the difference, I guess?
Distance constraint, it will basically try to keep them at a distance, but it will allow some movement between them. Whereas a fixed constraint is just literally like a parenting hierarchy. Like, it is fixed. It will never move it beyond it. Okay, so you have the cup mesh. Is it coffee?
Should be just in yeah, coffee.
All right.
And then if you try hitting Control P, you won't see the collider for it because...
Yeah.
Well, because it doesn't have a collider, but also because mesh colliders don't show up.
Oh. Yeah, like obviously it's still not showing up. It will show up if I give it a play though. Then we should. No, it will. It will show up in here in the Jolt viewer. Although, you know, it may or may not be anywhere I can see.
Yeah.
How
do I open this, by the way, this editor that you opened?
View recent physics capture.
Okay. And it'll just play the last one?
Yeah. And then you also have the physics captures in the same window. And that will just give you a list of all physics captures and you can clear them. I would like to...
And clearing them deletes them off disk, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And what happens if you restart the engine? Are they still going to be there? Is it reading from like a set directory? Okay, cool.
It will. Yeah, it just goes through like the directory.
Okay, cool.
All right. So we will add a mesh collider, a rigid body dynamic, and a fixed joint to the player. Let's save and then hit play. The coffee left. But what does it actually look like? Oh, I see.
It's convex, concave, whichever one, right?
Well, no. We want basically the complex collision, because otherwise the cups can't be or the coffee beans can't be in it. The other problem is elevation, because the moment that this starts simulating, the cup teleports up, but the beans are below. So they just won't go into it.
Right.
But I think the problem here is that if I set use complex as simple,
this only works for statics.
Yep.
Is it just because that's too expensive?
Yeah, well, it's a limitation of Jolt and most physics engines, like, because they're too expensive to compute full-on collisions with. Although Physics 5 actually managed to do it via, like the CUDA cores on an NVIDIA GPU, but that's, you know, not what we want. Where's the player? Here. Yeah, and you can see now we don't even have a physics shape for
Yeah.
for it. So that's a problem. So it effectively means, yeah, you can see they just fall on top and lay on top.
Yeah.
And then, you know, we walk away and they just fall off.
I mean, this sucks.
Yeah. We need this game mechanic. We don't strictly need... I'm wondering if there's a way for us to hack this and kind of make it look like you're
That's
spilling
what I'm
beans.
thinking towards, yeah.
Because I'm wondering if you have, say, a cup model and you have a couple of different levels of coffee modeled into that model, then as you lose coffee, we could, you know, change the mod. I don't know. Can we change the model through code at runtime?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good.
You can just
Because
destroy a prefab and instantiate a new one.
yeah, okay. Because we could just do that, and then when you lose coffee,
That,
obviously we would spawn some coffee particles, like from the top of the coffee mug.
right, which probably is gonna be cheaper to do anyway, right?
It is, and it's still gonna give the illusion that you are spilling coffee from the mug. It's not gonna look like, you know, oh, I got shot and now there's coffee spilling out of me.
Yeah, but the thing is, the main thing that we wanted to do is like have physics simulation do it.
Yeah. Would have been cool.
Yeah.
Sadly, it's like...
I mean, we all got Nvidias, right? You could just take advantage of the CUDA cores and write
just
the simulation algorithm, can't you?
just
Easy.
slap in physics 5 real quick.
Yeah, just real quick, you know, we got what?
A day.
We got still 29 hours before the
Yeah.
submission day. Like, surely, Peter.
Yeah. uh but yeah, I think we're gonna have to simplify things, unfortunately.
That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it will still look cool, I guess. Just not as cool.
Yeah.
But I guess
But
it's
to be
something.
honest, we have the potential to make it look pretty nice as well, I think.
Yeah.
What was I doing?
But yeah, that's the way to go forward. Still needed the fixed constraint though, so it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess technically we didn't, but because we could just, you know, add the player set the translation of the cup every frame. I guess I can at least take all right, spawn particles, coffee particles from the cup when hit, plus switch out cup mesh to reflect coffee level.
Hey, Peter, you're like a root motion pro now, aren't you?
Well, I don't know about that. How come?
Because, like, I added the animations, but I don't know, like, maybe I did them wrong or something, but in theory, I was just... No, you know what? Maybe I did add them wrong. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna try something and then I'll get back to you if anything.
Yeah, sounds cool. All right. So I'm probably gonna like make it so, like work on like actually getting hit and losing coffee levels. Um, like just spawning like the particles and stuff like that. But are you going to end up making like the cup mesh like have different levels of coffee then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll probably do that first thing tomorrow, if that's
Yeah,
all
that's
right.
all right. Because I assume like the tent is done and stuff, right?
I need to texture, but yeah, it's done.
Yeah. Okay. Because then I can
How
just
many different levels do you think we're gonna have?
Are we gonna have multiple levels?
Of coffee, I mean. No, of coffee.
Oh, coffee. um. So I guess we probably want like a decent amount so that we can still like decrease the level even if you just get hit once. Because if we only have, say, we only have 5 levels of coffee, you obviously.
Wait. Hold up. Sorry for interrupting. But do we even need a prefab to do this? We could just have a coffee level entity in there, right? That's a static mesh that's
Oh,
parented to some other mesh,
we
the
could scale
scale of
it.
which just changes, yeah. I
Oh
mean, I
yeah,
can make the coffee things as well, but I feel like that's going to be a cleaner approach without destroying and creating entities needlessly.
yeah, because we can literally like, if we have the cup like this, and we
If
have.
you have thick walls of a cup, then you can have a collision like inside, like the coffee will be entering the cup and you won't really know about it, because the cup will be rendering in front, whatever.
Hang on. So we have a cube. Scale it down so it fits like inside. Because I'm thinking we do this. We give this.
Your thing is not on. I don't know if you're showing me something.
Oh yeah. There we go. So I'm basically thinking this, right? So we have this, which looks, something like coffee. We have the parent be like the child of the actual cup.
Yep.
We can obviously move this entity down. I think if we move this child up and I scale it,
I can simplify it by making a cube that has a origin at the
yeah,
very bottom of it. So when you
yeah,
scale it down, it won't actually you won't need to move it.
yeah.
Yeah.
That would probably.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I can obviously like scale the parent, which, means it scales towards the parent's origin.
Yeah, but it's gonna be cleaner just.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's gonna take me 2 seconds to do it anyway.
Because then we can actually like smoothly decrease
but what do you
it.
think of the size of that cup? Because I kind of just eyeballed it. Is that good? Because if not, now would be a good time for me to
I'll take a look at what it looks like when we're actually playing. I don't know. Like it's small, of course, but
would you like it to be bigger? Just tell me because I have it right here.
you know what? Maybe just a. Actually, no. You know what? I think it's fine.
You think? This is like the main thing of the game.
Maybe make it slightly bigger, but not by much. I don't think.
Uniformly scaled, right?
It doesn't have to be. I mean, it can be like taller than it's wide if you want.
No, but I meant like you don't want like the walls to be a certain width. I guess now it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, now it actually straight up doesn't matter. Like, because
I will make the cup be a hexagon though. I think.
Yeah, I think that might fit better with the hexagon theme. Sorry, I haven't been reading chat. What are we up to today? Trying to flush out the gameplay. Just translate. You can tell it's something, but not sure you can understand the level of coffee. Yeah, like that's why I'm having it be slightly bigger might be better. I don't know if Jan showed you, but he had like 80 gigabyte of Jolt physics captures on his drive yesterday. Yeah, I saw that. They get big fast. Like pretty much no one except for me, or like unless you're actually like debugging the physics, you should not have capture on play on. Because like I already have 5 gigs from 5 captures or 4 captures, so it's like you do not need them most of the time. You need to kinematically move the walls. Yeah, I know. Oh, hello, Darian. I could kinematically move the walls, but I still think it's gonna be slightly iffy. It's just gonna be simpler to do it this way, especially considering I can't use a constraint with a kinematic body. Actually, I can, but I think just doing this is just gonna end up being simpler, to be honest. Yeah, Darian was here at one point. I don't know if he still is.
Are you offsetting the cup, by the way, in the script when you're moving it?
No, that's not like done through script at all. It's just a constraint.
Ah, okay. Because does the origin of the cup matter to you?
No.
I mean, it would, right? You're moving something.
I mean, it doesn't technically. Well, I mean, it matters because actually, it does matter to some degree, but as long as the cup is visually above the player in edit mode, it doesn't actually matter where the origin is, because it will still be a fixed offset to that origin from the player, so the cup will still visually be in the same place.
Uh-huh.
Actually, I'm kind of wondering. I could make this better by having the coffee be parented to the player mesh. Because in that case, like this doesn't technically need a constraint in that case at all.
And then it can move with it, right?
Yeah. So if I just parent it there.
Nice. Because the animations and stuff like that. And
Um,
easy on the physics system.
Actually, I might have to parent it to like a bone, not the mesh, from the looks of it. So which bone is for the head? Is it bone this one?
It should be bone 1.
Okay.
Bone 1.
So if I take coffee and I parent it there, yeah, there you go. Now it's actually moving with them. And, that way, I don't need it to be a rigid body. It doesn't need to be a fixed joint. It does need a collider, though. Well, doesn't actually need the collider either. Yeah. And now it's like perfect. Well,
it does for the coffee just to collide with it if it goes in there by chance, right? That's it.
But are we gonna have like the coffee falling out of the sky?
Well, it's gonna explode out of the cup, right?
Well, yeah, but like we can basically just instantiate them at like the edge of the cup, like near it, and then just apply a force outwards. Like I don't necessarily think it has to kind of come out of the cup, like very obviously, because like I don't know if most people will notice that. As long as we just have like a general coffee coming out of a general up direction.
Nah, I feel like the way to do it is to make it like obvious, but I guess that's already a stylistic thing. It doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, I actually really like the way this looks because the coffee
I like
wobbles.
it as well because it like jiggles. Yeah.
Yeah.
You actually you can tell the animation because of it.
That's great. But yeah, we can definitely like tweak it as we go, and like if we want it to be like collidable, shouldn't be too difficult to set up. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I believe it should look like Starbucks cup. Maybe.
Let's just have a quick look. I might make it bi-color because that's what we need.
There we go. Bronze sleeve and everything. All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Right. So when do we want the coffee to spill out? Like when the player gets hit. And
when the I'm not sure when else.
It's like when you get hit by, an enemy bullet, I think that makes, a lot of sense. Oh wait, hang on. I just forgot, I completely forgot that we need to be able to put the cup down. That shouldn't be too difficult to do, though. I don't think. Considering I can just mimic the setup of the previous one. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can get it working with putting it on its head, like on the bone. I mean, considering the simple shape of the cup right now, we could probably just use a box collider for when it's on the ground, I'm thinking.
Why do we need a box? Why do we need a collider?
Well, if you're gonna be able to put the coffee down on the ground, then
surely we'll make it a trigger in the area of the cup. You don't have to actually be colliding with the cup, though.
Well, no, it's just like when the cup is on the player's head, it doesn't have a collider or anything like that.
Right.
But when you put it down, what we do is basically just move, like we make it into a physics body with, well, I don't know actually if that's gonna be quite that good, or if it should just effectively plop down, like we effectively just do a ray cast down to the ground, get the position, then move it there. I don't know. I'm gonna go make some noodles real quick.
Okay. Noodles?
Noodles.
Noodles, okay.
I've basically been living off noodles for the most part.
Let's go.
Okay. Here's an idea. It still leaves the physics system as a hidden rigid body balancing on the head of the player. We can have it constrained by some hidden detection. That's
Starbucks cup idea.
I like that.
Don't you guys need to sleep at some point? Yeah, but Peter's in Sweden, so he only woke up a couple of hours ago. But yeah, for me, it's getting.
Yeah, I don't know.
late
It's
or
an
early,
interesting
depends on how you look at it.
idea,
In fact, the countdown hour, right? The jam ends in the top left corner. It
but I don't
says
know if we have
days and
time
then
for
hours,
it.
right? So the days is
So yeah,
like 24.
I'll make some
right? That's
noodles.
the
I'll
amount
be
of
back in
time
a
I'm
bit. I'll
definitely gonna
switch
keep
to
working
the
from.
starting soon
And then a
screen, but
diminishing
I'm just taking a
number in
break.
front of the
In
days
fact, I'll
is the
change
amount
it
of
to
time
just
I'm
taking a break.
possibly
So
gonna
yeah,
sleep.
see ya.
So yeah, it's a bit dramatic. Starbucks coffee idea. I don't know. I don't really like it just because it's like advertisement for Starbucks. Like, you know, probably just put like Studio Cherno logo and make it Cherno Bucks coffee or whatever. But the only thing that we could steal is like the actual like color design of Starbucks coffee cups. We could do that. So did this actually work? We have coffee and a coffee cup. Excellent. Mesh. And I think we. Okay, so I need to export one at a time. What I really need to do is fix the square part. I mean, that worked, right? Cool, and now I think what should happen if you scale it, it should go down uniformly. Yes. Excellent. Okay. Let's just temporarily add some materials to it. Huh. They already exist. Very true. Café Cherno à la crème. Oui, oui, c'est ça. And Mary Cherno. I kind of like that. That's funny. Okay, wait. I'll send Peter a message. I guess he's just gonna get back anyway. Oh, he only gets back, so it's fine. What I'm about to do is try and go. Yes, I have to go fix my animation, which is probably my fault that it's broken. Right, so what we're gonna need to make sure is that go to my animation. Is that when I look at where's my placement? So run left, for example, right? What I need to make sure is that each bone has an X location. That's exactly the same as this one here, which I can easily check just by going to this. I hope if I do that, then this problem will be fixed. Hello, Harsh. I'm gonna butcher the last name. Hello, Harsh. How are you? Location.
Alright, I'm back. That's the wrong screen. It's this one. All right, I'm back.
Hey, so I pushed to the wrapper a coffee cup and coffee. I made a prefab out of it. That
Okay.
already has a hierarchy.
Yep.
So, and the origin is set correctly, so you should be able to just scale coffee, and it'll be like just scaling down. You don't need to move.
Yeah. All right. So delete the existing coffee static mesh. Or do I just
prefab? There's a prefab there, but yeah.
Okay.
It's up to you. You can just take a look at the prefab and figure it
Yeah.
out from there. Whether you want to take the prefab or delete the static mesh.
I mean, I can just let this override, to be honest. Alright, well, let's give it a go. Harsh, what's up? Peter's staying up completely. Staying completely BP is kind of hard. Well, damn. So, coffee cup. Oh, I like it.
And so I made it ready for texturing, and I might add a texture to it later.
Yeah. And the origin is at the bottom, so nice. I like it. So bone 01. Coffee setup. Okay, I'm gonna need to stop the animation. I can actually position this. Let's just have it like close enough there. All right. And this, still works. Yeah, I like it. All right. And then we need to be able to place it down as well. But that's pretty good. I like it. So I'll probably start working on. First of all, make sure we can place it down. Because like, what do you think is the best option here? Like, if I press B, should it kind of like teleport to the side and then fall down as a rigid body? Or do we just play the animation for picking up and dropping down and just effectively teleport just the mesh and stuff down?
Best thing I think I can think of is like have a procedural animation that's always the same, where it's like a force is applied to it up, like a tiny force. It just like kind of pops off your head a little bit,
Yeah.
And then off to the side, and then just falls down wherever it falls down. But like it just falls down straight, not tilting or anything like that. But it's almost like you tell the coffee to pop off, and it like pops off,
Yeah. I'm just trying to think about what it would look like. Because, like, two. Because this is supposed to be the basically dropping it down, right?
1 second. Yeah, well, that's just item pickup of any kind.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking is, player. Right. What I'm thinking is we press B. We effectively just go and hide the mesh by, either just setting it to not visible. We play that. Oh, that. Go back to like idle and replace the cup at the player's feet.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of how you do it. I'm not sure if that will look good, or if like
but
actually
it's like
popping it off
disappears almost, right? It just disappears.
For like a second, and then it's there, like maybe in front.
But if the player doesn't move, he won't actually see it. It'll be just right underneath him, right?
Yeah, I guess. Cause like,
because I genuinely think it would be super easy to do the animation because we have like a C# animation library, which
we do.
will make it. Yeah.
Oh, you mean the interpolation stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, but we have like proper animation, like what's it called? Well, like keyframes and stuff like that you can do.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So you could just have
true.
like a keyframe just off to the side that does like a 180 flip, right? And then a second keyframe that's down on the ground a little bit further ahead. And then that's it. It'd be low effort, and I think like if done right, it'll look pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, because we probably have. So what is it? It's like animation sequence stuff. So is it like this stuff?
Yeah, that stuff there.
And then we have.
So it's like for transforms, for anything.
Yeah. Okay.
It does need to get called an update though, like so. If place is a single call function. Then...
Yeah, but like I could just have a boolean be like
a. Start animating.
I think that would probably happen in from the player in that case, because that has the coffee and it's like might be a bit easier. We just tell it, hey, start placing the coffee.
You could also set parent to null, so it's up to you.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't even had like one look at the code like that makes up this game. So.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm gonna push the animation stuff.
Yep.
It's kind of broken. Like I don't know why, but the mesh is not the same as it is in Blender, like when it's animating side to side. Backwards works fine, but side to side, like the feet are a little bit stuffed, which may be okay because you can't really see it. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll just see what happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, because like spending a lot of time on this, and
yeah,
you gotta do some other stuff.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Oh, wait, Peter.
Yeah?
I realized why my animations... Do you remember how you said it slowed down at one point?
Yeah.
Does that still happen?
Let me check. Might be kind of hard to tell on non-flat ground. Doesn't look like it. Hang on, I'll see if I can get a different level. Yeah, like this one. Well, no. Now it's happening. Now it's just like whatever slowdown there is like C sharp basically. But the actual character isn't jittering back and forth.
Okay. Cool.
You know what it was?
Well, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I just thought that if that didn't fix it, then I had another idea for how to do it. Or what could be causing it, rather.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I've re-exported the animations. Like that's what's fixed. Like changed it a little bit because the handle types. I don't know if you've done like video editing or anything like that, but
I have.
There's like ease in and ease out, that stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas I set them to just be vector, which is you reach this like keyframe, go to the next, don't do anything fancy.
Yeah.
And so changing that, I fixed it.
Cool. All right. Okay, so the way you use this is you just add keyframes for a given value. So you give it a value, a time for when that should happen, and the type. Then you call interpolate from update, yeah?
Yeah.
And this is just like a normal interpolation to where you have, timer, you have max time, or target time, I guess. And then you do.
So the target time is handled by the animation guy.
Oh, really?
From memory, yeah. So that you see how it's protected abstract?
Yeah.
It's implemented in each instance of the class or whatever.
Yeah. So like we have the vector 3 one.
Yeah. So that takes.
That just
so you just give it a time. You just give it a time. And so what's gonna happen? You might have like 5 seconds into this animation. I want you to be here. And so it'll remember that, and you just give it a timer from the start of the animation. So you just increment a timer, and you just give it to it.
So you literally just
and then by 5th second it'll make sure that it's there. Yeah. So it's simpler. It like simplifies it and makes it.
Yeah. So literally just like add TS animation sequence interpolate, and you pass in whatever and timer.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's nice.
Yeah, like it's super simple, and it makes it really easy to do it.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
the way we do it, like the way we do it, we haven't really used it, but the 2 times that we've used it, we put entities into a scene and then just like get their transform or whatever we care about, and then set that as a keyframe like location.
Yeah.
But yeah,
what I might do is basically have this, have the keyframes basically contain the like local position that, or well, the local change in position, I guess. So for an example, I would want, you know, the first keyframe is just going to be vector 3.0 maybe, and you know, time 0 like that. But then the second one will be 2 units up from the current position. The next keyframe will apply. Actually, maybe I'm just thinking of like how you use this incorrectly. But then I could be like,
no.
2 to the right.
All you gotta do is just give it a time.
Yeah.
Like
so like, and these are in seconds, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I don't know.
And
a quarter of a second,
need, I think, as well.
It's set to linear by default.
By default. Okay.
Yeah. So like, this would go, okay, we start at 0, then we're going to move up 1 or up 2 at, you know, 0.2 seconds in. Then 0.5 seconds in, we go 2 to the right.
Yeah. You probably want an item name to be coffee cup though, right? Because coffee is the stuff inside of it. Or is this for animating the coffee out?
This is for taking the entire cup and just.
Yeah, but it's called coffee cup, right? Coffee is the child.
Yeah, but this is like this is just, you know, you're picking up the cup, and it's like you're picking up the coffee.
That's the text, right?
Yeah, it's just the text for like that shows up when you're near it.
Okay.
But yeah, let's just shift it up to, I don't know. There. Okay. Animation timer. Animate. If not, animate. Dot. There's a problem with this.
What is it?
Hang on, actually. Oh no, I'm just a dingus. I realized you call get value at a given time, and it will call interpolate for you. I thought you would call interpolate yourself. But yeah, this makes a lot more sense.
That's the thing. It's like implemented by every type.
Yeah, so you just call get value at, you know, the current time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. I like that.
Yeah, it's super clean, right? Compared to the way of actually doing it, like doing it before.
Yeah.
Like Jan wrote it like months ago, and like nobody's ever used it.
Yeah.
I used it once to like make some content for a video he was making, and that's it.
Yeah. Because then I would basically just be able to do translation plus equal that.
Yep.
God damn, that's nice. All right, if I just do if.
And no danger of doing lerping incorrect. So
Yeah.
win-win.
Exactly. If I just do K and I do animate equals true. Now, is there a way to check? Oh, so it just doesn't do anything if it just returns 0 in theory if you kind of run through the animation. Oh, I like that. Let's see.
Yeah, probably what it needs to be expanded to is to loop, like looping an option.
Yeah.
It's a list, right? So you can just go back to the first one.
Yeah.
And
that'd be cool. All right, so if I just play this and I press K, up, up, and away. Oh, I probably wanted to do this though.
yeah, nowhere but yes, yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, that went way too quick. Oh, yeah. Although,
it looks horrible, but yeah.
Goodbye. Bye, have a great time.
Because I think it's just gonna be always returning the last key.
Yeah,
that's
it
why
is.
That's happening.
Okay,
what you could do, there's a keyframe type called hold, which will hold the position.
so you might want to do keyframe type dot hold for the last one.
Well, it's more like the one after the last one, I think.
Okay.
Because you'd want to do vector 3.0.hold or whatever, right?
Yeah. Now,
I think Jan will be thoroughly impressed if this animation is like with some rotations, you know, just like a nice 180 or like 360, sorry, around one axis. Because it's super easy to do. You just like literally you put a transform in there instead of a vector 3, and that's it.
Yeah. Did I mess up? Yeah, no, it goes immediately down to 0.
Interesting.
Might be a bug with it. I mean, like, out of curiosity, like, what happens if I actually do this? If I put hold on that one. It just goes down and then off. Wait, what? Wait. What? Am I not? What is happening? Huh. I don't know. Getting some weird bugs. What if I unparent it? Oh,
That's correct, right?
promising. What if I just like move over here? Just make sure it's like correct. No. Because hang on, if I don't do this instead, I just do the unparenting. It's just gonna float there. But if I walk away, is it just gonna disappear? No. Okay, so it's my animations. So it adds. They should have added a difference, not. It seems like it's like setting it to 0 basically. Instead of like actually animating it. Okay. Here's the thing I can do to fix it. Set translation equals that plus the difference. I think. Although that probably won't quite work either, but I think it will be. It just gone. That's very strange. Ellie, no, this technically isn't part 4. It's technically part 3, because, like, in terms of, like, sessions that I've woken up and then worked. Like, the texture is nice. Yeah, they're quite good. Kamake's names is capitalized. It. So yeah, I'm not sure what's up here. There's some odd stuff happening when I move away. Now, okay. What I could do is just have this be like, all right, so this is going to be keyframe 0. That will be, hang on, let me bring back my.
I think when me and Jan have used this before, we've always used like world transforms.
Yeah.
For feeding in values.
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna do dropped translation, which is in world space. Then basically just say the next position is, 1 unit up. The one after that is gonna be to the right, but will this do what I want? Because in that case, I can probably just do that. Yeah. And now it's actually stuck there. Oh, that did exactly what I wanted. Well.
Yeah, it just has to be world space. I guess.
Yeah. Seems that way. Although, why is it going diagonally? I guess because it's not oriented according to my forward vector. Technically.
Yeah, because it's in world space, right? So if you're on an angle, it doesn't care.
But that's relatively easy to fix. Because instead of using, vector 3.right, I'll just use my transforms right axis.
Well, it could be just a random like translation altogether. It doesn't really matter where you drop the coffee, right?
I mean, yeah. Just do like a random like 3. Okay, so we went backwards-ish. It's always going in the same
I might
direction.
take a nap.
Alright. Yeah, that sounds good. You should probably do that.
No, I was just replying to chat. I want to finish some stuff before I do it.
Yeah. I mean, you should take a nap. It's like, you've been up for quite a while, I imagine.
Yeah, since 11 a.m., so nearly 24 hours.
Yeah. Okay, so it does that. Because then after it's like done animating, I think it's going way too high. Once it's like done animating, I could probably just shoot a raycast down so I know where the ground is, and then just do it to there. Yeah, anyways, I'm gonna keep working on this. I'll let you know how it goes. All right, there we go. All right, let's see. American time, woke up an hour ago. I don't know how I feel about this animation. Oh, what's up, Eddie? Good evening. How are you? From where should I start if I want to start with game development? Have an idea for a game that you want to make. It's probably a good start. And then learn some engine, like Unity or Unreal. Go from there. I don't know, like, if there's stuff like that you don't know how to do, just look it up on YouTube or find a book on like game design, read it, you know. Work is going relatively good, I think. You know, just trying to get back and like focus on what actually needs to be done here. Um, uh, I don't know. For now, I'll just do. We'll just do this. See if it works. That did not look too good. At all. I guess if the timer is greater than or equal to 0.5, let's just do if it's greater than 0.5. Is hit position in world space or nah? Why can I not move? I literally cannot move. So like if I just run over here and do this. Why is it that I can't move? Okay, just like run over here. Yeah, it's in world space. Ooh, I don't know. I kind of like that. Just gonna check a thing. That did literally nothing. I guess it could look a bit better if we actually kind of started animating it down a bit. We set that to like 0.85 roughly. And we say if it's greater than 0.75, right? So before the animation finishes, but not by much. Why did this break it all of a sudden? Like, if I just don't do this. I guess because it sets it instead of taking it as a change. Yeah. That seems to be what's happening here. So if I were to take it as like... But the thing is, taking it as a change didn't work. Basically doing this didn't actually do anything. Like, it basically did that. But I guess if we do that and dear Lord. You know what? Whatever. I'll do this. It doesn't actually matter. As long as it works and it doesn't look complete shit, I'll be happy. So if I just go, I don't know, here. That did nothing because I'm adding. That, I'm okay with that. And then on occasion, you just can't move at all. Right. But if I just go running off and drop it, then it looks very weird. Did Tim push the animations? Not yet. Yeah, I mean, this looks great if you're standing still. But, you know, yeah, it looks fine until you move. So I'm not sure how we want to deal with that, if that's something we even care to deal with. I'm gonna annoy Tim again. Um.
Yeah, because this stuff obviously still gets explored.
All right. Well, we'll see if he gets in touch. Okay. But we have it being dropped off at least. Which basically means instead of this whole thing being here, we just move it into here. Now, the problem is if we drop it off multiple times, do we have a way of clearing keyframes? We don't. Let's add it. Public void clear keyframes. This does that. It figures out some time stuff and bada bing, bada boom. There we go. Oh, it's just public though. We don't need a clear. Keyframes dot clear. Don't think we'll need that. Yeah, we don't need that. Here we would probably want to do like the animation again. Just in reverse. We actually want to parent to headbone entity. Does the player not know it has a coffee on it? Because I couldn't drop it. We have our coffee. I guess, yeah, it wouldn't actually know that yet. So I'm just gonna say by default, I mean, this isn't really a thing that it will have, but I'll just do this for now. Coffee cup. Just picked up Visual Assist and hopefully it can handle the code here. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, the free version. I figured. Okay. Now, this actually simplifies things in here. Because we don't need this anymore. Because it's just gonna be there. Alright, it's fine. And now if I do B. Hey, nice. Very nice. Now why can I not pick it up? Also, why is the gun at my feet? Oh, great. That's why. Annoying ass scripting bug. Five, 7. I think it's like 0.58 or something. No, 5.6. Wrong direction. 0.21. Hey, I like it. Okay. Why can I not pick it up? As far as I'm aware, it still has all its stuff on it. It has a compound collider. Why does it have a compound collider? But it doesn't have it here. Oh, right. It gets added for the mesh collider. I forgot about that one. Yeah, because I can't pick it up. So... I screwed up. Good, now I can actually move. Yep. No worries, Tim. What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
It's going good. I actually got the animation working.
So I added the fruit motion animations. One of them is a bit stuffed, and I don't know why.
Okay.
In one of the directions. So backwards, forwards works perfect. Right, I think works perfect. Left is scuffed. I don't know why. I pushed it and I'm leaving it the way it is for now. If anything, I'll fix it tomorrow probably.
Yeah.
Also, that hack that you and Zero X did, how easy is that to undo? Do you know?
From the looks, hang on, let me check the commit, because I don't remember exactly what it was.
Because what might end up happening is I might end up redoing the animation, but I don't know, like if I have time, honestly, because there's still a lot to do.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a single file in the animator. It's just like this. In hang on, you're not probably not seeing this.
Well, I'm watching your stream.
Oh, yeah, but it's basically this code got changed in animation controller, so it should be relatively easy to just revert it.
Yeah. Because what's gonna happen if? But what's called normal root motion still works fine, right?
Yeah.
So if I made it properly, like root motion does, okay, sure.
Yeah,
then
and
it
like
doesn't matter.
Cyrax even said, real fix is to redo the animation with the legs parented to the root bone.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about? Oh, hang on. So I managed to get the placing animation working, and it's just that.
I can't see.
Hang on.
Yeah.
So let's just try and squeeze it in. Might be too hard to see because the cup is too small.
I saw it kind of just rolls off, right? Almost.
Yeah, it's like very kind of smooth. Yeah, if you take a look here.
I don't know. I have a vision for that animation. Do you mind if I have a go?
Yeah, you can have a go.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm just gonna finish the work on this though, because I'll have to. For some reason, the pickup for it doesn't get triggered, so I'm currently looking into that, and then I'll push my stuff after I pulled yours. And then you can have a look at it.
Okay, cool. And meanwhile, I'll do some texture. Just give me a call when that's the case.
Yeah, cool. And it's you basically just have to update the animations. In the place function.
In place.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Cool.
Cool. All right. I'll give you a call once I've pushed. Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right. Were you gonna say anything on?
No. That's it. I think animations and that. Yeah, that's all.
All right. Cool.
All right. See ya.
All right. See ya. All right. This game good. Yeah, I'm starting to like the look of it. In general. Now, question is, why the fuck isn't it detecting it? Coffee cup. I guess because it doesn't have, maybe. I don't think this would do it though. This is not the best generation for it. Where are we? Here we are. Why can't I see? Oh. Okay. Okay, that's definitely overlapping. That is 100% overlapping. But it's not. Don't think it's the fact that it's not on that layer. Wait. Is it because it has a compound collider? Or a mesh collider, rather. Oh. Now I can grab it. Of course, it doesn't actually work. Yet. Wait, so was it because it wasn't dynamic? Really? It has to be dynamic to be detected by the trigger? No, I'm just not able to detect it right now. Until someone moves it. Is it falling asleep again? Allow sleeping false. Allow sleeping false. I basically force it to not ever sleep. Yeah, okay. And if I revert this and give it back its mesh collider. Then it's still good. Although it's a bit hard to actually like get it working perfectly. Ah. So now I think it's pretty much like inside the player. Oh, it's still dynamic. I don't know if we want it to be dynamic though. Like, oh, we also have some coffee there apparently. Actually, it might have to be dynamic, considering I can't grab it. Fine. It's very finicky. That is way too finicky. Is it less finicky with this? It might be once the actual controls are... Actually, I think it's just... Okay. Okay, there we go. And we'll also need to make sure to reset the rotation. If I just get this guy to knock it over. That's the wrong coffee. But, okay. I got it semi-working. I'll go ahead and pull Tim's stuff, push mine so he can do his stuff. I will grab Tim's, just completely fresh. I mean, we still have our player dude. Backwards, forwards, there. Those look fine to me. I don't know what Tim was on about. They look fine. So I'll push my stuff and then give him a call, although... let's just shoot him a message. Hopefully he will look at chat sometime soon. Oh god, okay, that I don't need to post this. I do... No, actually, I don't need this hack. This hack is completely and utterly pointless. I won't remove it, but I won't push it. Means that is technically not necessary either, although arguably that might be good to stage regardless. Don't need to hack that either. Don't need that hack. Don't need that. Don't need this. So I can discard that actually. Yeah, so it's just this that I kind of want to push. From the looks of it. To the edge at least. Actually, no, this as well. Seeing as Jan didn't push that fix. I'll actually do this. Private void update drop animation. Yo.
How you going?
I have finished like the pickup and dropping. I also pulled your stuff, and I don't know if I just don't know what the like animations are supposed to look like, but the left and right animation both look like they're working.
What?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Share your
I could.
screen. I don't believe you. No, it's one of them is wrong, or it was
Okay.
very wrong for me. Like I just couldn't get it to.
So okay. Let's see here. So which it was 5.
6, I think 6 is wrong.
I mean.
You see how it stops there at the end?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Because 7 doesn't do that, and I just, for the life of me, I couldn't figure out why it does that. But I just gave up on it, because...
Yeah, I mean,
if I have time,
honestly,
I'll come back to it.
I'm fine with it for now. Like,
yeah.
If we have time to fix it, that'd be cool.
And the reason why the legs are, like, squished together like that, because if you just pause it and set it to 6 without it playing... That's, like, the legs are meant to be normal, but the reason why they're, like... stuff like that, it's because of the engine hack, I think. Because it only works for one orientation and not for the other.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay.
That's my guess anyway. But I don't know how much you can see the legs anyway.
Yeah, because it looks fine when you don't have root motion enabled. But then you enable root motion and it looks... Yeah, so it's probably the hack then.
Well,
but yeah, honestly... Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm fine with it.
If anything, if we decided we can go back, like if you want to do that, we can go back to non-root motion animation.
No.
No? Okay.
No, we're keeping root motion, man. It looks great. But yeah, actually, there is one thing I'm gonna change real quick before I actually push, which is the pickup trigger is a bit too thin. So I'll probably do that and then like make it a bit, like make it more like that, so that we actually, because right now it's very finicky to pick up things just because the actual trigger was just not dealing with the terrain. But yeah, so I'm also pushing an engine fix. Both the fix to the jolt body that Jan didn't push, and then a different fix. So let's see here. Fixed crash when simulating synchronizing transforms with an invalid entity. Fixed jolt body translation let's see. Am I on the latest engine fix?
I haven't added anything.
Okay, good. So push that. I'll push this. Um, actually, that I don't need to push. I can actually reset. Gun, yep. So, fixed. Enemies flying off when getting shot. And I don't know, improved player controller slightly, and added I don't know, fixed coffee or whatever. All right, so I have pushed my stuff now.
Awesome.
So I'm probably gonna move to, first of all, just slap in the new animations and get the movement good. And then so yeah, try and just get the coffee to like spill out when you get hit and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, I'm setting up the tent prefab now.
Yep.
You still there? Yeah. I'm setting up the tent prefab now. That can be the goal and the starting point. Like, I don't know. We can have like different variations of them. Yeah. We can have different variations. I'm just setting up one. We can always delete stuff from it.
Yeah.
And yeah, after that I'll do the animation and then I'll head off probably.
All right. Sounds good.
Cool.
Now you haven't you haven't reparented the bones from the original animation yet?
I haven't shown. No,
okay.
I haven't changed anything.
Cool.
Bones, just animation stuff. Yeah.
All right. Great.
Cool.
Okay. Well, let me know when you head off.
Mm-hmm.
So
when I do head off, it won't be for long because it'll be until Jan gets here, and I think he'll be here in like less than 3 hours. So.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Cool.
All right. Well,
okay,
see ya.
Yeah.
All right. Great. Why is CPP so hard? I swear I'm struggling so much, and I've been studying or practicing for 6 months, and I feel like I'm just stuck in the same spot while everyone started after me or far ahead. I don't know, man. Like, C++, when you're just getting started, can be really difficult, and like people learn at different speeds. You know, that's just how it works. But maybe you just haven't found the right teacher or right resource to learn from, because everyone learns in different ways. So it could literally just be like you just haven't found the right resource or the right approach to learning C++, and that's kind of slowing you down, as it would. That doesn't matter. All right, I'm gonna fix the movement now. I cannot run this just yet. Well, I can. It's just I probably want to rebuild this. Right. I can just delete this copy. Right. So, let's just check. which animation is which. Let's disable root motion for now. Play animation. So 2 and 1 are both idles. 3 is that, 4 is backwards, 5 is forwards, 6 is left, 7 is right. Okay. So, okay. I've already forgotten them. There, 5 was forward, 4 was backward. Backwards. 6 is left, 7 is right. Left. 7 is right. Left was 6, and 7 was right. No root component, unknown mobility. Nice. I remember having a lot of trouble learning how pointers and references work in C++. Yeah, a lot of people actually struggle with that, it seems. I did it in the start as well. It's just like wrapping your head around the fact that a pointer is just an address pointing to memory. Or it's just, well, it's a variable pointing to an address in memory. All right. So let's actually change this to a rotation change again. And then we will want to pick an animation based on the direction of our movement. Right? So basically, if the direction is more kind of in our forward direction, we'll, want to pick animation index 5. If it's more in the backwards direction, like negative, I guess. I mean, if I wanted to make it really simple, for keyboard, I could just do int animation, which is going to be 1 by default, which is the idle. And then here, literally be like, yeah, so animation is equal to forward, backward, left, Right. And if we have a thing, we don't do this. Instead, we do animation component state index equals animation. Nice. Uint and I'll just uncomment this for now. I mean, I guess technically it's gonna be there. And I'll just uncomment or comment out that bit for now. I like how you need to implement all the engine features in a single script because they don't exist. Wait. Argument out of range. Where? Level generator. Excuse you? Get player tile. 290. On create 74. Really? Hey. Yeah, this is exactly what we want, although our hack kind of messed up the animation there. Nice. God. The earbud is too big, so it like actually starts to hurt a bit. Why is Tim writing? Is okay to be pushed? If all right. Now this won't quite work for the controller right now, because right now it doesn't pick an animation. But like, and that's kind of why. Okay, well maybe we could pick the animation based on the rotation change, which isn't really a rotation change. It's more like which direction do you want to go in. Yeah, actually it's more like a movement direction, right? So I think it might be good to figure that out. Excuse you, why are you not printing my movement direction? Oh. Because I did a goof. I did a dumb and disabled logging completely. Especially the particle system, yeah. It would be nice if the particle system was actually like properly implemented in engine. God damn, it's 7 a.m. for Tim. Well, over 7 a.m. To remove this, it's temporarily here to allow data table editor utils to compile until I get around to updating functions like remove row and rename row. Nice. Alright, now I should see it. Yeah, so you can see like now when it's like 100, we'd pick right. We'd still be having right. Where's this log coming from? Great, we don't actually print that. Great. I actually think I don't care about script core. What? Why is Google taking fucking days? Gotta clean up my includes. One line change and a header. Oof. I know that pain. Why is Chrome dying? Am I dying? Matt Thompson, thank you so much for the sub. Pick animation based on movement direction. Like, is Chrome just dying? Or am I dying? I think I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. Stream is still going, but yet Chrome is dead. I'm gonna do something I don't ever want to do again. Yeah. Yeah, Chrome has been working just fine for me. But I guess it's having a bad day. Magnitude. So normalize it. X and Z. Yeah, I mean, I guess if X is less than, like 0 versus if it's positive. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you can see, like, it's not even fucking doing anything. Alright, I'm gonna close Chrome, which means the music is gonna go away, but it's fine. Alright, well, I got my music back. Alright, now it's good. Guess it just decided to off itself briefly. The hell? Alright, if movement direction dot x is less than 0, why do A and D both end up going backwards? S goes backwards and W goes forward. I guess because Yasin, thank you so much for the sub. Muchas gracias. That was terrible. Wait. Something slightly bugged. I blew it up. Well, that's not quite right. Oh, wait, hang on. So it's -1. Actually, yeah, no, we can't do this. Because movement direction, we can't pick it based on that. Not like this anyways. Alright, so I'll bring back the... The song is Reaper by Cushy on, it's part of the Epic Moods playlist on Epidemic Sound. Don't think that's correct. That's not correct, because now it's based on like which key you press there. Forward, backward, left, right. Ooh. Why am I getting... What's printing those warnings? Honestly, I think if we're going with this kind of movement for the controller as well, then we need to increase the dead zone. By quite a bit, actually. Like, I'm talking like 45-degree stuff. What's printing this? Level generator. Oh, it was loading chunks. I see. Because now, it's like... I don't know, I'm thinking like, you almost have to have like 90 degrees. Hang on. That doesn't technically matter. Well, it's... No, it doesn't. I actually don't care about that anymore. I might actually want to up the dead zone to like 1, so we actually have to have like dead on. Because right now it's like kind of weird. Like I have the stick at 45-degree angle and he's going just straight right. Can I have a dead zone of 1? Because that basically means I need full... Right, and then nothing, nothing, nothing. Yep. Now we might want allow... We probably want to allow some leniency, like 0.8 or 0.75 maybe. Like, okay, I don't know that you can actually see this. Hang on. But I'm basically, let's see here, this stick, like, now there's some actual, like, travel that I have to do before dude starts, like, shifting direction. But I don't know. I need to turn on the light real quick. There we go, that's better. Okay, yeah, that's actually a lot nicer now. Also, my god. Okay, yeah, this, like, so much nicer to actually, like, turn around and, like, shoot, I think. Kind of feels like it. I like how we went from we don't want a third-person camera to let's have the most basic ass third-person camera in history. Hydrate and drink the entire bottle. No. That ain't happening, Tony. I can't wait for Jan to actually do something with the enemies to make them slightly more intelligent and, like, less this. Because, like, I feel like they're not intelligent, but they just keep spawning, and there's, like, a lot of them. And then just keep coming after you. Like, there's very little actual, like, thought put into this. Okay, but tell me, why does this piece of junk of a game still look better than most Unity games? Hazel is incredibly graphically capable. Well, I guess not compared to, like, Unreal, but compared to Unity, and I mean, actually, no, you know what? Unity is very graphically capable, especially with the high definition render pipeline. It's just most people, well, a lot of games just don't use the HDRP. They use either the built-in renderer, which is trash, or they use the universal render pipeline, which can look good, but you have to put in more effort, and a lot of people don't. So, yes. Unreal's greater than Haze, greater than Unity. Oh, I mean, yeah, to some degree. I have to switch back to my other headphones because these are actually hurting my ears. Well, it's hurting my left ear because I guess my left ear is smaller than my right ear. But we all know that Hazard is greater than all of them combined. Yeah, like, Unity has impressive tech, absolutely. It's just, as a game engine, it's actually kind of gotten worse over time because it's just, they're accumulating so much tech debt that it's actually hurting the user base to a big degree, which is a shame because, like, a lot of good games have been made in Unity and it's a capable engine. I'm not sure how I feel about the stick not moving me smoothly, like, diagonally. Like, I think overall it's not terrible, this. It's just... I don't know, like, with a controller, I kind of... with a mouse and keyboard, this would feel good. Right? Because mouse and keyboard, like, I expect kind of limited degrees of movement. With the controller, I expect a high degree of freedom of movement when it comes to, like, using the left joystick. But I'm gonna say it's fine for now. We can tweak that later on. Ah, yes, the Unity TM high-tech package. All right, yeah, I'm gonna call this player controller well, I'll call it functional. I won't call it perfect, because it's not. And I guess we're not doing last rotation anymore, meaning if movement direction, otherwise... Oh yeah, actually, I guess that works. Like, if we're actually moving set last rotation equal to player forward. Otherwise, don't. And... let's see, so if we are grounded... I mean, this is kind of like... call it functional, like 90% good. Also, my gun is screwed again. Problem is, if I save this and restart it, I don't think it will fix it this time. Because I kind of have to save because I made actual changes. Which sucks ass. Alright, yeah. Have I mentioned that I hate my scripting engine? Or I hate using it. Well, no, I like using it. I hate it. Oh yeah, scenes. Not player controller testing root motion movement. You know what? I'm gonna switch this to use the actual, like, local transform and just say maintain it there. So negative, let's do this. Negative 0.56. No, screw you, GitHub. Oh, come on, really? There. 0.56. 0.56. 0.2. That looks good. I'm gonna go into the scripts. I think if Hazel had more and better tools that makes creating and publishing games easier, it could actually compete with Unity right now. I mean, I don't think we could compete with Unity. Like, but I think we definitely need, I do agree, like, yeah, we 100% need better tooling. Like, that is just required. Hand index can also go, probably. But yeah, like I definitely think we could have better tools and just make it so much better. There we go. Fucking excuse you? Fucking null reference. Are you shitting me? From particle system, because the gun decided to shit itself again. At least now it's less painful. Alright, I need to reload. Gonna call it good. I just don't have them as a package and pro tip. I know. Maybe I do at the moment. Just don't have them as a package and pro tip. Have them actually work. Yeah, you probably shouldn't. Like, Hazel's in development. It's not exactly meant, like, it's not meant to be a competitor with Godot or Unity. So we don't have that kind of mindset that, okay, well, we have to polish everything as perfectly as possible. So I would definitely advise against it. Unless you're absolutely insane and you don't mind pain. Furkan, thank you so much for the sub. Might someday, but yeah, but like, we're talking, you know, probably a few years from then. 1 day and 2 hours until the jam ends. Are you kidding me? All right. Just gonna fetch. Yeah, whatever. Hazel 2 when? Well, yeah, start reporting things. Yeah, it's on Linux. It's questionable how well it works, but it's there. It technically functions. Tim had his timer showing compo. Yeah. It's kind of annoying. Oh, Tim was panicking. Nice. Well, I mean, not nice. Good for you to say when Hazel was broken on Friday. Yes. All right. Great. Spawn coffee particles from the cup when hit, and we want to lose coffee amount as well. Let's actually start working on that. Right, so we have our coffee item, which is going to have a coffee amount. And I can actually straight up just use this coffee amount as the scalar for like the actual coffee bit, I think. For like the Y scale. You know what? Stop. Seeing as it goes from 1, and then, you know, we'll probably want to clamp it to not be 0, but maybe 0 is fine. I don't know. So if I just try setting coffee amount to 0.2. Play. We get another ref because I forgot to assign the actual entity. Which is great. Yeah, we can barely see any coffee in there. Actually, can I see any coffee? Doesn't look like it, because I think the coffee cup actually goes inside the player. Oh no, it's just that the actual coffee sticks out. Does it? No, it doesn't. Let's just shift it up a bit. Because like 0.2... Ah. Interesting. I was like, that doesn't quite look quite right. I mean, you can barely tell. I think this... might need to be white. So you can actually, like, tell. I mean, okay, you can barely tell regardless. Why am I no longer able to move? What? Is he drunk? Why me no movie? What did I do? How did I break it? Because I didn't have play animation on. I mean, like, I can barely tell at 0.2, like 20%. And, of course, Gun is dead. What if we do 0.5? Oh. Reload. We really should have reload on play. I mean, yeah, 0.5, you can, like, tell that there's some coffee left. I don't know, I feel like you can't tell. Oh, quick. Tim. Tim, yes, yes.
Peter, how are you?
I'm pretty good. Just started working on, like, the coffee level stuff.
What's it called? Wait, the coffee level progression stuff. Yep.
Yeah.
What's it called? With the cup, it's a physics object, right? At all times.
Yes.
At all times.
Yes.
But don't we have to set the translation through the rigid body rather than the transfer component?
So how did I do this? I actually forget how I did it. Hang on. I think. Wait, no, we don't have to do that because obviously, because it's parented to the bone of the player, and it's by default like static. And I guess that works. From what, unless I'm just forgetting a place where I'm setting the translation of the coffee cup.
Okay.
Because I don't think I'm doing it in the player anymore. No, I commented that code out because it wasn't necessary. But yeah, I guess if it's static and part of the player, like, and in the player's bone hierarchy, it's driven by the animation probably.
Okay. Sure. Yep.
I guess. Kind of worrisome.
If it works, it works, right?
Yeah, kind of worrisome when I don't know why it works though.
No. Double check with Jan when you speak to him, but he may have made it so that it's synchronized both ways, but I don't know.
Possibly, yeah. Yeah, actually,
I remember him overhearing something like that last time.
I saw he pushed something to do with like synchronization for physics.
Yeah, there was a bug that basically he explained this to me, that physics bodies would be synchronized before the C# update.
Oh yeah.
And so if in the C# update you told the physics body to do something, it would only be done next frame. And he did it so that after the C# update, it would synchronize the pending bodies again, which he had everything set up for that. It was pretty easy to do, he said.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that could be the thing that did this then. But yeah. So it's very hard to tell what the level in the coffee cup is when you're playing, if it's not full. Like, I think it's...
Jan is against having a health bar.
Yeah, I don't want to have a health bar. Absolutely not. But I think... I don't know how we deal with this, though. Like, push the camera closer to the player? Or... Because I don't want to make the cup that much bigger. Like, relative to the player. So I think we could either push the camera closer, and I'm not sure how that would look. Like, if that would look good at all. Hang on, let me just play. Pause. Where'd my camera go there?
I've slept 6 hours, Tony, since the start.
Okay, like, if you're this close, then it is a bit easier to tell. I don't know. I think the ambient occlusion is actually kind of hurting what we're trying to communicate there. Because, like, it's very dark in there, so you can't really tell what the level is. And it's dark because ambient occlusion, which looks good. But
not in the coffee cup.
Yeah, for the coffee cup, it's like... It makes it really hard to tell what the level is. Because if I'm looking here, I can tell, okay, well, it's clearly, like, almost half drained. But with GTAO, it becomes a lot harder to tell.
The alternative, and this is kind of a hack, but it will work. What you could do is make the coffee material emissive, but not so much that you see the bloom. It'll just lighten the texture, basically, and it'll be visible. And it's already using its own separate hazel material, so that's easy to do.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try and change this like 0.4. Make it slightly emissive.
Yeah, but less than 1, I think.
Less. I mean, 1 didn't really seem to do much. Yeah, that barely did anything.
Well, then more. Because it's multiplied by the red value, so if there's no red value at all.
Yeah, I think... Okay, because now it's... I think that might look better, actually, yeah.
Is that bloom you're changing? Because I can't see because you have a...
No, it's emission.
Ah, it is emission.
Okay, yeah, that's made it a lot easier to tell from this angle. Although it's still like... Obviously, you won't be able to have an exact measure.
You can also change texture color because it's just a solid color. So you can change
yeah.
Pretty easily.
I mean, I don't know. I kind of like the idea that you don't know exactly how much. You just know, like, roughly, okay, well, it's about, you know, at a glance, halfway. And considering it's, like, visual thing and not, you know, there's no number saying coffee level X amount. Like, we're always going to have that sort of uncertainty of, okay, well, am I halfway drained or am I, like, 1 hit from having no coffee?
Mm.
But yeah, increasing the emissiveness definitely helped a lot. So I think we'll keep that for now. And Jan can have some input on that when he gets back.
We already did that for the water.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's good. I like that. So I'll keep it like that. I don't know if I like the camera angle, like the change I did. It's like, hang on. Like, I don't think it should be this close. That's too close.
That's too close to home.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm gonna call that, like, good in terms of the, like, coffee visuals for now.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the player can see that.
Yeah, like, I think you can... We'll obviously have to do some play testing on it. But yeah. Okay. Yeah. So what are you working on?
Oh yeah, the animation.
Like fixing the animation or...
No. Like the...
Oh,
the coffee cup animation, yeah.
Ah, gotcha. Cool. I'll try to keep the work I'm doing because I'm working in the same file. I'll try to keep it like
I shouldn't have any scene changes at all.
Yeah, but like in the actual C# script, because I'm also working in coffee
okay.
item, but I'll be keeping it to like new functions, not the old ones, so it shouldn't be a problem, I don't think. Actually, no, I think updating the scale is the only thing I have to do in here. Well, that and maybe particles. Because I'm basically going to make it so that when the player gets shot, I'll just like see, do we have our coffee? You know, if we don't have our coffee, just don't do anything. Otherwise, just do coffee dot coffee level, or coffee amount, minus equals some low value, like 0.05, because it goes from 1 to 0, and we use the coffee amount to determine the Y scale of the actual like mesh. So this would be like, okay, you're losing 5% of your coffee, which might be too small, might be too much, I don't know. Actually, this should just work assuming the player can be shot still. Enemy. Can they actually shoot? On light update, they check if their distance to the player is blah. If so, they call shoot. Yeah, I think that should just work. In theory. But if I just... Am I actually taking damage? Or are they hitting some other thing that I'm not aware of? Actually... No, I think I am. Am I? Maybe not. No, I'm not. Oh, why not? Hexagon blue. How? They're hitting each other as well, but not me. Okay, this guy should be able to hit me. I'm literally standing in front of him, and he's just hitting the blue hexagon. Hexagon blue, like, they're not able to actually hit me with their ray costs. Like, their ray cost just completely ignores me. Which is weird.
That's strange.
I mean, that collider should be big enough.
That is exactly what I did, Tony. Exactly what I did.
Hexagon, octagon, pentagon, your bullet gone. God, Tony. This is on the player controller layer. Hang on a minute. Oh, I'm a dingus again. I don't think ray costs hit character controllers.
At all?
Not by default, at least.
No, we don't.
The thing is, I have a hack available that could fix it. Basically just shoot, instead of just having the character controller, we spawn in kind of a backing physics body, and just synchronize that to be exactly where the character controller is, and it will have the same shape, and that will do the detecting. And basically just forward that, maybe. But it would be nice if Raycast could actually hit. Yeah, because they grab a body. Jolt, physics, character, controller, Raycast. Virtual character controller issues. Someone's opened up an issue. Come on, let me see it.
Why does that just cut it out? I'm only setting the position here.
Actually, I might be able to do this without hacking it. Basically, just attach a static body to one of the bones, just like we did for the coffee. That will have the collider. Or a collider, I guess. That can then be used to propagate raycast hits. So if I just create an empty entity there, rigid body, static, box collider, just like that, we put it on the player controller layer and just call it ray hit detector. How many problems is this going to cause? Okay. Is that body actually coming with me? What's up, T? Where's the player? Over here? Yeah. Can I get a better level to test on? Like this one, yeah. Yeah, still not seeing it. Why? What if I put it on the default layer? What if I make it dynamic? No, I'm not seeing it again. Thanks, T. Yeah, it's starting to come together. Okay. Why is it not working? What if I just make the size of it massive? Just to see if it works. Let's make it 4x4x4. It's huge. Nothing should be capable of missing. And it's still missing. What? Hang on. They're just hitting themselves now. All right, let's maybe change translation plus direction. Just like offset 1 unit forward. Doesn't even necessarily have to be 1 unit. Okay, now they're hitting me, or my raycast hit detector. What if that doesn't exist? Like, what if I just do this? Are they actually gonna be able to hit me? I don't think so. Yeah, because character controller, you know. But then if I add this back, then it should be.
But it's the engine held together with duct tape at this point.
Of course. Still not seeing them.
Way, right?
Yes. It hit the pickup trigger. Hexagon blue hitting enemy? Like, how is this not hitting? I have a gigantic ass box collider. I want to see something.
It's still being animated to that keyframe. Why?
Hang on, we're using mesh colliders for the tile.
Yeah. Can confirm that was the last news I've heard.
Yeah, and it would have a convex mesh collider on it, which might not be perfectly aligned to the tiles. It might just be slightly above them, and the raycasts are hitting that. What if I just do like 0.4 up? So that the raycast at least not going completely wrong. Like, I don't see how this is happening. %, a silly error that could have been fixed in seconds but requires a lot of research. Yes. Prestigigator. Thanks for subscribing. Hang on, could it be the layer that I'm on? Put it on the default layer. I don't think so, but maybe. That's a bad map. There we go. That's better. I had it working and then I tried fixing it and it didn't fix. I basically unfixed it by fixing it. I might just need to make the actual like ray hit detector big in order for them to even have a chance. Excuse you? Yeah, something ain't quite right here. Oh, yeah, it's gone. Switch to recast. What's a recast?
Typo, right? I've seen this in Engine. Look. I don't know what's there.
Actually, I mean, we could switch from a raycast to a shapecast. And like make it. Yeah, we have shapecasts.
Hey, just a quick dumb check, but rotation in C# is stored in quaternions, not Euler angles, right?
No, like the actual rotation field in a transform is Euler angles.
Really?
Yep. Have you spent a ton of time thinking they were quaternions?
I'm like, why is this wrong? I've been sending them to quaternions all along.
Ah. I see.
Oh, the pain, Peter, the pain I have been experiencing for the last 40 minutes, probably. I don't know how long it's been. Way too long.
Ugh. That's rough.
It happens.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna try switching to a shapecast. Recast detour navigation. This isn't navigation, this is shooting. Like, I'm just trying to make them shoot me.
Come on, get with it, man.
Shapecast. No, I should.
Inside engine size, it gets converted to thing at some point. From Euler to.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, okay.
Rotations must not always be in quads. It's quite handy to support both quaternions and Euler angles. It's just in engine they're stored as quaternions. Well, both quaternions and Euler angles. And we mainly use the quaternions. But in C#, I'm not gonna force people to deal with quaternions because quaternions fucking suck. Like, yeah, they work, but that's about it. It's like that. Fucking, you need 4-dimensional math to rotate. It's like, come on.
But each rotation is unique and cannot be repeated in any in any way.
Yeah, whatever. I've had it up my head with quaternions.
Nah, they're alright. They ain't as bad as.
Like, they work. I can use them. I just don't like them because, yeah. But yeah, no, they work. They do what they're supposed to. That's good, at least. Okay, so let's see here. Origin, direction, max distance, which we'll do just 10 for now, whatever. Shape data. I believe shape data is just it's just a shape. So box shape. How do I do this based on the direction? I need to get some half extent for a. Actually, I mean, I guess it's a shape cast, so I can just do like, I don't know, vector 3 dot 1 times 0.5. Cast shape. Alright, what if I do this? And like maybe shrink this back down a bit? Pickup trigger. Okay. Still not quite hitting.
Okay, so I'm setting
I mean, I guess. Just try that. Like, how on earth? This has to be like an engine bug, I feel like. Yeah, exactly, T. We basically shoot a ray cast. If we hit the player, that's a hit. Which you wouldn't think would be hard, but apparently it is. Or my ray casting is just bugged. Well, I guess in this case, shape casting might be bugged. Wait a minute. Hit collider doesn't exist. Oh no. Am I being dumb? Hang on. I'm gonna switch back. I might have just been being really stupid here. If I just bring this back to array cost. Shut up, Tony. You don't have to remind me. Is my timer frozen? No. Good. All right. Okay. This is gonna be doing it when the player is shooting the raycast as well. Let's disable that for now. Okay. Well, so it hit something that didn't have a shape. What? Like, clearly it's able to hit some things, it's just not all things. Wait a minute. Wait. I might have a slight idea as to what's going on, although I'm not completely sure. I think the problem is that what if I get rid of the backing body here? Because it's possible that the backing body is messing things up.
There's no way to exclude a physics body from a physics simulation for a time being, is there? Our new amazing physics engine that's just so good and being put together by such an amazing person doesn't support that yet, does it?
Our physics API doesn't support that.
But Joel does?
You can remove a body from the simulation, yeah. And then re-add it.
Cause what's it called? Check Discord real quick. I don't know how well you're gonna be able to see.
On your stream?
Yeah.
Alright.
No. I'm streaming in Discord.
Oh.
So I made.
Are you?
Wait. Let me. Okay.
Yes, you are. There you are.
Yeah. So I made this animation. And this time it worked well because the distance to the ground was short enough. But if the distance to the ground is too long, the physics kicks in, or at least I think it's physics, like simulation, basically.
Yeah.
All of these are working. Yeah, here, and it like teleports a little bit. And then it just like teleports to the ground.
So what you can actually do, hang on, this is the wrong class. Let's see, where is it? Coffee item. What does your so in the coffee item script,
Yeah.
there's a function called update drop animation.
Yeah.
Which checks if the animation timer is greater than 0.85.
Bro, that's it.
And then it does a ray cast to the ground to snap it.
Yeah. You're doing that. Okay.
So you just have to like. You can probably just like.
Because I'm snapping it in my thing. I didn't realize you were actually doing it.
But so you basically want the animation to continue until it's like near the ground, right?
Basically, yeah.
Okay, what I would do then is instead of just checking if animation timer is greater than some value, basically just do a ray cast. Hang on, I can share my screen real quick so you can see what I mean. So we actually do the exact same thing, just not in the order that you probably want. What I would do is take this here, right? So just after we get the value, check maybe, I don't know, a unit like 1 meter down, maybe even less. Do if hit.entity, then we are close enough to the ground to where we can stop the animation and just snap. Which I imagine is more what you want.
Kind of, except for I'm raycasting as part of my keyframe, and I'm happy for the keyframe to just animate smoothly too.
I mean,
like,
yeah, but the
keyframe will handle everything. Because keyframe does a raycast and it finds the correct location to like, what's it called, animate to.
Okay, I mean, in that case, you probably want to... Hang on, so... Where do you do the raycast? Okay, you do it there. I mean, in that case... Because the thing is, you just need to know... Oh, you got it?
I think it's done. Have a look at my stream.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's working.
All right, nice.
Cool. Yeah, no, explaining like that you were doing that. I didn't even read your phone. Cool.
I don't know how. Why the ray costs are not hitting. Has Tim slept? Not yet. Well, since the start of the jam, you have slept a bit.
Yes.
But not today.
No. No.
You good?
I made a mistake. I think. Wait. Unless I got away with it? I might have gone away with it. No, it's just that I pulled while having Hazel open. I don't think you can.
That's brave.
That's not just brave, that's stupid brave.
That's a new kind of brave.
No, I just the last time rather I've done that was when we were making forest, and then Jan was like fixing that merge for like an hour.
Yeah. Okay, so they're able to hit the pickup trigger, but not my ray hit detector. Well, like, okay, so that's on pickup sensors, on the pickup sensor layer. Set to trigger. So, I mean, maybe I can just set the ray hit detector to a trigger. Have it work. Can you shoot me? No. There's some other difference. I saw it was also on pickup sensors, like the pickup sensors layer. Okay. Interesting. I spawned inside the terrain.
Inside the terrain?
Inside it.
Yeah, like that happens to me a lot.
That's the first time I've had it happen.
Really?
Yeah. I guess. All right, they seem to be capable of hitting the pickup trigger. But not my thing. So what I'm gonna do is go in here. See, where's my pickup trigger? Right, because we do it this way actually, which is interesting. I'll just call it pickup trigger entity.
Now that thing I sent to you, that shouldn't be in there, right? On late update, for instance, drop this 0 return.
Yeah. That was an old way of doing coffee pickups. We do not want to do that anymore. I don't like the fact that I'm having to hack this so much to get break cost detection to work. But I am. I'm literally to the point where I'm using a trigger collider to detect a ray cost. Um, uh, oh, shot. I don't care about trigger end. But, you know, at this point, I can't really afford to not hack it with trigger stuff. Null. What was null? 105. 105? Okay, pick up trigger. It's weird. It's like if the raid doesn't hit dead on the origin of the player, it's like it just passes through it.
That is strange.
Yeah.
Hey Peter, what's your opinion on a bunch of script file handles getting regenerated?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. It'll be fine regardless, because it will actually just use the name of the class to sort of generate an ID that we then use for referencing the scripts.
Okay. Is that normal that it got regenerated?
Yeah, I have it happen pretty often.
Okay. So what did you change in coffee item pickup?
Not much. I added a new function and just call it from on update, and I added.
Is it on pickup that you added?
No, I added coffee amount equals math.clamp and update coffee scale.
Don't have that, and I'm on latest.
Yeah, I haven't pushed it.
You haven't pushed it. Okay. Because I was looking for it.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, it's fine.
If it's cool with you, I'm gonna remove every single log.info in the game right now.
Yeah, you can do that.
If you really do need something desperately, you can just look at the change log.
Yeah.
It's just annoying. Also, there's like a player controller.cs.
That's the old one.
Is that old one?
Yep.
Cool. To be honest, like I haven't slept at all, but I kind of don't want to sleep.
Jesus, man. You need sleep.
Do I?
I mean, kinda.
I do.
Here's a thought. If I remove the physics body from there, and I go to player, add compound collider, I'm pretty sure these used to have a list of. This used to give me an array that I could do things with. I can't afford. Okay. I might leave the ray casting for Jan since he's gonna be reworking the enemies. Because I'm like, I can't keep trying to fix this for too long.
Okay, Peter, I've pushed.
Nice. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna say no. Raycasts can be weird if they want to. I need.
It's their right.
Yes. I need to try and just get the gameplay, which I guess technically involves the shooting aspect of it, but it's like there are other aspects of it as well. And now we crash, which is great. That's what I like to see. All right, might as well, seeing as I'm gonna be pulling your changes. It's like might as well crash.
Time to pull.
That doesn't matter. Maybe. So if you're not planning on heading out.
Not yet, no.
When I push my
just
stuff.
take a nap sometime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I push my stuff, could you like try and see if the hit detection works for you? Because I'm yeah, like the ray costs.
I'm supposed to get shot by them, or
yeah. Because I'm just worried that it's one of my kind of hack fixes that aren't technically required anymore, causing problems.
No. How many of those are in there?
Well, there's this in character controller. Jolt scene has this. The Jolt body has this, although that's technically unused. So it's not a lot. It's just I don't know if I kind of don't want to revert because I might need them.
Yeah. You can always branch out, right?
Yeah.
No, that's fine. When you push, we'll check it out.
Yeah. All right, I'm just gonna pull and hope for the best.
No, but Peter, that's crazy because I pulled whilst having Hazelnut open, and I don't think that resulted in regeneration of IDs. Although maybe I just shut it down in time.
Yeah. Maybe.
Maybe there wasn't a lot changed. Maybe it didn't change any of the assets. That's probably why it didn't regenerate anything other than the scripts.
Possibly, yeah. Oh god, I just realized it's 15 minutes past 1 a.m.
Wow, time flew, huh?
Yeah. Didn't even notice that it got dark.
I didn't even notice that it got light.
The joys of being on opposite sides of the planet. Yes, I can speak. All right, and take a look in here. Coffee item. So I should now have. Yep, this looks like your code. And then you just do that. All right. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Let's run it. Okay. And so your coffee got stuck to the wall.
Yeah, but also, why was that weird? Because its X and Y location should be identical to the drop-off location, like where it's gonna be in the end. So that was weird. Because to me, it like glided across.
That was, could it? I'm gonna say it. Raycast might be broken. I mean, that looked fine.
Yeah, I think most of them look fine. Okay,
that's a problem.
Where did that go?
It's in between the tiles. I can see it.
I've never had that happen before. That might be your local engine hacky fixes /bugs.
No, because that shouldn't affect anything to do with this. Is the thing. There is another.
It does look kind of cool though. I think Jan will like it.
Yeah, there is another problem in that I can no longer pick it up.
Frankly speaking, I couldn't really either. I think out of all the times, I managed to pick it up once.
Yeah. I didn't change this, but let's maybe.
Can you make that bigger, like 3 times the player's size, if you can?
That'd be like 1.5, 1.5, because it's half size. So like that.
Because I think it's just nice to be, like, I just hate RPGs that require you to stand upon the item to pick it up.
Yeah.
It's a video game, not real life. Just give me some utility here.
Yeah, I actually want to do this kind of deal, I think. This might actually help us fix the shooting as well, because it usually seems like it can sometimes detect the pickup trigger.
Why is that not even on the ground? What the heck? I tested this a bunch. Mine was always, like, straight.
Huh. I tell you what's happening. It's landing on the pickup trigger.
But how? Your pickup trigger was, like, way higher than that, wasn't it?
Yeah, but because the coffee is already inside, it might be going to the bottom of it, and then, like, I don't know, weirdness happens. But
in physics, this wouldn't have happened. I'm certain of it. I've done stuff like this in physics.
No. Physics would have just crapped out.
Nah, man. I don't know. You hyped up Joel so much, but
well,
I think nothing but problems.
Joel's fine. It's my code. Let's see.
I look at it from a pure, like, user perspective, okay? Like, it was just better in physics, okay? Like, for a user of the engine.
Okay, so it landed in the right place. That's good. Still can't pick it up, but that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Cool. You kind of, like, walk off.
Yeah.
Stays in the place.
I mean, I think it's fine now.
Yeah. But can you pick it up?
No, but I'm wondering if that's like a bad merge thing.
Because I'll tell you that I couldn't really pick it up, so...
Yeah.
I can tell you from where I merged, maybe, I don't know, I carried something close. I think it was...
No, I mean, that doesn't...
I think it was added coffee cup plus coffee. I think that's where I was when I started.
Yeah.
But I thought it was fine because I was just adding assets and changing scripts.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think you changed anything that would have affected this. It's just annoying things. I'm wondering if it's just like the text in the wrong place or something, and we're not seeing it actually, like, we're not seeing it show the prompt. Maybe. So like if I go here and I drop it off,
but clicking F should just pick it up. Oh, that's wrong. Man, I'm surprised that there's like every single game jam we've had, like stuff of this nature had to have been fixed during the jam.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of them like this jam. I'm kind of surprised because I was of the opinion that Hazel is kind of like solid now.
Yeah. But I guess there's a lot of weird bugs. Alright, hang on. I've got an idea. Because I'm wondering if it's like... I definitely know that jolt triggers work is the thing. Because I have used them like throughout the year.
And well, like I had a test case for triggers for sure.
Yeah,
Triggers,
and they worked.
collision. Yeah.
Alright, let's see what this looks like. If we're actually getting it printing like trigger begin and end. It's triggering for the enemies, I think. I just need to get away from them or stop them from spawning because they're interfering with my testing. Hang on, we have a public boolean for not spawning. Oh, come on, I didn't know that. I've been going into
That's like me, but with your already doing the right cast that I wanted to do.
Yeah. Alright, so if I'm just standing there, alright? I am noticing you're not setting the cup to be dynamic.
Did I have to?
I think maybe.
Oh, that would probably be the problem. I mean, I just took off from where you left.
Yeah.
I only changed animation like stuff. But...
Yeah, but it was specifically like in the animation thing. I did end up doing that.
In the place function?
No, not in the place, in the update drop animation. Basically I checked.
I could have accidentally commented it out. Let's check.
Yeah, because it's gone. Do you have a way of like detecting? How would I detect that the animation is finished?
I think basically if animation time is greater than the last keyframe, it's finished.
Okay. Yeah. So
but it's just a magic number.
Yeah. So if I just do if, do I have animation timer?
No. Animation timer is defined by us. Animation timer. It's in update drop animation.
If that's greater than 1.5, change it to dynamic.
Yeah, I did comment it out.
And I guess at that point we can set animate to false.
And the animation timer equals 0 as well. Yeah, I just commented out a lot of useful stuff. Whatever. I don't need any of this.
All right, let's see. We do this.
This
And oh, I saw it appear for a second. Yeah, it's there. It's just... Yeah, so at least now it's sort of appearing and sort of working. There.
Can you pick it up even without the text?
No. Most likely, I think what's happening is it's exiting the trigger area.
Wow.
I don't
Didn't you
know.
do it like a massive trigger?
I think I did, yeah. But if I just do like, what's there now? Enter trigger. Exit trigger. Alright, and I do this. Enter trigger. Yeah, exit, enter,
Yeah.
exit.
It's because you move, isn't it?
Yeah. Well,
any movement inside the trigger.
No.
Then it's your M item stuff. M active item. I'm pretty sure. How are you detecting that?
M active item. That's
In
just that's via the trigger. That's how we determine what it is. But we're getting a trigger event at a time that I wouldn't expect. But you know what? I got a problem to this solution. Oh, maybe not 54. Let's just see about making it massive. See what happens. What? Why am I getting a trigger at a weird time? That's very strange. Okay. Maybe we're detecting a trigger for another entity, and that's causing it to, like, exit. Because maybe this check is failing. And so it's like, oh, we have a pickup. Good.
Yeah, that's possible.
No, it's exiting because of coffee cup. My man. But why? I'm just gonna try a thing where I take my coffee cup, I remove the mesh collider, and I add a, I don't know, just a box collider, I guess. I just want to see, like,
It probably within the new thing it doesn't need a mesh collider.
Yeah. Make it like that, roughly. Oh, actually, I have a sneaking suspicion that I might know what's happening. Like, because Alright, I'm not gonna jinx it, but I'm gonna say, let's start with having that box collider, and I don't think the script does anything with the collider, right?
I didn't change no collider.
No, it doesn't.
Unless you had something.
No. And if I now drop it, now, okay. Ah, that's sneaky.
Why is it?
I think it might be because the origin of the cup isn't the center of the geometry, and the mesh collider is offset from the actual geometry, so the collider might be underground, even though it doesn't look like it.
Right.
I have a sneaky suspicion that's what's happening. And we don't have an offset here. I can try and verify it by doing this. Dropping it. Letting it drop. Opening up the recent physics capture and seeing if I can kind of figure out where it is. Where's... Ah. Thankfully, it's easy to see where the player is in here, because you just have a giant yellow box around it. Right? So, okay, let's see here. Yeah, you can see...
It's above. When I animate it... Oh no, then it does work.
But isn't this the player?
That's what I would think.
Alright, let's make it very obvious where the player is by just walking around. And then stop, drop. Plops there. View the recent. Giant player. Oh, no, I forgot the character controllers don't show up in here. But we should see the cup appear. There it is. It's going up. Going down. It might be falling asleep.
But it's a trigger. Like, are they even allowed to sleep?
No. As in the cup.
Yeah, but that's the trigger, isn't it?
No. The trigger is on the player. The cup triggers the trigger.
Right.
So if the cup falls asleep. One thing I did do that I see is gone as well is I effectively just did that, making sure that the coffee cup can never sleep no matter what.
And I took that out as well?
Yes.
Right. Wait. No. I didn't do it. That was never in there.
Really? Oh, it might have gotten lost when I merged in your changes then, because I definitely added it.
No, yeah. When I merged, it was there on update, the first line. But yeah, like if you don't have it, then it's something.
But it's still like not behaving correctly though with that. Which is strange. If I just re-add a box collider to this, maybe just mesh colliders don't work well with triggers right now. Because you can see, like, we even visualize...
It doesn't need to be a mesh collider anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't need to. Like, I'm gonna keep it as a box collider. Because, you know...
Because before when we were doing the coffee collisions, then it needed to be, but now we're chilling.
Yeah, because now there's no problem. At all. Like, you can just... grab it, flip it. Yeah, now it's good. Interesting. See, when I pick it up, I need to reset the rotation so it's not like weirdly oriented on the head. Although I am doing that. Weird. Where's the red laser at? I disabled it briefly. But it seems to be mostly working now. Any remaining bugs we can probably just fix later on.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. I want to see if I stand here. And I don't think it can now. It obviously can't fall through the cracks either, because the collision is much bigger, and there's no like weirdness.
No problem solved.
Cool. So I'm gonna push this. Hang on. I'll have to go through them as well. Yep, push that. Yeah, sure. All right. Fixed coffee pickup. Play plus player loses coffee if hit by enemy. In theory, as long as they can hit. All right. Pushing that now. I'll actually just undo, just discard that. I'll discard that as well. Discard that. All right. Cool. Now you added the 10th as well, right?
Yeah, that's just a prefab.
Great.
You can configure that however you like. But I just kind of like start my artist input, but it's been like 5 minutes.
Yeah. All right. Awesome. So I guess spawn coffee particles when hit. Yeah, that's what I was gonna work on, wasn't it? Which, okay, if I re-enable enemy spawning, how easy? Okay, they're able to hit the pickup trigger. Like pretty consistently. So I could use that to detect the raycast. Now I probably want to make it slightly smaller, which I think is fine now that we know it sort of mostly works. So I can still like pick it up pretty consistently if I just run away, drop it off, come back. Yep, okay, good. And they seem to, they're not hitting it as frequently as I would like, but they're hitting it still. On occasion. Yeah, especially if you're moving. So I guess for now, if so if hit.entity is equal to that, just do
Alright, I'm actually gonna go take a nap.
sounds good.
Feel myself shutting down a little bit.
Yeah, you definitely should take a nap.
I don't think I'll be long gone, but yeah.
Yeah. Would be kind of funny if you just passed out for like 6 hours.
I'm at the office anyway, so
yeah. But yeah, that sounds good. I'll see if I can get like the tent mechanics working. So the idea was for us to basically find the tent. Like we start at the tent, and that's where we get our gun and our coffee. And then we have a tent, kind of where the goal is, right? Where the general is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And since these are gonna be prefabs, right? Can you use two different prefabs for like the start tent and end tent, and like leave it be the same one for now?
Yeah.
But like separate it in logic for two, because I'll make them look different.
Yeah. So are we gonna be like procedurally generating where the goal is?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's the plan.
Okay.
Well, it wouldn't make much sense to make a procedural level and not a procedural goal.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna have to see about getting that working then. Jan can probably go in and change like how I'm spawning the tents if he wants to.
I for the tents, I made them much longer than needed. Just so if the terrain is off by 1 or 2 tiles, you don't have gaps underneath. Like it'll cover the tent will cover it entirely, because I made it like twice or 3 times longer than it needs to be.
Yeah.
But yeah, ideally the ground is flat at the tent.
Yeah, ideally, and I'm sure Jan can like mess around with the noise generation.
Yeah.
Or we can even like, yeah, pick the point. Like I'm just imagining like pick the point to spawn the tent. Remove any tiles in that area and then generate like a flat ground and then that smoothly transitions or something. I don't know how hard that would be though.
It's doable and it's Jan doing it, so I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yeah. I'll probably talk more to him about that.
Yeah. Okay, let me just have a look at my plan for tomorrow. So rock tile. Got a bunch of these guys. Enemies general. Yeah, quite a bit to do. But I'm glad the tent is done, because that was a big one.
Yeah.
Everything else should be quicker.
Cool. Yeah, and I mean, if we don't get every single one of those in, like we'll just have to start prioritizing like which ones need to go in.
Yeah, like sandbags and tank traps, I'm gonna make definitely. And then after that, I'll probably move on to enemies in general.
Yeah, that'd be good. Let just like get the core stuff in.
Yeah. Like I think it looks okay if we don't have like any trees or bushes, because the way it is right now, it actually looks fine.
Yeah, like this looks pretty
just
good.
Might be nice to add.
Yeah.
If anything, you can
Definitely.
steal it from Frost as well. But yeah, like I think sandbags and tank traps, they're gonna do a lot to sell the World War One
Yeah.
aesthetic. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Awesome. All right. I'm gonna head off.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll be back. I think in a couple of hours' time. I think.
Yeah. Sounds good. I'll see if I actually end up sleeping. It depends on just how tired I actually get.
Yeah.
Um.
Like, I was considering not doing it, but then like I felt myself like literally just falling asleep in the chair. I'm like, nah, I gotta go. There's still a whole day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
all right. I'll be on shortly. I think.
Yeah.
In a couple of hours' time. I think.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right.
Bye bye.
See you then. Yeah, Tim's gonna go sleep for a couple of hours. I'm not gonna sleep yet. Right, Tim. Oh, that's great. All right. I'm actually gonna take a bit of a bathroom break, so I'll be back in a little bit. Like a couple minutes, and then I'll keep working. I'm not hydrating right now, Tony. Just hold your horses. Alright, we're back. What's that font in VS? It's not consoleless. It's technically JetBrains Mono, but without the ligatures. Because Visual Studio doesn't handle ligatures. Tony's horses do be held. Yes. 10 stream was 18 hours. Yeah, 6 hours gone. Although he streamed on Twitch as well, I think. So it'll be there. That's the, like, one of the few advantages of Twitch. Is the fact that the VODs last, as far as I know, like, what, up to 24 hours, maybe even more. So I really hope YouTube adds that. How long have I been going? 8 hours. So I've got another 4 hours before I'll start losing data. Right, tent. Whoa. I see what he means. Peter's a peasant for only doing 8 hours so far. Oi, how much are you done? Okay. If I just... Yeah, the table and stuff is separate. The tent cannot have a convex collider. That is the one thing you cannot have. Yeah, we're gonna need to do some interesting stuff to make this work. Cause like, let's see if I can get it sort of generally good. Like, sounds like a job for Jan. I mean, yeah, we're gonna have to make sure that the terrain generation can actually handle this. Also, yeah. I don't know, maybe we can have like a... Thing is, I'm not sure how the level generator works too much. Base terrain. So, generate some noise. Pick a spot for spawning it, then flatten the heights in a radius around that spot. Yeah. The thing is, we would have to do it kind of smoothly so that it can still join up with the rest of the terrain in such a way that it doesn't look like complete shit. But we would definitely need to like flatten the terrain so we don't get this right there. So like an area like this up here, I'm not using the keyboard. Like here, I think the tent could work if you were to like flatten it. So if I just take tent, move it over like there maybe, and like okay. Like, doesn't look terrible. And we can, like, shift it down. The thing is, we'd have to... I almost think we'd need to, like, adjust the heights of the table, for an example. Because, like, if I move it up, then we get some floating stuff. Whoa. I haven't seen that one in a while. Yeah. We might want to build out... We might actually need to end up building out some custom colliders for this. Because like currently the triangle collider didn't work. Mesh colliders behave weirdly. No, mesh colliders offset doesn't quite work well. Mesh colliders don't work well with entities or meshes, not entities, that have offset meshes. Expose offset parameter for mesh colliders. Triangle collider doesn't generate for Tim's tent model. Get a point flattening a radius and so on the edge of that radius lower the generated height. Pretty much, yeah. But I think for the tent prefab, we may want to just, for now, build out custom... Yeah, cat. We have 2 cats. Let's just build out some custom colliders for this so collision at least works. We'll just have an empty entity here. Call it colliders. Wall 0. And a box collider. Move the entity to there. Scale it down like that roughly. Scale it out to there. Move it down. Scale. We can be sort of liberal with our scaling here. That looks good. So make sure that's not too small. Let's make it slightly bigger so we have a bit more room so Joel doesn't freak out. Just have it go all the way up. We don't really need colliders for the roof. Oh god, every single one of these are gonna have Mesh colliders, yeah. Okay, let's just remove, add in box colliders, and they get all freaky. Oh, whoops. I don't know, like, it doesn't matter too much if the colliders for these aren't perfect. Like, this collider will still do just fine. That one will do mostly fine, that one as well. Yeah, that's fine. Jerry cans. But that looks good. Table. Like that. All right. Update prefab. Yeah. Cool. I'm gonna have a go at doing this. Oh wait, it's, you have to do a new random, I think. All right, it's next. Says on random not work. It does. It's just I don't know if it does. Int. Does it do int? It does do int. There you go. And it's not awfully slow like the system random is. Oh, but we do using system. Is Isan? Thank you so much for subbing. I'll just do using random equals hazel dot random. I'm gonna guess that random dot range is that the max is it inclusive or exclusive? That's the problem. I guess we'll find out if it crashes. Now, what data does the chunk have? Let's have it just has a list of tiles. Because in that case, I could do tile, entity, start tile, or center tile. Yeah, it really should have said, because it doesn't have any like info on it. Like, yes, I could use this to figure it out, but I'm not gonna, because that sounds like math. Well, actually, he does some fancy math to determine. Oh, it just does that. I guess in that case, we can just select a random X and a random Z for the center tile, and then just spread out from there. Instead of doing this. I guess start X. So it goes from 0 to chunk size. Although I guess that could end up generating on the edge. It would be a lot easier if we just said, no, it's got to be at the center of a chunk. Because that way we don't have to deal with cross-chunk boundaries and shit like that. I guess it doesn't technically need to be a sphere. It could just be a rectangle spreading out from this. Seeing as the tent is rectangular. Although it might not be as smooth. Ten tiles? I don't know how big a chunk is. 16. Okay, so it's 16. 16 by 16. So minus 10 might actually be too much. Let's just start by doing chunk dot tiles at x plus z times chunk size leaves the equation. Yep. Alright, trying to smooth the terrain out or finding a spot to spawn. Right now I'm just figuring out like a spot. Right now I'm just getting the center of the chunk, going out 5, 5 in each direction, and setting the white to 0. I'm just gonna do that like initially. But then the goal is to kind of, maybe we could get like the height of the center tile and set that as like the Y and then smooth out from there going forward. But initially I'm just gonna do this. So it should be dead obvious when we find it. Now the thing is, we actually pick a random chunk to go to. Isn't smoothing going to be hard if... I don't know. That sounds like a yawn problem. I mean, I assume that the chunks are generated based on like a seed. So if you go back to the same chunk, it should generate the same thing. One would hope. Because we pre-generate a bunch of noise values. Yeah, no, the noise values for the map are pre-generated, so they won't change. Because the noise values are the same, meaning the heights will be the same. Tony. And I'm just gonna do this real quick. Excuse you? Okay, honestly, I'm gonna pass that to Jan. Because I have no clue how this works. So in the meantime, I'm just gonna have a tent right here where the player is. And if it doesn't work out, well, sounds like a not me problem. or something. Actually, this needs to be a gun pickup. Make sure the prefab's up to date. Actually, let's coffee mount to 1. Oh. Root motion on update 148. I don't think we can shoot good. Oh no. Yeah, you basically just have to like keep generating until you get something that sort of works right now. Grab gun and we get issues. 20. Oh. Come on, give me my gun. Although I can't pick up the coffee currently. But I can pick up the gun and start shooting. Why is that? Speaking of coffee, I'm gonna go grab some. Ah, yes, what a lovely tent. Oh, I seem to have a Discord message from Mr. Cherno. Oh.
Hey man.
Hey man.
Good morning.
Morning. You on your way to the
Driving
office?
to the office.
Yeah, I figured.
So I'd give you a call.
Yeah.
I read some of your messages about like the runtime not working because the hexagon prefab was not packaged for some reason.
Yeah.
Was that like, are you sure it's not packaged? Like, did you look at the asset pack dump that's in the console?
I didn't, but I did step through the call to instantiate prefab, and it failed to get the asset. But okay. I can take a look in the console dump as well.
Because like I was getting some kind of like null pointer exception kind of reference in the script engine, but I just like F5 to pass that.
Yeah.
And then I got to like the other bug.
Yeah.
The other problem.
Um.
So you didn't manage to reproduce any of those jolt or character control issues in the runtime?
The issue with the motion properties, I did push a fix for because I was able to reproduce that easily.
Why did that not happen in the editor though?
I'm not. Well, because I guess
really
Jolt,
weird.
like, I would have thought it would have triggered an exception. Because Jolt doesn't assert in release mode, but we would basically be accessing null pointer.
Yeah.
Unless they have like an additional check for it somewhere.
No, but I'm pretty sure you check it. I think what happens is that thing.
Yeah.
Like you do check to make sure it's not null, but the function that gets it asserts to make sure that it's like not static.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. So that's like not really a real problem as long as you handle getting null back.
Yeah. Which we now are.
Yep.
I'm gonna try to package the project right now, see if it works. And like see if I get the dump for, I think it's the blue hexagon prefab.
Oh, right, okay. That's like the only one that I think is being used.
Yeah. The other ones are like referenced, but they're not actually used in the code.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. They used to be, but not anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you launch like the runtime, I'm pretty sure just in the in the output window, like it should dump all of the contents of the asset pack.
No, it just says project contains 54 used as, or unless it's in the actual normal console.
No.
Oh, it's in the yeah.
I'm talking about the runtime though. I'm talking about the runtime.
Not
the editor. When you start the runtime.
Yeah. Let's see. Hang on, I'm just gonna, because you also get the dump when you actually like build the asset pack. I did see, but so I'm gonna check first if it appears there. Because if it doesn't appear there, then that's a problem.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know why it wouldn't be building it because if it's referenced in a C# script field, which obviously it is, like it should include it. Unless there's a bug somewhere.
There's a bug because it doesn't actually get logged. It's only the materials for the hexagon that gets logged.
Huh.
None of the prefabs.
Okay, well, probably an easy one.
Yeah. The thing is, it's not a prefab specific issue because there are other prefabs being written out.
Of course, otherwise we wouldn't be able to ship anything with no prefab package.
Yeah. So seems like that's a thing we need to fix.
Yeah.
Cool. But yeah, if that can get fixed, I can probably sort out the other issue real quick because I wasn't able to like reliably reproduce it to where I could actually fix it because it kept crashing elsewhere. Actually, I'm gonna try running it in the runtime now and see like if I can just F5 past those null references, then I should at the very least see if the crash is still happening because I have been doing stuff with the character controller. I got a floating point invalid operation.
Huh, when doing what?
It's in the broad face quad tree updating.
Right.
So.
Okay, well, that sounds like physics.
Yeah, it's because there's nans.
Yeah, that's what I saw as well. I saw lots of that on my live stream yesterday.
Yeah.
Trying to debug the runtime, but the thing is, it doesn't happen in the editor, so I don't know. My initial gut feeling is just that obviously the biggest difference between the editor and the runtime is that the data is formatted like in a different way. So like, it's possible that you guys may have you or 0x may have changed some asset serialization stuff and it works fine for the editor, but you didn't implement the runtime properly or something like that.
You know what? That's not impossible, because I know that 0x did push a thing for animation controller states being serialized wrong or something like that.
Okay.
I'll take a quick look at it. At the commit.
It's usually like if your stuff is just YAML, for example, then like, you know, which most of the metadata for the engineers, then that stuff should automatically get packaged because unless like someone changed something or did it incorrectly, it basically flows through the same like YAML code.
Yeah.
It's just that the string gets packed into the asset pack instead of into an actual output, into an individual file. But if it's something to do with meshes, because like the mesh and the skeleton and all of that stuff is actually like a Hazel binary mesh format. That actually does need some manual attention if stuff changes.
Yeah. Okay, so he didn't change the asset. He just changed scene serialization.
Okay, right.
Or, well, scene deserialization, because it was apparently serialized fine. It was just loading wasn't quite correct.
Well, actually, though, now that I think about this, though, like we've never tried this before. Like we've had skeletons like in dichotomy in the runtime, but we've never tried a character controller.
Yeah.
So it might actually just be like the fact that character controllers, there's just no runtime serialization for them or something.
Hang on. I ran it in debug mode. It seems to be trying to collide two shapes. And that's failing, so my thinking here is actually that our cubes are too small. Like because we have some like really small cubes, obviously.
The coffee.
Well, the coffee doesn't have that anymore, sadly. Which is a whole nother story.
What do you mean? Because you couldn't add the constraint or something.
No, I could add the constraint. It's just that the coffee particles did not stay in the cup because there weren't any like collision checking due to how the constraint worked. So the cubes would just fall out. But we came up with a different system that's like, I think, the next best thing. And it still like looks good overall, so it's a shame,
well,
but
I'm trying to grab some coffee. All of this coffee talk has got me wanting some coffee. I want to grab some coffee and then we can have like a proper meeting.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep.
What time are you planning to go to sleep?
Well, if I go to sleep, then 7 my time, so in like 5 hours at like.
Okay. Cool.
But I might just end up not sleeping. We'll see.
Yeah, I think Tim basically didn't sleep until now or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he's been up for like 18 hours.
Terrible.
So, but yeah,
All right.
I'll look into this. So, talk to you when you get to the office. Yep. See ya.
All right. See ya.
All right. Official Tiger, what's up? Good night, Eddie. So it's like trying to collide two shapes. The problem here is center of mass transform has nans. It is coming from the character controller simulate. Thank you for the not super useful information here. Okay, I'm seeing nan. So position is nan. Movement direction is nan. That's just pausing in position. It's just as useful as I when I help others. I'm gonna increase the time on the hydrate, Tony. Just FYI. So this is coming from... So M position is nan. Linear velocity is negative nan. This is probably a very simple thing to fix, I suspect. Water's not that bad. Well, it is when you drink too much of it or something. I think this is my code. Like we're dividing by 0 or something. Insert cat concern. Yeah, I have a feeling we're just dividing by 0 somewhere. Such as here. I found the issue. So, time step is 0. Because we get past a time step of 0 in here. And we get time step from here, which comes from application run. And of course, time step on the first frame is initialized to 0. I found the issue. Lock it to like 60 FPS time for the first frame or something. When you drink more than your weight. I guess it doesn't make sense to simulate a 0 time difference. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't make sense to have a 0 time difference regardless. Like, no matter what, like, having a time step of 0, you got some issues to deal with. The thing is, though, this isn't just a character controller issue. Like, what if somewhere else we do something with the time step on the first frame that requires us to divide by it? This should probably get fixed, like, either by setting it. I mean, if you pause, well, the thing is, you can't user code can't change the delta time. The delta time is just the time from the previous frame, which can't be 0. Like, you don't pause that way. That's not how you do pausing. Well, you can by just checking if paused in C# and then setting the local delta time to 0. But the thing is that won't affect the character controller in Jolt. Like, that won't, because you don't call simulate yourself from C# code. Because this is something like that should have a proper fix. Like, this is, like, for now I can just return in Jolt character controller if that fixes this immediate crash, but it definitely needs a proper fix. If delta time is less than or equal to 0. Fail. Yeah, and that fixes it, but we don't have the actual tiles. But yeah, I'll do this for now. It's fine. It fixed it. It runs. Now it's just the prefabs, the hexagon prefabs not being there. That's the problem. But we exist at least. So I'm actually gonna go ahead and push this before Jan gets back, so that it is fixed. I can probably just get rid of my hackiness here with the backing body and all of that shit. I feel like it's kind of pointless right now, and I don't think we're gonna end up using it for this game. All right, that's all my hacks gone. All right, I might just... I might go... that's not the project I want. Yeah, I'll push that, I'll push that. I'll just discard that. I'll push that. And I'll push those. As well as the asset registry. I'll discard that. And sure, I'll push that as well. Fixed some crashes. Plus changed tent prefab to use box colliders. Suppose I should check that Tim hasn't pushed. Okay, seeing as, okay, spawn coffee particles, yep, we'll want to do that. Have a tent where we pick up the coffee and gun. Again, we technically have that. Although it needs to be generated. That needs to be generated, although I might generate the position so that I can then move on to adding the compass that you can have. But yeah, so now that we can actually like be hit most of the time, I'll just have place the prefab, the translation, the direction, the force, life count, life variation. I don't know, 1 unit, half a unit up. Direction. it's actually really interesting watching you build it in real time level. Well, that's good. That's the point. So it's good that you actually find it interesting. Actually, it makes it more motivating to actually stream as well. That doesn't look good. Am I in debug or something? Ah, see, now that would explain the reason why it's taking ages. How do you compute the chunk position from the cell position? Is the number of cells in a chunk known? Like, is it effectively a constant? Hang on, wait, what's a cell? I mean, I guess it depends on if you want the chunk position to be in the center of the chunk or like one of the corners. Cell equals voxel, okay. I mean, if you know like how many cells are in a chunk and you know the cell like local chunk position, I guess, then that shouldn't be too difficult to compute. I think we do it for our tiles somewhere, because we have a known chunk size, which is the number of tiles in a chunk. Well, it's, I guess, one row, I guess. Okay, yeah, no, we don't actually do it. I know that the equation for it isn't too difficult, like isn't too complex. But I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. I've had to use it. I don't remember it. When I get shot, my coffee just... I see what's happened. That's not quite what I want. It's not really what I'm looking for. Let's just take this, duplicate it. Cell plus divided by chunk size kind of works as long as you're always in a positive cell position. Yeah. Oh, great. Alright, if I now get shot. Wait, shoot me. Shoot me, you piece of shit. Alright, I mean, looks good. Can I get up there to grab it? No. Right, so why am I unable to grab Zikofi? It was fine, and I can grab the gun. But, like, I can't really grab the coffee when it's on the table. Even though I know, like, picking up coffee does work. Oh, that just likes the topmost parent. Also, you can barely hear the music, can you? Because it's static, I think. That might have been why. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna delete that. Grab coffee cup. It's weird that static entities doesn't seem to actually interact with static entities don't interact with triggers. Don't know if that's normal. The music is too loud now. Really need some sort of equalizer on the desktop audio. Is it better now? Or is it still too loud? Okay, good. Yeah, I guess that's what I get for not having streamed in ages, so I don't have the setup done. Need to stream more than once a year. Yeah. I'll just turn down the volume on Epidemic Sound so it shouldn't peak as much. I'd probably want some kind of compressor on it. But yeah, it shouldn't peak too much now. They should make an audio track in YouTube so we can change the volume. Yeah, that'd actually be good. Make it so that the user or the viewer can actually control the audio levels on the different tracks. So I could just set them to full blast and then everyone can tweak it to their own liking. So this is a genuine Hazel crash. So that brings us up to 14. Something called has component on an invalid entity. One would think we actually checked that. Oh. See, we did, but then I changed it. Yeah, Tony, it's your bad. Your fault. Stop crashing Hazel for me. Coffee item, update coffee scale. God damn it. Doesn't freaking... There's definitely a lot of bugs here we need to fix. Now I can grab the coffee. So if I grab it and I get shot, we get... Hazard's bleeding into Hazel. True. Can't argue with that. Okay, so I guess Guess we can't rely on the coffee's translation here. Just use the players for now. I don't... Oh, that's blood, not coffee. Ah. 10 might be too many, or they're too big. They're definitely way too big. Or there's too many of them. What's the size? Oh, they're huge. Might be able to get to that. Never mind. That I can definitely get to. Parkour. Alright, now shoot me. Somebody shoot me. I need to have them coming up from higher. Like 1.25. Perfect. Give me the coffee. Okay. I think there's too much of an impulse. There's definitely too much of an impulse. Bring it down to 1. Now it just looks like I'm shitting my pants. Have it start a bit higher up. And we'd probably want to... I feel like the player, it feels weird because the player doesn't do an animation. So it just looks like, effectively like there's almost like blood, just brown blood coming out the top of him. Come on. These guys are terrible. Now we could animate it to basically look like the cup almost tips over when you get hit. Just do it like very quickly. Is there an animation for the player that we can use? Just disable the root motion. I don't think there is like an animation where the player just kind of like bounces back a bit. Although that would only work. That would only really work depending on where you get hit from. So I think it might be better to just do a quick animation on like the coffee itself. I think I'm gonna have to do this actually. Where do we currently position it when we pick it up? We do this. Because I noticed that the body, the rigid body was still like over on the table, but the mesh itself was on our head. And if we're gonna do animation on this, then, you know. Yeah. Nah, that ain't no sunrise. Tony. My man, my fellow Nordic. You expect sunrises? Can I hydrate with coffee? Is that fine? Can we count that as hydrating? I drink all of it? Coffee is actually... I mean, yeah, it's mostly water, but the thing is, coffee contains water. The thing is, coffee can actually, like, cause you to dehydrate faster. To some degree. Although not much, to be honest. That genuinely doesn't matter. If it's in a crisis, you can survive off coffee instead of water, I think. Because I think it could be really cool. Dehydrate faster, drink more hydration. Just drink more coffee. Exactly. Now you're talking my language. Okay, look. I think... Well... I forgot to enable root motion again. What I think could be cool is that... Can I actually reach this? No, I can't. Is that if we have the coffee and we get hit, right? I'm thinking that the... Actually, I don't want to be setting the position like that because now we don't get the wobbly. I'm thinking taking a small coma. You should. That would probably be good for you. I can't reach the coffee there. Thank God I'm a freelancer. Exactly. See, now we get the good wobbly effect on him. But what I'm thinking is would be cool is if the mesh kind of like you kind of tip the cup like tips, right? So if I just take my lovely, I did not want to do that. I did a mistake. Which bone was it? Oh. Let's just bring that back. What I'm thinking is effectively we just get the cup to rotate like that, and there's like some particles flying out kind of in that direction with very little force, kind of looking like it's just spilling over for a second, and then it goes back like that. I think that could look quite good. Right, so just for like a brief second, it'd be like, right? Because right now it's fine, I guess. Like I wouldn't mind shipping this, but I think it could be made a bit better by just, you know, not. By, you know, just by like having it be a bit better. Can I grab the gun? Not gonna happen. Also, yeah, enemies, ray costs, all of that shenanigans needs to just be a lot better. Handled a lot better. Play with the Y and X rotation based on some sound function or something to make it look like it's always just tipping into a random direction, but that would probably take too long. Probably, yeah. Now, I'm curious. Are there still particles like being spawned if I don't have any coffee left? Yes, there is. That obviously shouldn't happen. On shot. We basically just want to check if the coffee amount is less than or equal to 0. Just fail. Because at that point there's like no point. Like, look at this dude. Intelligence at its peak. Same thing with that guy. Like, what the fuck? At least he's trying. So got my trunk post from South Plus. Now I need to figure out getting index in the trunk from the cell position. It's an ambush. God, this terrain is making it nearly impossible to actually do anything. It looks cool, but I feel like it's just the height differences is too great. Actually, what I might do eventually is just, and I can put my coffee down, and now I don't lose coffee. Yeah, so it's like safeguarding it, and then the enemies would preferably try and steal the coffee. Right? So I'd have to keep an eye on it, so that you can't just pop down your coffee, kill all the enemies, and then wander on. So yeah, you can see I'm actually like losing coffee there. I really like the look of this game. I might actually try and make something from it during my spare time. Like, not necessarily this exact game, but like similar type of style. Yeah, it's really pretty. It's like, and it like, I really like the muzzle flash as well. And you know what? I've actually warmed up to the Xbox controller controls. I didn't like the kind of way we did it. The kind of like the fact that you holding like kind of at a 45-degree angle moves either forward or to the right, but not kind of diagonally. I kind of warmed up to it. Went for a rhythm game, making my own art for the first time, so I'm scared. 24 hours left. Yeah. But, you know, in the end, it doesn't matter too much, like, if the art is good or that kind of stuff. I think what matters is what you learn from it and that you have fun. Like, that's all that matters in reality. Right? And yeah, sure, having a good game and a fun game is, you know, a bonus. It's always nice to have that, but I think just having fun making it and participating is really just what it's all about. It's like, nobody cares about who wins. Like, this game isn't gonna win. I don't care. I'm probably not even gonna play the game that wins. I didn't do it for any of the previous jams. Even though I'm sure they're, like, good games. Never made a 2D games before. Yeah. Oh. Yo.
Hey.
Alright, you in the office?
What did you say?
You in the office?
Yeah, I'm live.
Cool. Hang on a second. I'm just gonna go grab a cup of coffee.
Nice. Alright. I feel like Peter's paying me back because that's what I said to him and hung up like about 20 minutes ago. Alright, stream. Well, I guess we'll hang out.
No, I'm back.
Oh, you're back already. Damn, that was quick. I was
What?
gonna say you were like punishing me.
Nah,
Cool.
I had made some coffee already.
Nice, good.
So, do you
Someone
want
said,
to?
Maddie says, ask Peter about the get animation count method, Lameo.
Oh, okay. I have a bone to pick with you or 0x. Now,
Probably 0x.
well, it was get blamed to you.
Really?
Oh,
Yes.
Man, this was bad.
In
What was
mesh,
this?
mesh source get animation count. This
Let me,
code.
bring this up.
I can actually share my screen. It's gonna be
Yeah,
easier
okay.
that way.
You do that.
Yeah. So, mesh source get animation count. Look at this. So,
Yep.
as a mesh importer a get animation count.
Yeah.
This is gonna load the same mesh every single time you call this, which the animation controller editor does for every single animation asset every frame. So if you have 8 animations, you're gonna be loading this 8 times per frame.
But Peter, tell him why, because it only gets called for one reason, Jan.
What's that?
Is it only for
Find
one?
out the index of animations, like how many animations.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I
guess it should be that code if it hasn't been loaded yet.
Yeah, exactly. That was my thinking as well.
Because I'm pretty sure I do vaguely remember this, and this would have been for asset packing.
Yeah.
But also, like, I get that it seems like this would be slow, but it definitely
was
maybe for this game, but in like dichotomy, like it doesn't obviously show up on profiles or anything.
Like, Jan,
I mean, it was 20 milliseconds per call.
Per call?
Per call.
So what, does dichotomy just not call this function then?
It might not have been too noticeable with one animation.
Is this maybe it's a character controller thing?
No, it's just animation.
Yeah, but yeah, what I mean, any skeletal animation?
Only when you open the animation controller editor.
Yeah, so like animation control, it's in default asset editors.
Isn't the animation controller? Wait, so what do you mean the?
So
just when you open the editor?
I don't know if it's just when you open the editor that it's.
Runtime then, yeah.
I mean, it has a runtime check.
Well then, who cares? It's not a big deal.
I mean, it kind of was because it was unusable.
It's a big deal if it's in runtime code that we ship. Make it a bit. Yeah, but that's fine. It's for the editor. That's fine. Fix it and move on. If it was in shipped code, that would be different.
But like seriously, pretty bad.
And what's the animation editor like?
I mean, the animation controller editor. It's.
Oh, I see. I've never even seen that before.
Yeah. So it's in animation controller editor render.
How do you get to there? Like, as in, how do you double click on animation?
Yeah.
Control. Is that new-ish?
No.
As long as animations.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yep.
And
I
it's.
know the one.
Yeah.
I was thinking of 0x's animation state graph, but yeah.
Yeah, no. And it's specifically in this asset reference with. No, it's not. It's in animation index property.
Okay.
We call that. So I figured I'd let you know about that. I fixed it for Tim by just doing this for now because animations.size was in fact populated when I checked, just so Tim could actually use it.
What I want to know though is like the thing is if like it potentially needs to load the asset. I think if it doesn't exist. Yeah, like if this is not, is there a way for us to check if it's been loaded, and then if so, then import it so that we can get the animation count?
I mean, I guess we could check.
Alternatively, there could be a different function because the thing is, the reason why this is a thing is because I guess maybe the serializer needs to know how many animations there are before it actually, reads any details from it, and that's why it was trying to do that.
Yeah.
But also, why the heck does that take 20 milliseconds to read the animation count?
Because I mean, it loads the entire file, like the entire mesh.
The entire mesh.
Yeah.
No, but we go to disk for like the engine probably reads 100 files per frame from disk. It's not the reading the disk that's slow. It's
But
what it is
it's
probably. But you don't need to read the whole file. It's just this probably is because this is async.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's async. Yeah. Right.
So, commented that out for now. Leave it to you or Xerox to fix properly.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. I'll probably have to tackle this one. Do building asset packs work?
I mean, I built it. It seemed to work.
Okay. Well, then maybe it's not a problem. I don't know. I just remembered. Yeah, I feel like I remember this being a thing because we didn't. We wanted to know how many animations we had, but we didn't actually have the file loaded. And that may have been why.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll take a look at that.
Do you want to see the game currently?
Yes. Show us the game.
So, first of all, yeah, you're gonna have to deal with this tent business because according to Tim, we are planning on like generating the tent procedurally, like where you pick up your gun and the coffee.
Okay.
And
the location of it.
Yeah, and you'll probably need to like modify the terrain generation so that it can be like good.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. I'm actually gonna generate. Actually, I think I can get to those. There. So first of all, Tim fixed the root motion based animations so that we have this kind of behavior again.
Oh, good. Yes.
And the controls are now identical between controller and keyboard and mouse.
Okay.
Which is good.
Were they not before?
No, they behaved slightly differently.
Not since when we changed the camera to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
I liked it with the controller. Like it seemed to be good.
Yeah, it's just
it felt better.
Yeah, like at first I thought the current way we do it felt weird. The thing is,
it would turn that way.
Yeah. I thought this felt weird at first, but I've actually warmed up to it. I quite like it now.
Do they have lights?
Yes, they do. Okay. Now,
hectic.
You can see we have our coffee cup on our head.
Yes, I see that.
And it like wobbles with the player movement because it's attached to a bone.
Oh, cool. Yes, good.
Which I really like.
Although I feel like we could maybe make it have a little bit of its own.
Yeah.
We should just make it be a bone with no mesh, so that when you animate it, it like animates a different. Because you know what I mean. Right now, it looks like it's just rigidly attached to the head, as if it's part of the hat. But if you made it wobble, like you know what I mean, the other way as you walk, you could probably do that with a bone. Just add an extra bone with no mesh on it that we can use in Hazel to parent it to. That wobbles like that.
Yeah, someone in my chat suggested like having that as well. I like the idea as long as we have time.
Pick up, put down, and stuff like that. Like
pick up, put down.
Oh.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Add an extra bone to.
If you just on the hat, I'm assuming there's a bone for like the top of the head. Just add an extra bone that's parented to the head. And as the player animation plays, make it wobble like the opposite direction or something like that. Just one bone. And then that way we could parent that entity to that bone when it's supposed to be on the head, and it would just make it a little bit more. It will just sell it a bit more.
Yeah.
And it should take like, I don't know, 10 minutes.
So
hey, show them the animation.
Yeah, I just gotta pick up the coffee again. So when we put it down, it does a little flip and then goes to the ground.
Oh, cool. Can you play that again? I missed it.
Yep.
Oh, nice. Although the flip's a bit wild. And it floats down.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
but how do you what's the spilling mechanic? Because you said that.
Yeah. So, you get shot, and currently it's only if you get shot. Hang on, let's see if I can get them to actually hit me. There.
Spill out.
Yes.
Yeah, and then does the level go down?
Yeah, the level of the actual inner mesh goes down.
Okay, that's nice. Yeah. That's
good. I quite like it.
Yeah, that's good.
My thinking was that if we get the cup to kind of tip a little bit when you get shot, like through some animation, that would look even better.
Yep.
Which kind of touches on what you were talking about.
Yep.
I also, let's see. There's some annoying problems with ray costs, so the enemies don't always hit you, even if it looks like they should. And I spent a while trying to figure that out, and just couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. There's some weird shenanigans going on there.
Right.
Might be partially because like I've had to kind of hack things together slightly because of bugs in the engine that would take too long to fix.
Yeah.
But overall, it's like they can still hit you a lot of the time, and you can hit them, and it actually feels quite nice.
Yeah. Okay. Because I might redo the way that why did the flashlights like flip 180 sometimes?
I think.
No, I mean like some of the enemies have them and they're facing backwards. See, like that enemy just there.
Yeah.
Because that was happening to me as the player as well sometimes.
That's interesting. I haven't had it happen for the player. But yeah.
I have a feeling it's the multiple solutions for going from a Euler angles or a quaternion to a matrix and then back again.
Possibly.
Because you can wind up with but that's I guess that would make sense, because if the solutions are identical, then it would be the same orientation. I don't know, it's weird.
Yeah, it is.
Also notice the lack of floating.
For physics?
Yeah,
Oh,
when
yeah,
you...
So what?
Well,
so what
see,
happened?
The thing that was happening was that the enemies weighed 8 kilograms. And you were applying a lot of force to them when they got shot, which caused them to go up into the sky.
Right. But then why would they float down?
Because, like, the reason they're floating down, from what and it's just a guess, is effectively their Y position gets controlled through like translation, and we're not like
0 or something.
Yeah, and we're not maintaining the previous Y position, which means
I got it.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Also, it's gonna look kind of floaty no matter what, because they're 1 by 1 meter cubes floating down. That's always gonna look weird. But yeah.
Is it?
Well,
like why? Because like if I have like 8 kilograms, it's still quite a bit, right? That's like a decently sized dumbbell.
I mean, a
like,
1 by 1 meter.
Imagine dropping that in real life. Like that's falling like a stone.
Yeah, but also a 1 by 1 meter cube of, or 1 by 1 by 1 meter cube of water, for an example, weighs a ton. So,
because Jolt does something based on the size versus the density, like
yeah, it's using density calculations, not just pure mass. And so if the density is off, things are going to look really weird.
Okay, but then how? Okay, we'll say that I did want them to weigh like, I don't know, 50 kilograms or something.
Yeah.
And also a 1 by 1 by 1 meter, a 1 meter cubed water does not weigh a ton.
It does. It actually weighs a ton.
But it literally weighs 1,000.
But that's
1 cubic.
I guess 1 meter is quite a bit.
Yeah. 1,000 liters.
Really?
Which is roughly a metric ton.
No, it's exactly a metric.
Is it?
What? 1,000 liters is not 1,000 kilograms.
It more or less is.
What are you talking about? 1 liter is not
water.
Oh no, you're right.
Yeah.
1 liter of water, I think.
About 1,000 kilogram.
Okay, sure.
The metric system is nice like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I increased the weight of the enemies to like, I think 70 or 50, something like that. 40. And it's like, it's good enough. They don't go flying off, and they don't look super floaty.
Uh-huh.
So, although, there's still some intelligence problems.
Yes. Yeah.
But yeah.
What do you think of the world generation? Like, should we keep it as is, or does it need tweaking?
I think it needs tweaking with the hills. Like this, like I feel like you have about a 50-50 chance of getting a world that is basically unplayable to some degree.
But this is great. Like, this is playable. This is what I was going for. This world that you generated here.
Yeah, but also it's like
You can take like once the enemies are a bit better, you can
yeah,
take cover behind hills and like it's just nice. And also
yeah,
it presents a challenge because getting over hills with a cup of coffee is hard.
yeah.
See, all these worlds I think are fine.
This
I
is
was
really
gonna
good.
well, that's really easy.
Yeah, but it's really good.
Like it's fun to kind of see what you'll generate. But
Yeah.
these have all been good so far.
But on occasion, I have had a world that's pretty
Yeah, but you
much
said
unplayable.
50-50
Well,
chance.
it felt like
I haven't
50-50.
seen one yet.
It's
See, this
mostly
one's a
when
really
we
high
get
altitude one.
yeah, it mostly happens when we get these high altitude ones that basically don't have like the grass.
Yeah, I mean, like it's possible that there's, one kind of thing that like there's I'm sure there's a case where the numbers are just a little bit
Yeah.
too
But I think
sporadic. These are all
most
fine.
of the time it's like
It's good, is what we've determined, I think.
I don't know. Well,
Well, you haven't shown me a bad one yet.
well, I think they're bad because I've been playing and shooting, and I just
Yeah,
it
but
can be
it's
really
like
hard to
art.
actually shoot the
You're
enemies.
supposed to. Well, yeah, but that's not. I don't think that's because of the terrain. That's because of the game
Mm,
that I'm gonna spend today working on.
yeah,
Like,
possibly.
one thing I don't like at the moment is I really don't like. I don't know if I like that laser that just shows you can shoot. I mean, I don't know how else we do it, but one brief idea I had, which is like a little bit ridiculous, but I guess technically, from a technical level, it would work fine, is if we could have an aim down sight where you could right click and the camera would zoom in and show a crosshair in third person.
I don't know. My idea for the
Because that way you could actually aim. Because the problem now is even if you, like, with the red laser, you can't aim up and down. And clearly this is a 3D world with,
Yeah, like if I'm standing up here, I have no chance of shooting those.
yeah, auto aim is a suggestion from chat. Like, we could make it snap to the closest enemy,
Mm,
but I'd rather not do that, maybe.
yeah, I don't know that I
But why
like the
not?
idea of
Like,
that.
why not though? If you think about it, because this is already like a, you've tilted it pretty far there. If we just tilt it a little bit more, zoom in, change the field of view, and then just like it'll be third person, not first person. In third person, display a little crosshair in the center of the screen, and then you can shoot that way. Like you can still hip fire or whatever, but it would be. That's obviously kind of like very inaccurate, like wherever it tends to go. But if you wanted to, you could zoom in. Because that way you could actually move it anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, assuming we have time for it, because we still have like the core gameplay to get done.
But that is the core gameplay, because at the moment you can't really fight these guys.
I mean, you can if you have the red laser, which isn't great, like to have, but it's also like we don't have the general, we don't have the tents being placed, and I don't know like how much time that would take.
Yeah.
But if we have time for it, it would be great to have.
So you think it's fine now, like?
I actually don't mind the red laser too much from playing with it. I think.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like generally, like, because this is why I think you prefer the flat terrain, because when you're on water like this, you can actually kill them.
Yeah.
But as soon as you get any kind of vertical displacement, unless they're on the same like y-axis as you, y value as you or whatever, you're not going to be able to shoot them at all.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, they probably can shoot you, right?
If they try hard enough. Because they can just push up against the wall and they'll tilt up.
Someone said you could also help with vertical aim, but not horizontal. So basically, snap it vertically, but then leave it horizontally. Like horizontally, you have to aim, and vertically, it will aim for you.
Yeah.
That could work.
That could work.
I don't know. I think that if we go for an aim down sights, it's gonna be a big zoom in, like a very big zoom in.
No, it's not. Third person.
Still.
Why? You just tilt it like blow this up to double the size that it is right now, and just show a crosshair. Done. You could even do it without zooming in at all. Just show a crosshair. But the point is, as you hold the right mouse button, it lets you actually, perfectly rotate the camera anywhere. Versus here, which is just it's constrained. That's all. That's the only difference. And then yeah, you could just get the gun. Like you could even leave the player to not lean or anything. You could just make the gun do the aiming so that obviously the player would rotate, but the player wouldn't up and down would be controlled by the gun solely. So you would basically just tell this, this gun model to point towards where the crosshair is, and that's it. But yeah, no, we don't have to do that. That was just an idea.
Yeah, I mean,
the other thing is, I haven't played this. Remember, when I last played this, we didn't have strafing or moving backwards.
Yeah.
Basically, you could not run away and fight anyone. You had to always turn towards them, and it was very, very, very difficult to play the game.
Now you can
so
just
maybe it's a
back up.
Now.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I will check it out.
Yeah. I think that'd be good.
Also, are we doing different gun types? Because in the repository, there's already 3 different gun types, but we're still...
Yeah. We'll
the same way.
That's fine. We'll patch that in. It's easy.
We'll probably want to update it so you can only like pick up the weapon that you're holding, or
I also don't know what to do with the water. Like,
how do we do this?
We could just make it frozen,
like
and then,
ice,
and then make it very low friction.
Yeah, could do that.
And that could be a solution. Just because, like, the only thing with the water is that, like, I don't like obviously making behavior for water is a little difficult.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I want to deal with that.
I don't think we have time for that, to be honest.
Yeah, because you'd basically have to float. I don't know, maybe that's... Well, yeah. If we had buoyancy, that would be perfect.
All right.
Someone said we did at one point.
No, we didn't.
Well, Jolt did.
Well, Jolt can stop.
Wasn't that in your presentation about Jolt? You were like, it has buoyancy.
Yes, it's just
yeah,
it's just I haven't implemented it because... Yes.
131 ammo. Nice.
Yeah. But definitely balanced.
Like, you just put a sand tile instead of the water, and the problem is...
Yeah, but that's boring. The water adds so much to this.
But
especially with the reflections.
Maybe you don't care, but I just feel like you could have a scene in which you have snow going to grass, going to sand, going to ice.
Yeah, that could be fun. That could be the fun.
That could be the fun, okay.
Yeah,
yeah, the enemy AI and whatever needs to do a lot.
Yeah, enemy AI and
I go get another one.
10th generation. Like once those two are in place, the like very basic core of the game is just done.
I feel like it's basically done. Like like you obviously have to pick up the coffee. So now getting it to a place where a general will accept it, and obviously we know the level of the coffee because you're changing the mesh or whatever. So that's basically done.
Yeah. It's like most of the pieces are there. We just need the goal.
Like the core gameplay loop is pretty much done. Like,
yeah.
You know. So yeah, I think the rest is gonna be basically ironing out this gameplay, making it super solid, and adding all the other stuff around it.
Yeah.
And like the world generation, like it should be really easy to be like, okay, a tent has to go here, therefore, you know,
flatten
all of the
like flatten it out and then just transition it like to the whatever other elevation is out there.
I think you could do it easily by just being like, all right, well, the tent is here. What is the center of the tent? What is the Y level of the tile at the center of the tent? And then use that basically, because what that would do is it would make potentially a cliff either side of it, but it would still be accessible. And why not? Like the tent might be on a cliff, you know, because you'd obviously have to flatten the ground to make a tent. And because the noise usually isn't, I might smooth it a little bit more, but it's not, you know, crazy, you know, wild when it comes to like how much tiles go up per tile. You know what I mean? Like it's not too steep, is my point.
Yeah.
So because of that, I think that would work fine.
Yeah.
So that shouldn't be too difficult. And then the generals, does the general have a tent?
It'll be
the same tent.
Well, it's just a prefab. You can change
Yeah. I might change it. I think it should be different. We should have a coffee tent, that has like a coffee bean or something on the front. Which is that one, I guess. Well, some kind of indicator that hey, this is the coffee tent. And then the general's tent, maybe that'll be red or like yellow, you know, something not generic looking.
Change
the color,
the texture, just let me know.
Yeah, and then maybe have a different kind of. It could even say general. There's a sign that says general on the front of the tent.
Yeah. What I'm probably gonna do is just add some code that will basically just generate a random position within the world for the general, just because I'm basically considering moving to getting the compass up and running. And that needs to know, you know, where the general is.
Yeah, right. I was about to ask actually about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that gonna look like? Is it like an icon or is it just an indicator above your head or something like that?
I feel like there should be a button that you have to press to bring it up temporarily.
Yeah.
So that way you're not constantly looking at it.
So like, let's say maybe the Y button on my controller.
Yeah.
What do we want that to look like though? Like in terms of the actual, like.
I could make like a compass needle, and that could just like periodically spin up and then point in the right direction.
So do we want it to sort of be like a UI element, or just have it be like, I don't know, a 3D element above the player's head, maybe?
Yeah, but so that it doesn't conflict with the location of the coffee.
I almost feel like it should be a 3D UI element, like that's above the player's head, but so far it's almost like out of view of the viewport, you know, like right at the very top.
Well, like here.
Like up there, roughly.
And it's like something big, so it's like obvious.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll probably make it halfway between the player and the top of the viewport.
So about there.
But also, like, yeah, and for the logic of it, you could just, like, look at the XZ position. Like, don't worry about Y, obviously. Just look at XZ
definitely.
General versus...
Yeah, also, I've only had that happen, like, once or twice in the past 6 hours. So I'm not too fussed about it.
I don't know if I trust your numbers after you said that a 50% chance of getting
it's fine. I actually think it used to happen when you walked over blood particles, because the layer had been kind of messed up, so you could actually collide with them, but it doesn't happen that often. Also, this happens a lot.
It's kind of funny though.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, we do hate on the AI, but stream can't see.
It's well,
we do hate on the AI, but you know, it's actually growing on me.
It's like, hilarious.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
They're just like, tumbling over each other to be the one to kill you.
Exactly, and once we can kind of die you know, once you can die what else was I gonna say? Like, there'll be some animation for shooting them, and like it'll feel a bit better. It might be satisfying to pick them off, you know, one by one. Yeah. And not have them spawn as quickly, or just have them spawn in a mob already. Because the thing is, like, this is basically like poor man's flocking behavior. Because you just no, that's the thing. You don't do any flocking. You just do it as if they're not there, and then you let the physics engine separate them. And I made the box colliders on them slightly bigger than they are, so they would never be tight together. So they're like, there's always going to be a gap between them, unless the physics engine like goes up. Anyway, also, how cool is because I added some emission to the snow, so you can kind of see it through the fog.
Yeah.
I think that's cool. I really like that effect. Yeah.
It is dreamy.
Because when I wrote the fog for Forest, I handled bloom differently. like, well, bloom being like emissive things compared to non-emissive, so you could see lights through the fog.
Yeah.
Also I don't like there's a lot of fog, but the reason it's like that is to hide the level generation, which you can still kind of see for the snow because it has a longer distance.
Yeah.
But for other stuff, you can't see the chunks popping in. And also at the moment, the world is infinitely large. Well, not infinitely large, but it's 70 by 70 chunks.
Yeah, and I believe it was like 16 by 16 tiles in a chunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just, I just arbitrarily say you could set it to anything though. It doesn't matter because the only thing you're doing is changing the amount of noise values generated at the start. So
yeah,
it's not even really going to impact load times too much. I'll make it a little bit more. I'll make it smaller because I think this is a bit. Although on the other hand, like, is there a reason to make it smaller?
Because it doesn't affect performance until you go there.
It doesn't affect performance at all, even if you go there.
Yeah, because it will destroy the tiles from the previous chunks that are unloading, I assume.
Well, it's not going to destroy them. It's just going to repurpose them.
I think.
Yeah, that's better.
We have a complete game to play, and
yeah.
then we can. Does
okay.
the world need to be big or small?
Well, because it's kind of like, well, you know, where the generals, like, as long as we don't place the general's tent like 5 kilometers away.
Yeah, like I think you need to be able to play through this game in a very short amount of time.
Right.
Or, well, relatively short amount of time. Because, like, Dichotomy, nobody finished that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but I feel like this game is going to be finished in, like, 2 seconds. Because you're just going to run to the general's tent. At the moment, the enemies can't catch up to you. I mean, they can shoot you. But it'd be funny if every time they shoot you, you kind of roll. Like, it's like you trip. And then you have to get up. And see what's left of your coffee.
That would be great.
Really funny.
Yeah.
Actually, ragdolls.
Yeah.
Ragdoll.
With ragdolls, you could do it. Because I think.
You add ragdolls, Peter?
I'm not adding ragdolls.
Just being timid and young. Like, hey Peter, can you do this? And with the physics section, just real quick, just slap it in.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think half of the issues I've been having with the physics engine, because there's been a few, and by a few I mean a lot, I think most of those have actually been fixed by the multi-threaded.
Okay, yeah.
Because, like, a lot of these issues could just be boiled down to physics layers not being implemented properly for Jolt, and they are in the physics multi-threaded branch.
I really want to add like a little between search and the label on the left in the scene hierarchy panel. I really want to add just a little piece of text that says how many entities there currently are.
Yeah.
Because, like, for example, like I can see that it's kind of dropping frames every now and then, and I'm almost sure that's because the AI is shooting themselves and they're bleeding, and there's just a lot of blood particles being spawned.
Yeah. Well, actually,
yeah, we are destroying them, but you see them like.
Just what happens is they shoot the ground, and the ground bleeds.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay. That's funny.
So.
Yeah, because I don't check what we hit. It's just if we're hitting something, we're applying force to it. Man, imagine if this whole ground was like a dynamic rigid body.
Oh god.
And you could like shoot these hexagons.
In the physics multi-threaded branch, they could be.
That's pretty nice. Well, I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, you have seen it. You've seen 40K.
Yeah.
There was a
You're right. I fell for buoyancy.
Peter was like, "Yo, Jolt, great physics engine. Come, switch. We switch. Look at this." He's like, "No, but wait."
Oh, you found the edge of the world.
I found the edge.
Wow, this is very cool.
Wow.
Well,
so
see ya.
Oh no.
Hey.
Oh. Down with me. And they keep spawning.
Yeah.
And that guy's still shooting you.
What's your location?
A lot. 95, 965.
Damn, you're falling at like a kilometer 3-4 seconds.
95.
That's faster than terminal velocity, I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure, yeah. What's the drag on this player? There is none. I forgot because character controller doesn't have drag. Well,
character control.
I think it has drag. It's just I haven't exposed it. Here's the thing. The character controller, I spent very little time actually implementing like fully like all of the parameters and stuff like that.
Yeah, so you went like 2 kilometers. No, well, you started in the middle, so you went over a kilometer.
Yeah.
Be a good it's about there.
I am traveling at over 1 kilometers per second downwards.
Nice.
Early to think about maybe, but in about 12 hours time, we have to start thinking game name. What are we calling it? We
Yeah.
have to start
That's
thinking main
Forest 2.
That's what I actually think. Alright, and then the next game will be Dichotomy 2. We have to start thinking like UI elements, like how do we communicate, how do you play the game to the user? Because there's some stuff, I don't know, like...
Yeah, I think I want to really like, because there's like what 23 hours left.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll end up sleeping. I might actually end up sleeping a bit, but either way, I have a lot of time. So what I want to do is, because I'm just basically ironing stuff out and adding, some better AI, some better everything. So I feel like part of that will just be, I want to make like proper, there's no tutorial text, nothing, just like pop-ups that kind of tell you what to do. Like I would love it if you could enter the coffee, like there'll be like an arrow initially being like bouncing up and down, being like, go into the coffee place. I mean, you don't have to, but you should. So you go into the coffee place and then you're greeted by someone else, which could just be a cube, I don't really care. Or maybe just even a sign that just says like, Anya's in chat telling me to sleep. There'll be just like a sign or something, and you can like, it's not even that you have to read it. It will just pop up for you as soon as you're close or whatever, and it will tell you the general like has ordered an oat milk latte. It needs to, and it might randomly generate that. That would be fun if it could be like a long black, an oat milk latte, an almond milk latte, like whatever, large, small, medium. Like it'll be a different coffee order every time. That's kind of cool. And you have to take it to him. Here's the compass. Like get it to him. Like within, it'll be. Maybe we should add a timer, just because like coffee does get cold.
Yeah.
This is what we should actually do. At the coffee tent, there's like 5 different coffee types, and you have to get the correct one that the general ordered. And if you don't,
otherwise, he throws it in your face.
Otherwise, you have to run across the.
This would be great if we had like, I don't know, 5 more artists, and they could all just animate actual characters throwing coffee and doing everything. Like that would be a sick game.
5 more artists in about a week.
Yeah. And then no, but maybe not even no visible timer for the coffee. Like you get like, let's just say 5 minutes or 10 minutes of real world time. And then, if you don't know that. Like that would be sick. You know what? Actually, if that sign that tells you the general has ordered this, maybe it's like a note or something. The general has ordered an oat milk latte. With our current climate and outside conditions, it'll be cold in about 5 minutes, so hurry. And then as soon as you pour it, the 5-minute timer starts, but you can't see it. So you either use your real world time or you just get there and the general's like, bro, this is cold. I think that's a bit more fun than, because I really don't want to have an on-screen countdown timer. That's a bit lame.
Yeah.
This is 2023. Like this is not 2022 anymore where you do that like with Forest.
Yeah.
Iced coffee can't get hot. Yeah. Oh, and that's a cool thing. If the general happens to order something iced, then you get like, I don't know, 20 minutes instead of 5. But maybe the general's way further.
Yeah.
Not me, but 700 chunks away.
It's like 1,000 kilometers away.
Yeah. Just walk there.
Oh yeah, we should probably add some aircraft then, so you could like fly like in a helicopter.
Jan,
it's like, bro, he's in another country at a helicopter.
Features, you hadn't, like,
this game could actually be scaled to like a AAA level. I think this idea, like,
what is the idea? You're picking something up and you're
think of the marketing as well. For Christmas, you're bringing presents to children, like
in the form of
like
coffee
this delivery theme. I'm telling you, it applies to like almost everything in life.
Jan, 2 days ago, this is literally the worst, like, imaginable theme.
No, I don't like this theme. but this is one of the reasons, because it's like delivery. Like, you know what I saw on the Ludum Dare homepage? Someone legitimately was like, well, Ludum Dare or Ludum Dare means to give a game. So I'm interpreting the theme as I'm delivering a game to you. So I'm telling you, like,
biggest cop out ever.
Excellent theme, but of course you can add your own twists to it and try and make it interesting. It's not like that's impossible. But like, yeah, the theme is fun. I would have preferred the health. Your health bar is not a health bar, or is more than just a health bar. That's funny. Maybe the bad guys could shoot cold air with leaf blowers to cool down the coffee. That's funny.
I've heard about 10 different features now, and I'm like, we're not going to implement any of them.
We still don't have different guns or a.
Yeah, I'll put that in like a few hours.
Essential.
Give me a few hours.
But let's add planes.
Actually, speaking of things we don't have, we actually don't have the ability to ship this game at the moment because the runtime doesn't work.
Yeah, because the hexagons just don't export.
Okay, yeah, so my plan is I'll start with the tent being in the right place.
Yep.
And maybe I'll make the general tent as well. Once that's done, I'm going to focus on the runtime. So maybe that will take like less than an hour, hopefully, the tent thing. And then I'll focus on the runtime. And then after that, I'll come back and do the AI and I'll see what the shooting mechanics are like and implement all the different guns. And yeah, that's it.
I'll just push my changes.
Like, I'm feeling like we have a game, basically. Like, we've got the game loop. It's mostly working, and instead of like adding a tutorial text in the last 2 hours of the game jam, I can actually probably do that like today, you know, quite a bit ahead. So that's good. I feel like we went from not really having a game to suddenly having a game very quickly. Or either that or I just slept and you guys worked all night.
I think it's the second option.
Literally what happened. Peter, what time is the food? It's 4 a.m., right?
Yeah.
Peter's still showing a screen.
Yeah.
No, I haven't been looking at it for the last like 20 minutes.
All right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like
Yeah. Okay, cool.
All
right. Well, you said you're still gonna work for a few hours, yeah?
I mean, minimum a few hours.
Yeah, because I was gonna say I don't want to step on your scenes.
I mean,
so are you planning to do a commit like any more than you've already done? And what can I work on safely?
So I don't really need to do that much tweaking to the actual like scene. It's mostly going to be code from now on, except for the compass. I might just duplicate this scene for like a compass scene and work in that, and you can work on the generation stuff in here. And this time I shouldn't do anything that just completely means you have to switch scene.
Yep.
So I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna do duplicate.
So then I'll work just on the main scene, I guess, because I'll be doing the
modified
stuff.
All right. Yeah. And it's the root motion movement scene.
I mean, what I could do if you want, maybe this would make more sense actually. I can work on the runtime now, and then when you go to sleep, I can start on the scene. Because I'm gonna have to do the runtime anyway, and it's not like the runtime has to be done after I do something.
Yeah.
And that way I definitely, like, you can have full reign over everything in the game, and I'm not gonna touch anything in the game, because I'm working on the runtime.
Yeah. I mean, I'll probably still work in a separate scene, though. Like, just to be doubly safe.
But yeah, I'll do and to be triply safe, I'll do the runtime first.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'm gonna go grab it.
Yep.
All right. Cool.
Okay. All right, see ya, Peter.
See ya. All right. Hello from Brazil. What's up? Octo, welcome. Could change the bad guys to be a swarm of monsters or something that like to drink coffee. I think the idea is actually for them to be humanoid. Having the ice skating around sounds very fun gameplay wise. I think that could be quite hilarious. Also sorry for not reading chat, but I just can't concentrate on chat when I'm in a meeting. Where's my music? There it is. Okay. Shame on me doing my job. Exactly. Okay, so what I'm probably gonna do is just whip up a compass real quick. I can check that. This is what I'm doing now. This is Jan's job. Well, both of these are actually Jan's tasks. So we just have like a cube. I'm gonna have to tweak the scale of this a bit. Let's just get it roughly over the player. It's gonna be quite thin. So we'll probably just have... I'll probably just do a needle for now. Like just a straight... Well... I'll do an arrow for the time. So... that's not what I wanted to do. Well, that's awful. Just throw this together so we have something to work with. Let's just like try and line up the corner there. So it looks somewhat not shit. But still looks like shit, but at least it's not the worst. And I'll just have a compass, which is just going to be the parent. Why don't I have a... Oh, it's over there. Okay. Because then we can basically just rotate the parent to kind of indicate the direction. And let's actually just put that on there. And just position it like somewhere above the player. Let's see what that looks like. I don't know, we might actually need it on the camera, but for now I'll just have it there. It's not a big deal. And by default it won't be visible. And then it will rotate to point towards the general. Might be better to have it on the camera. I don't know. Maybe. By default, they will be off. I don't know, I'll just do update compass, to be honest. Won't bother writing a script for it. Or a separate script, rather. I'll have a private bool is compass visible. It's gonna be false by default. So if input.isKey pressed C keycode.c for compass, or input is gamepad or is controller button pressed gamepad button dot y 0. If not compass child mouse component just continue. All right. Then down here where we do the rotation, if not is compass visible, we can just return at that point. And then I'll just do like update compass or orientation. No, I believe all of these will have box colliders, which they definitely don't need. So I just hit play and I press Y. I don't see anything. I don't see anything. What about C? I also don't see anything. Oh, because I'm not calling the update function, of course. Absolute genius. Yeah, so you just toggle it. I don't know if you want it to be like a thing where you hold it, or you just toggle it. I feel like it should be a toggle. Nah, actually, let's try making it like a thing where you hold it to set it. Yeah, let's try it. If it's this accept is key down is controller button down, set that to true, otherwise set it to false, which could be put into a one-line thing, but I won't do it. Now what I really want to do is do previous value is equal to that. So in case it changes. So basically this would be if previous value is not equal to compass visible. So if did it change, we want to do this. And then just if it did change, update the actual value here. Why does it think this is useless? Fine, I'll do it down here if you think it's useless. I'm sure it has its reasons. Alright, what about... I kind of like holding it. Like, I like that as a mechanic because you're kind of... It actually means that you have to kind of take care when you check your compass. Because you know, you'll be occupying one of your fingers. Because I feel like if you just toggle it, it wouldn't be as good because you can just toggle it at the start of the game and leave it on. Which kind of like, not really what I want, I don't think. Why does it think this is useless? Oh, because it's a local variable. That's why it thinks it's useless. And it's right. And if it's not visible, if it is visible, we just update the orientation of it to point towards, you know, the general. So if I just have like a private vector 3 general position, I should have it be 0, 0, negative 500. Right? We need to get the direction from the player to the general's position. Direction to general. Is it our translation minus the general's position, and then, you know, normalize it because we only care about the direction. Normalized. And I only care about the XZ. Don't care about the Y. and we basically just want to look in that direction. So I guess we can just do direction to general.y equals 0 and then use a quaternion.look rotation direction to general vector 3.up compass orientation is that in fact in the negative the hang on. So okay. Actually I see what it is. It's like should set it to 0, 0, 0. Set what to 0, 0? You mean yeah, I guess I could do that for now. Just so because I know 0, 0 is like at the tent. Pretty sure that's in the opposite direction. Let's add just an object, right? Cube, 0, 0. Scale it up to like 10 by 10 by 10. Yeah, you can see it's in the tent. And clearly, that's not pointing in the right direction. Now, I suppose what I actually have to do is, because the player's rotation... Yeah, because the compass is a child of the player. The rotation will matter there. Of course, we could just cancel out the player's rotation, I suppose, from the compass. Hang on, so if I just do rotation equals... Because I think that's like world space rotation. Okay, that actually works now. It's just that, you know, I have it in the wrong direction. It's just facing in the wrong direction. So if I actually do the inverse of that, or just flip these, I suppose, might fix it. Yeah. And now it's pointing... Well, is it? No, that's broke. Yeah, that ain't right. I guess because, well, so it kind of broke because I think I need to do this constantly. Possibly. Because that way, if I hide it and show it, it's pointing... Hang on, let's just run off, like, hang on, where's the tent? So, yeah, that's the wrong direction, man. That's just straight up the wrong direction. I honestly think having it be a child of the player is causing issues. Yeah. Yeah. So now we can actually like swap this back. He's pointing in the right direction. Yeah. So let's just blindly run off somewhere. And then I'll use the compass to get back. I'll just run for a bit. Now the real test would be to just randomly have like the level generator place down something in just a random tile, and have the compass point to that. All right, so it's in this general direction. So let's see. I mean, I know for a fact it's gonna work because it's dead simple to implement a compass that points to a specific target. Apparently I'm not good at following directions. But yeah, there it is. Done. And I don't want to make it a toggle, because if I make it a toggle, it's just going to be way too easy to kind of use, because you'll just toggle it on and never turn it off. And you just have no... You know, it's not really how you would use a compass. Like, you also don't just walk around with a compass constantly. Well, I guess you might, but not in this game. You like the cube being the floor? Yeah, like... It's actually, like... You know, they kind of made a concrete base for it, or something. I don't hate it. Alright. Cool. Compass is done. You know, it's just a matter of tweaking the actual, like, look of it. And waiting for Tim to have, like, the compass needle. And outside it looks like an old building. Yeah. Yeah. I don't hate it. Get rid of that. Show the compass mesh. Make sure the compass is over the player. Like the actual, like, that's not great. I kind of wish that, I don't know, maybe it should be like rotated. How does Hazel interact between window layers? Not sure what you mean with like between window layers. You update a value in one layer, it gets edited in the viewport. Not sure what, like, if I understand what you mean. Like editing in here. So like if I edit a value here. Is that kind of what you mean? Because the way that works is it's just, you know, setting the value in a component for the ECS, and then every other bit of the engine can, you know, just fetch that value. Yeah, okay, so that's just the entity component system. Like, we just get a reference to whatever component, and we can edit the value, and then the rest of the engine will just read it. Oh, come on. Okay. Compass is mostly done. I'll just change that to add compass. Well, this was actually quite a good generation. It's tiny bit too high on that, but it's actually quite good. Yeah, Hazel's and Malcolm. No, the game engine series version of Hazel is currently OpenGL. It will. I think Jan's planning on switching it to Vulkan at some point, but I don't know when. Alright, that should more or less take care of that. Oh, right. That's a useless spawn. Oh wow, I actually have coffee left still. Did not expect that. Okay. Shooting works pretty well now, I think, because now we actually do like proper detection of stuff. Of like, if we hit a child of the player, it doesn't matter because we'll just do whatever. We'll find the player and the parents. Okay. $22 hours to go. All right, I'm gonna go for a bit of a bathroom break. I'll be back in a few minutes. See ya. All right, I'm back. See, Tim's working on the tent texturing. I'm thinking of taking a short break soon for like an hour. Partly because I want my stream mod to save in full. But also I just need to take a bit of a break. Although I'm probably gonna hop on a call with Jan or Tim before then. See if he calls me up. And I'll have chat open on the other monitor. All right, there we go. So,
what's up, Peter?
So I pretty much finished like the compass in terms of functionality.
Yep.
Let's see. I don't think necessarily that the look of it is exactly what we want yet. Okay, that. This is the kind of level I was trying to show you before.
Let me just see. Oh yeah. I'll share stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
But
okay.
it's
I'll try and iron it out.
Yeah.
But like this is definitely playable. Like what makes this not playable?
It's more like just like these two tiles, for an example, when there's like a lot of like tiny dips like this, and then.
Oh yeah, it's that's the type of environment this is.
Well.
It's playable. It's just a different experience, which is good. Like that's the whole point, I think, of randomly generating levels. Unplayable to me would be I'm stuck in a ditch and I can't jump out.
Yeah, actually, that's true. I don't know that I've hit a point like that yet. I definitely hit a point where I got stuck inside one of the tiles when I spawned, but that's a different issue.
Yeah, that is a different issue. That should be fixed now because I redid the way I check which tile we're on.
All right, cool.
But this is kind of nice. It's kind of like you're in the mountains. You're in the high mountains, and there's snow everywhere, and there's a few patches of grass. Like,
yeah,
you know,
I guess
that's the
but
diversity.
yeah,
and also it doesn't happen that often. Like I would say, it's a lot more common to get something better. Like so,
absolutely, it's definitely rare.
The,
okay, yeah, this is a better example.
And it's nice having diversity.
Well. So basically, currently, if you hold Y, we just get this. Now, well, we might want to tweak like the way it looks. And currently, it's just like pointing towards 0, 0, basically.
Yep.
But it's easy enough to get the position of the general and just point it there. And then with Tim's visuals.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And you can hold the C key.
Think that we don't need the model. Like
just color it like.
Cool. Do you think Peter's compass? This looks kind of cool. See?
Tim's out of a job.
And if we had transparency, then we could have made it slightly transparent and
Yeah.
red or something, and that would have been done.
Yeah.
And it's only when you hold Y on the controller.
Y on the
What is
control.
it in?
It's C on the keyboard for compass, but we
Yeah.
can change it.
Maybe it should be tab.
Yeah, I think tab would be handy.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
tab
it's
would
a-
be a bit easier to,
Oh.
a bit nicer to reach.
To
So
be honest, we should opt for the cartography, what's it called, theme as well.
Oh yeah.
We're not too far.
Oh, the tent has a floor now.
it's just a cube.
I think that's
Oh, that's yours.
Yeah, I
I was
just
gonna say, why is the tent so tall? Like,
no, it's told so that if the ground
yeah,
is slightly
Yeah.
that
open-
won't happen anymore. Like, cause we're gonna make the ground even under the tent.
Well, the origin is still at the normal place. It's just that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
yeah, it's just
Okay. Excellent.
had a big cube so that we could see where it was the compass was supposed to point to.
Yep.
I'm gonna head off for about an hour, take a bit of a break,
Okay.
have some food, and I'll probably be back on afterwards because I would like to get the gun types and ammo types actually working, so that you can't get the ammo from a gun of a different type. You instead you swap the guns.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Sounds good. I'm pretty determined to get this tent ground flattening. It
Yeah.
made me redo my whole system for handling where the player because it's not that easy to look up which tile you're like from a world space coordinate what tile is under me because there's no like global list of tiles. They're like per chunk, and so you have to find the chunk index, and then you have to find the offset from within the chunk because it's in the chunk's local space, and it's a little bit annoying versus like just one array of like every single thing in it. But you can't really do it that way if you want chunks.
Yeah,
So
I definitely.
it's a little
agree.
bit finicky, and now my Y translation isn't being set correctly for whatever reason, so I'm trying to fix that up.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, cool. Sounds good.
I'll probably go ahead and push
Enjoy your
this,
break.
and Tim can, if
Yep.
he wants the visuals, he can have them.
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds good.
Cool.
All right, see you. Enjoy your break. Bye.
Yep. See ya. All right. Cool. So I'm just gonna go ahead and push this and mesh dot. That is very weird. Compassing, push, enemy, yep. Yep. Root motion. Everything there looks good. Although, just to make sure the other scene doesn't break, let's just say if not compass entity, return. Make sure the root motion movement scene doesn't break from this script change. Let's try and be good about it. That's good. The shooting actually is pretty consistent now. Anything in the asset registry that needs to be nope, that's all good. It was literally just code changes. I guess I could make the compass into prefab. Yeah, I'll change it into prefab. There. Drag this out. Make sure player's still referencing the compass. Yeah. So now we just need to add compass scene and where's the compass prefab? It's close, maybe it'll appear. compass prefab. There it is. Added compass can be shown by pressing tab or the Y button on a controller. I probably should have checked that Jan didn't do anything. So I didn't override any changes he made. Okay, good. Alright, and I don't think I have any engine changes that I actually need to push. No, I don't. Good. Alright, okay, well, I'm gonna go for about an hour's break, have some food. Yeah. And I'll be back on in about an hour. So, yeah. And I'll start working on like the gun stuff at that point. So, yeah. Anyways, thank you so much for watching. You should make sure to check out the team, or you can go to studiocherno.com to see our live streams in parallel as well as chat. So that's the link there. Yeah. Cool. So anyways, thanks so much for watching. I'll be back in an hour. You know, feel free to tune in then if you want. I won't schedule the stream. I'll just go live in an hour.